The day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle on Westwood One Sports.
Welcome on in to a Tuesday night edition of BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. He is Brad Evans, and I'm Pat Boyle, and we're brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. We're with you every Monday through Friday, 6 to 11 p.m. Eastern. You can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. And you can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. You can also listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Our talk and text line for you to join the show is 310-840-4910. You can call or simply just text your thoughts on the show or any of the topics we dive into. Again, that's 310-840-4910. And if you do text in your question, just let us know what your name is and where you're from so we can get you featured on the show. Brad, we've got another pound of flesh in Major League Baseball. The Boston Red Sox fired Alex Cora and 5 coaches over the weekend. We went into that in detail last night. The day that they win 17-1, he gets canned along with 5 assistants. And then today, this one kind of feels more deserved. It's just as unfortunate, for a baseball lifer and topper, Robbie Thompson. But the Philadelphia Phillies have finally fired him. Off to an absolutely brutal start. The Philadelphia Phillies, they are basically dead last in baseball in just about everything. I mean, the record, them and the Mets, 9-19. They're in the bottom 3 in baseball in runs per game. They're in the bottom 3 in baseball in pitching and ERA. Most of their stars have struggled to hit. They were 8-8 and then a 10-game losing streak. Not enough. But winning 1 out of 3 to the Atlanta Braves over the weekend, not enough. They've got a day off. They're about to start a homestand tonight against the San Francisco Giants. And Donnie Baseball is back, Brad. Don Mattingly, who was the bench coach, a job he just took in January, he's now the interim manager. In case you're wondering, and we'll get into this, they already tried to offer the job to Alex Cora. He said, no, I'm not jumping right into another job. I need time to spend with my family. Mattingly's son, Preston, is the Phillies GM. We know Dale and Dave Dombrowski is the one running the show. But how about Preston Mattingly calls up Pops? He goes, hey, Pops, what do you think? You want to take over as interim skipper here? You switch from the bench to being the manager here. So Donnie Baseball's back. Phillies have fired their manager. 2 managers can before May 1st, Brad. Baseball is, we thought that this season might be a little crazy leading into a potential lockout. We got 2 managers can before May 1st, and the Phillies, not a big surprise here, getting rid of Robbie Thompson.
No stunner at all, any way, shape, or form. The fact that Mendoza, the skipper for the New York Mets, is still gainfully employed, and we find that near to impossible given their craptastic ways right now. But Philadelphia tied with the New York Mets in the basement of the NL East at 9-19, both trailing Atlanta by 10.5 games already, which is utterly insane when you think about it. And a team that, the Philadelphia Phillies, a major letdown. They have one of the most potent offenses on paper, but you look here the last couple of weeks, this is a team that is dead last in Major League Baseball in WRC+. Yes, with Bryce Harper. Yes, with Kyle Schwarber. Yes, with Trey Turner. It's dumbfounding. It really is. And on top of that, to make it equally worse, they are dead last the last 2 weeks in team ERA at 6.21. And they have a few notable starters on that roster. They're just getting absolutely pounded and roundhoused on a nightly basis. The bullpen has been lackluster, to say the least. The change was overdue, and it was needed. And obviously, you got Donnie Baseball back in a managerial role. He needs to regrow the cookie duster, though. He had one of the most spectacular mustaches in MLB history. And true story, Pat, as a youth growing up in San Antonio, Texas. Hey, y'all. I had an extensive Donnie baseball card collection. I was obsessed with everything Don Mattingly. Yes, even as a Cubs fan in my youth. For whatever reason, I just gravitated toward the lip caterpillar that he bestowed on his beautiful face and the sweet swing that he had, all the grand slams that he hit. A guy that was just, putting up some stupid numbers for your New York Yankees. So he's going to get another, lease on life as a manager. We'll see if they can right the ship, and they should be able to, man. I mean, this team has got oodles of talent, guys that have been in the series, guys that have won the whole shebang. They cannot be this bad for the rest of the MLB season. I think this team is going to finish above 500, and I think Don Mattingly will get them back on track. But we shall see, but definitely a move that had to be made today.
Yeah, 310-840-4910, the phone number to join the show. Do you agree that the Phillies should have fired Rob Thompson? And what do you think of Donnie Baseball, Don Mattingly, now taking over as the interim manager? You think they're going to finish? You think they're going to make the playoffs here, Brad? You think they can rebound from this brutal start where let's look at their lineup here. Kyle Schwarber's got 9 home runs, and his OPS is like league average. He's hitting 196. He strikes out every 2 at-bats, basically, which is nothing new for Kyle Schwarber. Bryce Harper is putting up league average numbers. That's unacceptable for Bryce Harper, and he was largely mediocre for all of last season. Adolis Garcia, who they brought here, he stunk. Trey Turner, he stunk. No amount of standing ovations in the world can save this guy, it looks like, this season. Alec Boehm is brutal. Alec Boehm has been absolutely terrible, and we detailed his personal issues that he's got going on, basically suing his parents because they're stealing money from him. But like all the guys, this core has been together for 4 or 5 years. They've won 90-plus games, how many seasons in a row, and they fail in the postseason. Robbie Thompson took over for Joe Girardi when the Phillies basically did exactly what they're doing now 4 years ago. And Rob Thompson, who's not like a big rah-rah guy, just a baseball lifer, whatever he was telling the team, whatever Joe Girardi wasn't telling the team, and Girardi's a fiery guy, sometimes change just for the sake of change ain't gonna work. But it worked for the Phillies 4 years ago. Brad, I don't think it's working this time. I don't think this team's going to make the playoffs. And I think finishing above 500 is going to be a challenge at this point because sometimes there's just an expiration date on things, right? For coaches and for managers, sure. And I'm not saying if they kept Rob Thompson that they would have turned it around. I don't think there's anything this Phillies team could have done to turn this season around. And I don't want to hear anymore, right? Whenever we overreact about baseball in the month of April, I don't want to hear people say, oh, you can't overreact about baseball in April. It's early. Is it? Because we've got 2 guys fired and there probably should be 3. So I think we can throw that whole, oh, it's early, you can't overreact yet, out the window.
Well, the one thing I will say, and maybe you're right about the expiration date, but I don't think these guys are like a tub of cottage cheese, right? We're only 28 games into the Major League Baseball season, so I will be that guy and say, let it simmer. Let this thing kind of play out through the month of May, and then we can make hard and fast opinions about where this team is going to wind up. They are minus 54 right now in run differential. How bad is that? Well, by comparison, the second worst team in run differential right now are the New York Mets. They have the same record as the Philadelphia Phillies at 9-19, but the Mets are minus 30. So you got a minus 24 difference in run differential between Philadelphia, dead last that category in all of Major League Baseball, and their compadres there in the NL East and the New York Mets, second to dead last in run differential, which is just astonishing. When you wrap your head around it. Look, I'm not throwing them out in the trash bin quite yet. I'm going to see this sucker play out. Maybe Mattingly's going to be able to light a fire under these guys. He's got a group of proven veterans. They are playing their worst brand of collective baseball imaginable. They only have one direction to go, and that one direction is up. I think they're going to save some face. I think they have a good shot and get it back to 500. I think they barely finish over 500, and they will be there in the wild card conversation. I'm not saying they're going to make the playoffs, but they'll be in the conversation by the time September rolls around.
Yeah, I mean, I disagree. I mean, it's going to be very interesting to play out here over the next couple of weeks here. I disagree heavily. I think this team could actually bottom out. I think this could get real bad. I'm talking 75 wins bad. Not even sniffing 500. I guess within 6 games of 500 might be sniffing it, but I don't think they're going to become close to a playoff team. I don't know if they ever pull themselves out of this funk here. And no disrespect to Donnie Baseball. He's a legend. He's one of the best to ever play the game. Maybe that's a bit of a stretch, but he is an iconic figure in the sport of baseball. You can't write the history of baseball without Don Mattingly. 6-time All-Star, MVP in 85, 9-time Gold Glover, Manager of the Year in 2020 with the Marlins, and everybody said Donnie Baseball is done. His number 23 is in Monument Park in Yankee Stadium. What has he done as a manager lately here, Brad? What has he done?
Yeah,
and again, 2020, COVID year, say what you want. You want to say it was shortened year, doesn't count. I don't say that about any of the seasons that we had in any sports. Yeah, he got the Marlins to the playoffs, and he was Manager of the Year. Outside of that, he was just Donnie Baseball. He was just an iconic figure that sat in the dugout with the, like you said, with the cookie duster, with the mustache, looked great. Yeah, he looked great. What did he do in terms of winning baseball? Like, first couple of years of Miami were okay. They were sniffing around 500, and they bottomed out. Then the COVID year, they got back, and they had some high expectations. They didn't win 70 games then the next 2 years, and then he was gone. And look, he was on the bench for these first couple of months here. It's not like Don Mattingly's like swooshing in out of the next universe. It's like, hey, I'm Donnie Baseball. You guys ready to win some games? Like, he's been there. So what is he? And he's never been a fiery guy. What is he going to tell this team? A bunch of mentally weak losers at this point. That's what this Phillies core has become. A bunch of mentally weak losers. What is Don Mattingly going to say to them that's going to fire them up? These guys are getting paid millions of dollars. Did they really ever need this spark? And how can a spark die so quickly with Rob Thompson over the last, I don't know, just couple of months here? I mean, we see the writing on the wall every time they get to October. They're a disaster waiting to happen in the postseason. Red October, yeah, because it's their bloodshed that's been being spilled as they've regressed World Series, NLCS, wild card round, the last 4 years here. So, like, what is Don Mattingly going to do to spark this team? You might say, Brad, and you've said this, so again, you could be right, and I could be dead wrong and look like a fool here in 3 months. But it's like, these guys, sooner or later, you think they're going to be back to hitting the back of their baseball cards and pitching to the back of their baseball cards, but we're more than a fifth of the way into the season. They've been one of the worst teams, if not the worst team in baseball. I don't think the turnaround's coming.
Look, I understand the back of the baseball card has got a disgusting gum stain on it, so it is not a Gem Mint 10 by any stretch of the imagination. But again, these veterans got to show some savvy. They got to show some fight. They're just not done. I don't think they're, completely spoiled. They have been involved in slump situations before in their storied careers, and they'll be able to turn things around. So I say, never give up hope if you're there in Philadelphia. And you are, Pat, right now in the great city of brotherly love. I know you're not a Philadelphia Phillies fanatic by any way, shape, or form, as a hardcore New York Yankees guy that you are. But there is no reason to say this team is completely done. Let's go ahead and slide them into the Delaware River and let them sink to the bottom. They're going to be A-OK, folks. Give it time. Let it simmer. Philadelphia is going to come storming back, and it's going to be fun at Citizens Bank come midsummer.
Well, we haven't disagreed so heavily on something like this in a while, so I am very excited to see how this plays out here over the next... Look, I'll give you a caveat. I think the only thing that can save the Phillies is if in 2 weeks from now, maybe a month, Alex Cora wakes up and says, okay, I feel good. I don't want to take the rest of the year off. This is a team that maybe I can pull them up from their bootstraps. Maybe the way that I manage, if I'm given some freedom to manage, not like so many of these baseball managers nowadays where it's these Ivy League nerds in the front office just telling them, hey, make this lineup. Here's this pitching matchup that we like. Oh, because the advanced analytics say this. Yeah, how's that worked out so far? For some of these teams? So maybe if Alex Cora in another couple of weeks says, all right, I have my siesta, I spent time with my family, I'm ready to get back on the road here and grind it out for the next couple of months, let's just see what happens. Maybe that's the only chance the Phillies have of pulling this thing out here. Otherwise, with Don Mattingly as their interim manager, I just don't think this thing is going anywhere. I really don't here, Brad. I think Cora is maybe the only guy that can save him, and he's already told him no once.
And again, I love the fact that you and I are agreeing to disagree here. Somebody will be incredibly right, and somebody is going to be horrifically wrong. And more than likely, it's going to be me. Can we get odds on that right now at BetMGM, by the way? Who is going to win this debate come year's end? Is it going to be Pat, who says, they may be within sniffing distance of 500, but they fall well short of it. You said roughly 6-7 games below 500. I say they get to 500 and finish just above that mark and are in the conversation. I'm not saying they're going to make it, but they're in the conversation to make the MLB postseason. Go ahead and set your odds now. It's probably a Pat like minus 200 and me like plus 150. And we're going to see where the chips stack and where ultimately the cards fall when it comes to September. And I'm really excited now. We got a little side wager. Might have to put a stake on it.
There we go. 310-840-4910. Again, do you think the Phillies can turn this around and make the postseason with Don Mattingly now as their interim manager? By the way, some more stats here for you. So like I said, his son Preston is the Phillies GM. Dave Dombrowski is the president of the Phillies. It's the first father-son manager and GM team in MLB history. Not only that, with all these firings here, Brad, this is just the second time in the modern era, so since 1900, 126 years, that multiple managers were fired before May 1. The only other time was 2002. 4 managers were canned before May 1, according to Baseball Reference. You had Phil Garner for Detroit, got fired on April 9th after an 0-6 start. Imagine that. Imagine telling Detroit fans and the
brutal.
team, hey, guys, it's early, and you get fired in the first week. Davey Lopez from Milwaukee fired on April 18th after they got off to a 3-12 start. Buddy Bell from Colorado fired on April 26th after a 6-16 start. And Tony Muser from the Royals got fired on April 30th after an 8-15 start. We got 2. I think you would agree with me here after we've disagreed all segment. Carlos Mendoza is next, and if he makes it to May 1st, I think it's an accomplishment for him in the New York Mets. Don't you agree?
Oh, yeah. I mean, the fact that he hasn't got axed yet is an absolute miracle. I mean, he better be counting his lucky stars. I cannot believe he is still employed after just the travesty of a losing streak that they just endured. Hell, they got swept by the Rockies, the Colorado Pebbles, who are downright pathetic. And that was at home. It wasn't even in Coors. It was in Citibank Park or Citi Field. I mean, that to me is mind-blowing because the Rockies royally suck, and they waltzed in to the great city of New York, and they swept. They broke out the brooms on the Mets. Get the hell out of them. It just regulate all these guys to not even AAA. Send them down to rookie ball. That is downright pathetic.
Yeah, and that was after the 12-game losing streak. They beat the Twins, then they beat them again, and you're like, all right, maybe they're going to turn it around. Francisco Lindor, by the way, got hurt when they snapped the 12-game losing streak. Juan Soto comes back. Lindor goes on the IL. It's like you can't catch a break. And then, yeah, you get swept by the Rockies. I mean, at home, including that Sunday was a doubleheader because the Saturday game got rained out. They got beat 3-1 and 3-0. They scored 1 run in 18 innings in a doubleheader against the Colorado Rockies. That just absolutely pathetic. So they had the day off. Like, if I'll tell you what, if he makes it to May 1st, it's because they win 2 out of 3 or they sweep the Nationals. They got the Nationals here at home starting tonight, on the road to the Angels. Then they go on the road to play the Rockies, which they just got swept by them at home. Are you confident they're going to win that series? And then on the road against Arizona. These next 4 series for the Mets, it's like if they don't go collectively in those 12 games, if they don't collectively go 8-4, Carlos Mendoza's got to be gone. And I know maybe the only reason David Stearns, the president for the Mets, hasn't fired him yet is because he knows he's probably next. Steve Cohen's got billions of dollars. He ain't waiting around too much freaking longer, man. You know, the boy genius that is David Stearns, all these moves, he's reshifted the core. And again, the Mets and the Phillies are battling to see who could be more pathetic. And both of them are winning because they're both equally pathetic. So, just a crazy week in baseball, crazy weekend, and we'll see if it continues tonight because, as always, we keep you up to date with the latest scores and all the goings-on in sports every single night. You're listening to BetMGM tonight with Pat Boyle and Brad Evans, and we're sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting your business vehicles 24/7. See if you could save at ProgressiveCommercial.com. All right, we'll take your phone calls and your texts on the news of the day. Rob Thompson fired as Phillies manager. Don Mattingly, the interim. Can the Phillies turn it around and somehow make the postseason this year? Brad thinks they can. I say no shot. I don't even think they finish above 500. 310-840-4910. When we come back, it's another loaded slate in the NBA playoffs tonight. So when we return, we'll break down the games and we'll give you some picks for them. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
It's a good chance we're going to spin the wheel of teams again, and Kevin Durant doesn't have much of a choice. He's got a contract extension kicking in. There's no trade clause involved. And again, it may not be easy to move him with $50 million. I think it's $51 million a year for the next 2 years, or 55, like something like it's a crazy number. So it's after this particular stop for Durant. This is made him look really, really toxic. And I say look because am I positive that he's completely toxic? No, but he definitely soiled this stop for himself. The whole burner account thing has had a massive, massive hangover on this team. And listen, I'll blame Ime Udoka for a whole bunch of stuff, which I'll get into with Houston in a minute. I'm not blaming him for that. Kevin Durant is a 37-year-old player getting caught sending those types of messages in a chat and those things go public about teammates. That's not something Ime Udoka can smooth over. Kevin Durant has to smooth that over with his teammates. And one thing is apparent, he has not. Like you heard Jabari Smith's comments after game 2 about how Durant has to deal with double teams better, and that's on Kevin Durant. That's a kid 15, maybe 13 years his junior who's appropriately calling him out. And some of the names he called Jabari Smith Jr. on that chat with that burner account were flat out disrespectful and even politically incorrect. Like it was awful how Durant spoke of him, but he didn't deal with it. He didn't deal with any of it. He just wanted to come and play ball. But when you take shots at teammates like that and you want to be bound with them and you want to be able to win with them, there's got to be trust. No one trusts Kevin Durant, Houston. And that's the big issue right now. And listen, are there going to be suitors for him? Listen, he's Kevin Durant. You will have suitors for him. Are they going to get a lot of value for him? Probably not. But for them at this point, even just getting rid of him and moving on, there's an addition by subtraction element for this group. The question becomes, how do you replace him $50 million wise and find the scoring and the shooting that you need, because they're a very offensively challenged team. You combine that with the fact that Udoka and Rafael Stone, their GM, are not on the same page. Stone didn't, I truly believe Stone didn't add a point guard to that roster at the trade deadline to try to force Udoka into playing Reed Shepherd. And Udoka doesn't want to play Reed Shepherd because I wouldn't let him guard my spot online at the bank. The guy's a horrible defensive player. I don't blame him necessarily, but he doesn't have any choices now, and that's on the front office. But when you have a disconnect of that way, when the GM's not making an addition that the team needs to try to force another player on the coach, that's not a long-term sustainable situation. And assuming Houston goes down in this series, I would be shocked if Ime Udoka keeps his job.
Yeah, I thought they did a really nice job, really in each round. Trading Stukes, the defensive back from Arizona. People will kind of, look at his age. He'll be a 25-year-old rookie and kind of, look at that as purely a negative. But the glass half full with a player that age is he's coming in from day one, and you know what you're getting, and you're going to have someone who has at least the potential to make a pretty quick impact. And so I think it's not like you're drafting a 25-year-old where you're still talking about upside. This is a player who has experience at corner, safety, but he was at his best as a nickel. And so very interested to see how exactly they use him. But Stukes is someone that's going to make an impact early on. Kieran Crawford in the third round. You talk about just adding juice to your pass rush. That's what he does. Scouts, they watched that Auburn defensive line last year to watch Keldrick Falk, but it was number 24 that kept drawing their eye. And, you keep hearing more and more buzz about him. I thought he could have easily gone in the second round. Raiders get him in the third, come back with Trey Zune, a versatile offensive lineman in the later third. And then I love what they did on day 3. Obviously, the dart throw with Jermod McCoy. Hopefully, just for his sake, he's able to stay on the field with that injury with the knee. And obviously the Raiders are hoping the same thing. But Mike Washington, the running back, is a really good backup option. Dalton Johnson from another Arizona DB. So I think every step of the way, the Raiders had one of my favorite drafts this year.
Can you think back on in this year's preparation and putting together this?
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
Welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. The phone number to join the show, you can call or you can text 310-840-4910. Brad and I got into a very intense debate in the opening segment on whether or not the Phillies can turn it around after they fired manager Robbie Thompson today. Donnie Baseball, Don Mattingly, who was the bench coach, who took that job in January. He's the interim he's the interim manager. His son is the GM. I think the only thing that could save the Phillies is if Alex Cora, who they already offered him the job, and he said, no, I need to spend some time with my family. I just got fired in Boston a couple of days ago. If he wakes up in 2-3 weeks and says, you know what, now I'll take the job. Otherwise, I don't think they're even going to get back to 500. So whose side do you agree with, me or Brad? We'll take your calls and your texts, 310-840-4910. But, Brad, we got another big night in the NBA playoffs here coming up at the top of the hour. Game 5, Celtics-Sixers. Boston with a 3-1 lead, looking to close out Joel Embiid in Philadelphia and move on to the second round, where they'll await either my New York Knicks or the Atlanta Hawks. You got Hawks and Knicks at 8 p.m. Eastern at the Garden. That series tied at 2-2 after they've alternated wins and losses. And then 9:30 p.m. Eastern, the Spurs looking to close out the Blazers in San Antonio. That's a 3-1 series lead for Wemby and the Spurs, as well as they will look to book their ticket to face either the T-Wolves or the Nuggets. So let's start with Sixers-Celtics here, Brad. Does Boston get this done tonight? Their three-point shooting has been remarkable. It's been no secret here the last couple of years. Boston lives and dies by the three. They shoot it at an astronomical rate. Here's a fun fact for you, by the way. The Celtics have taken, let's see here. Let's see. I had the stat in front of me. They've taken 56% of their shots from three-point range. If that continues to the rest of this series, which might only be one more game tonight, that would be the second highest rate for any team in any playoff series in the 47 years of the three-point line. So it's literally historic how many threes they're shooting. Game 1, they blew Philly out by 30+. Game 2, they didn't hit their threes, and they lost by double digits. Games 3 and 4, they hit game 3, they hit it at an average rate and won. Last game, they set their franchise record for most threes in a playoff game, and they blew Philly out again. So comes down to the three ball here tonight for the Celtics. They are getting so much of their production late in the shot clock, which has been a big surprise because normally you're not very effective late in the clock. But in the final 7 seconds, the Celtics have actually been statistically on fire offensively. So Philly's done a good job forcing them to their second, third options, and then it just has not mattered. And Boston has, hit their shots with Pritchard and Tatum and Jaylen Brown and everybody getting into the mix. So does Philly have anything left tonight? Joel Embiid came back last game, gave him a little bit of a spark in the first couple of minutes. He scored their first 8 points, and then he withered. It was a 16-point game after the first quarter. Does Philly have any fight left tonight, Brad? What do you think when you look at this game?
Zero. They're going to be donezo. Stick a fork in them. They are absolutely cooked. Boston's going to move on. The Celtics, you know what they remind me of? They're kind of the Alabama Crimson Tide of college basketball in the NBA, right? All they do is jack a ton of threes. But the difference between that Alabama team and Boston is the fact that the Celtics, they actually play defense. They're an elite defensive team. Based on all the advanced metrics that are out there, as we've seen what they have given up so far in this NBA playoffs, they have a top 5 overall defensive rating, giving up just 1.082 points per possession. So the fact that they're making it rain from outside means my pick may do exactly that. Peyton Pritchard, the pride of the Oregon Ducks. I think he makes at least 3 more triples tonight, and get it right now, plus 105 at BetMGM. And see what Pritchard has done in this series. I mean, last game he was scored over 30 points coming off the pine. Game before that had 20 plus. The last 2 games, he's 11 of 22. 11 of 22 from way downtown. He's averaging 3.3 makes per game this NBA postseason on 8.8 jacks per contest along the arc. That's a 37.1% clip. And you look at Philadelphia, this NBA postseason against Boston, as you mentioned, the historic pace of the run, shooting outside, as the Sixers have given up 18.3 made threes per game at a 37.6% clip. So the fat lady, she's warming up. She's about to belt a tune because Philadelphia is going to go bye-bye. The Celtics are going to move on in the NBA playoffs. And part of the reason why is that Peyton Pritchard is going to splishy and splash. I think he makes at least 3 threes at plus 105 at BetMGM.
Yeah, he's been remarkable, man. He has been absolutely fantastic. And the first quarter of the game the other night, too, he hits another buzzer beater, which, he might be one of the greatest buzzer beater shooters in NBA history. I mean, literally, Mike Tirico, so he's like, is he going to do it again? Is he going to do it again? Hey, whoa! It was fun. It's just unbelievable in the last 5 seconds of any quarter. This guy is Michael Jordan. So, yeah, you basically might want to count him in for 1 3-pointer at a buzzer at any quarter tonight. Pritchard has been fantastic. Again, I just can't, as a New York Knicks fan, it absolutely pains me to my core that I have to give so much praise and props to Jason Tatum because he's been absolutely spectacular. And I don't care how many times I say it this postseason, Brad. The fact that this guy tore his Achilles in the playoffs 11 months ago against my Knicks, and he's come back, and in just a month and a half of action, he ramped up to his full minutes almost immediately. And in this series so far, he's averaging 25 points, 9 rebounds, 9 assists, shooting 50% from the field and 38% from deep. That is absurd. That is just absurd.
It is.
So, and then on top of that, Philadelphia, I know that I know that I don't even care. They're worse with Joel Embiid. They are. They just simply are. Not that if he's fully healthy and he's conditioned, maybe. He's not fully healthy. He's coming back from the appendectomy. He's not conditioned, and that was evident that last game. And he's not in his prime anymore. He's just simply not, and he's a hydrant on defense. So the Celtics put him in so many actions. They're going to do it again tonight. And you're not going to not have Joel Embiid on the floor for at least 30 minutes in this game because your season's on the line, but he's going to sink them. This game, if Paul George can score 30 points, Philly's got a chance because Paul George has actually played really well in this series. A guy that got suspended for 25 games. He's got fresh legs, right? Because he sat on the bench, because of PEDs for the last 2-3 months up until the last month of the regular season. Paul George has to save them. Tyrese Maxey took 3 shots in the first half, completely unacceptable. This has got to be Maxey and Paul George. And Joel Embiid is there, so it's not going to be Maxey and Paul George, and it's probably going to sink them. So I think the Celtics in a rout. Funny enough, Brad, they've actually shot worse at home in this series than they have on the road. The last 2 games, I mentioned, franchise playoff record, 24 threes. The game before that, they hit 20. In games 1 and 2 at home, they hit 16 and 13. So I don't think that continues. Again, you and I talked about how Boston, they're good for one of those clunkers early on in a series. I think they got it out of their system. I think they win this game comfortably tonight. You like Boston and you like Peyton Pritchard. I like the Celtics to win by margin. And so I think they'll be waiting for either my Knicks or the Atlanta Hawks. Game 5 at the Garden tonight. Big one. Series tied at 2. Knicks able to win comfortably on Saturday night. Now it goes back to the Garden. Can they protect home court advantage. This series has been incredible. The Knicks lost both games basically on the final possession, the two that Atlanta has won so far. Can the Knicks pull it together and show their postseason pedigree here? Brad, give me some good news. Please tell me you think the Knicks are going to win tonight, because my heart is going to be in my stomach.
Dude, have faith, man. I know you're nervous Nelly right now, but I got faith in your Knicks. I think they will prevail. I think they're getting over the hump. I mean, you look at some of the advanced data that's out there. Again, the defense has always been rock solid with your Knickerbockers. They have the fourth best offensive rating of any team in this NBA postseason. You look at the net efficiency overall for the Knicks, it's fourth best in the NBA playoffs. Meanwhile, I look at Atlanta at number 13 in that category. So a lot of the advanced data points in one direction and one direction only. That the Knicks are going to take care of business, my man, especially given the venue they're playing in the Garden. And you hear that pitter-pat? Oh, I do. Pitter-pat, pitter-pat, pitter-pat. Josh Hart, he's got to have himself a hell of a game. I think he's going to really wax the glass, especially. I like the over at 8.5 rebounds. A little bit heavier juice right now on BetMGM minus 135. You would have played the alt market at 10 plus at even Steven plus 100 juice. I would advise that as well. I think he's going to get a double-double tonight. You look at Atlanta, they've allowed the fifth most opponent rebounds per game. So they haven't really been boxing out with a whole lot of success in this series. And look at what Josh Hart has done over the entire season series against the Atlanta Hawks. In the regular season, one matchup against them one time, only had 5 rebounds, but so far this postseason, 14, 13, 9, and 9 rebounds. Again, the standard line's at 8.5 rebounds for Josh Hart, a guy that does the little things, always a difference maker, and just a great compliment to Brunson and some of the other key players on your Knicks roster. So I think Josh Hart will be a key cog tonight, crashing that glass. Love the over 8.5 rebounds, minus 135. And yes, my friend, relax. Your Knicks are going to win. Maybe not convincingly. Might be puckering up, sweating this sucker out, but they will slam the door in the end, which has been a bit problematic in this series so far.
Yeah, it has. And that's what I worry about. Like, I'm fairly confident they're going to be leading going into the fourth quarter. And then it's, all right, they're going to choke it away again. And CJ McCollum is going to turn into the second coming of Allen Iverson, or he's going to turn into the second coming of Kobe Bryant here in the fourth quarter. Like, can we please just defend CJ McCollum? Please. My God. Sorry. I know that a bunch of people probably just had their eardrums blasted out. I apologize, but you can see the anxiety oozing out of my body here, getting ready for this game. I know they're going to be leading going into the fourth quarter, and then I know that it's going to get close. I know it because they haven't made it easy. But I'll tell you how the Knicks can win this game and win this game comfortably. I love the pick, by the way, on Josh Hart. He's gotten over 8.5 rebounds, like you said, in every game this series. He is just he attacks the rim relentlessly. Is so great at getting positional advantage for a guy that's undersized. You know, he's not 6'8", he's not 6'9", and yet he finds a way to out-rebound guys that are 6'10", 6'11", 7 feet, offensive rebounds galore, defense, he cleans up every defensive rebound, so he's going to be monstrous. Can Karl Anthony Towns just please take over this game like he has the ability to and like he should be doing every game, because he has dominated the Atlanta Hawks when he's been aggressive, Brad. Karl Anthony Towns, I said it in the solo portion last night. I said this is on Karl Anthony Towns, this series. It's not on Jalen Brunson. Brunson struggled. Brunson's been very poor, especially in the fourth quarter. I mean, he helped cost them those 2 games that they lost. The final possessions were atrocious. Jalen Brunson, the way that Dyson Daniels have defended him, the way that the Atlanta Hawks have jammed him up when he wants to attack and get to his spots on the elbow, they've done a tremendous job. Karl Anthony Towns has to feast. And in this series, the scoring hasn't been outrageous, and it's because Karl Anthony Towns too often is not aggressive enough. But when he has gone to the cup, he has been awesome. He's averaging 21 points this series, 11 rebounds, 5 assists. Brad, he's shooting 57% from the field and 50% from deep. He is shooting at an absurd clip. The problem is he's only taking 10 to 12 shots a game. He's got to take 20. He's got to be the guy that the Knicks give the ball to and say, win us the game. Because they can't defend him. Onyeka Okongwu can't defend Karl Anthony Towns. They put Jonathan Kuminga on him to try to stop the pick and roll game with Brunson, and then Karl-Anthony Towns is like, "Oh, I don't know what to do." Like, no, then they need to force the ball to him and let him go to work. He's 6'11", 250 pounds. He's a dump truck going to the rim, and the Hawks can't stop him. So, you know what? If I am Karl-Anthony Towns, then I should be going for 25 points. And maybe I just as a Knicks fan that's seen how these games go and see how this series go. If I'm going to play anything in this game tonight, that's going to be it. And I know that I'm going to be kicking myself if Karl-Anthony Towns has another very lackadaisical, don't want to attack kind of game, because it's going to end up costing the Knicks. I'm confident that he will, Brad. So how about Cat over 20.5 points? I mean, again, they can't stop him. He's shooting at an absurd clip. Can Karl-Anthony Towns please stand up and take the Knicks to a 3-2 series lead tonight? Okay. Really quick.
Your basket case of emotion already, I can tell. So Godspeed to your well-being, my man. Again, have faith in your Knicks. They're going to take care of business tonight.
Okay. All right. I hope so. Luckily, you sign off at 9 p.m. Eastern. You won't have to witness what I'm going to look like in the second half of this game. I'm going to try to keep it together and do a professional radio show, but I got to be honest. There's not a lot of promises in that. All right, we'll take a break. 310-840-4910. I'm already sweating. I got to collect myself. We'll talk Blazers Spurs a little bit later on in the show, but Brad, it's time for our video producer, Michael Montgomery, and you to take center stage. We're going to go streaking when we come back. Monty chases continued perfection, and Brad looks to make it 9 in a row as we pick a hitter to get a hit tonight in Major League Baseball. That's coming up next. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
It's a good chance we're going to spin the wheel of teams again, and Kevin Durant doesn't have much of a choice. He's got a contract extension kicking in. There's no trade clause involved. And again, it may not be easy to move him with $50 million. I think it's $51 million a year for the next 2 years, or 55, like something like it's a crazy number. So it's after this particular stop for Durant. This is made him look really, really toxic. And I say look because am I positive that he's completely toxic? No, but he definitely soiled this stop for himself. The whole burner account thing has had a massive, massive hangover on this team. And listen, I'll blame Ime Udoka for a whole bunch of stuff, which I'll get into with Houston in a minute. I'm not blaming him for that. Kevin Durant is a 37-year-old player getting caught sending those types of messages in a chat and those things go public about teammates. That's not something Ime Udoka can smooth over. Kevin Durant has to smooth that over with his teammates. And one thing is apparent, he has not. Like you heard Jabari Smith's comments after game 2 about how Durant has to deal with double teams better, and that's on Kevin Durant. That's a kid 15, maybe 13 years his junior who's appropriately calling him out. And some of the names he called Jabari Smith Jr. on that chat with that burner account were flat out disrespectful and even politically incorrect. Like it was awful how Durant spoke of him, but he didn't deal with it. He didn't deal with any of it. He just wanted to come and play ball. But when you take shots at teammates like that and you want to be bound with them and you want to be able to win with them, there's got to be trust. No one trusts Kevin Durant, Houston. And that's the big issue right now. And listen, are there going to be suitors for him? Listen, he's Kevin Durant. You will have suitors for him. Are they going to get a lot of value for him? Probably not. But for them at this point, even just getting rid of him and moving on, there's an addition by subtraction element for this group. The question becomes, how do you replace him $50 million wise and find the scoring and the shooting that you need, because they're a very offensively challenged team. You combine that with the fact that Udoka and Rafael Stone, their GM, are not on the same page. Stone didn't, I truly believe Stone didn't add a point guard to that roster at the trade deadline to try to force Udoka into playing Reed Shepherd. And Udoka doesn't want to play Reed Shepherd because I wouldn't let him guard my spot online at the bank. The guy's a horrible defensive player. I don't blame him necessarily, but he doesn't have any choices now, and that's on the front office. But when you have a disconnect of that way, when the GM's not making an addition that the team needs to try to force another player on the coach, that's not a long-term sustainable situation. And assuming Houston goes down in this series, I would be shocked if Ime Udoka keeps his job.
Yeah, I thought they did a really nice job, really in each round. Traden Stukes, the defensive back from Arizona. People will kind of, look at his age. He'll be a 25-year-old rookie and kind of, look at that as purely a negative. But the glass half full with a player that age is he's coming in from day one, and you know what you're getting, and you're going to have someone who has at least the potential to make a pretty quick impact. And so I think it's not like you're drafting a 25-year-old where you're still talking about upside. This is a player who has experience at corner, safety, but he was at his best as a nickel. And so very interested to see how exactly they use him. But Stukes is someone that's going to make an impact early on. Kieran Crawford in the third round. You talk about just adding juice to your pass rush. That's what he does. Scouts, they watched that Auburn defensive line last year to watch Keldrick Falk, but it was number 24 that kept drawing their eye. And, you keep hearing more and more buzz about him. I thought he could have easily gone in the second round. Raiders get him in the third, come back with Trey Zune, a versatile offensive lineman in the later third. And then I love what they did on day three. Obviously the dart throw with Jermod McCoy. Hopefully, just for his sake, he's able to stay on the field with that injury with the knee. And obviously the Raiders are hoping the same thing. But Mike Washington, the running back, is a really good backup option. Dalton Johnson from another Arizona DB. So I think every step of the way, the Raiders had one of my favorite drafts this year.
Game goes live. The conversation turns up. BetMGM Tonight continues now.
Welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. BetMGM players will receive an Any Sport Parlay Boost token. To use the Parlay Boost token, add a parlay wager made up of any sport wagers to your bet slip and activate the token. If you win your wager that was made with the token, you will receive extra winnings. We are about to give you 4 players we believe will successfully get a hit in their games tonight. We were perfect in 3 of our 5 contests last week with an overall record of 22-3 on our picks last week. And we were perfect again last night, 4 for 4 from the crew. So you could use that BetMGM Parlay Boost right here if you wanted. Fade or follow, Brad, as you always say. That is up to you. Okay, Monty remains perfect. Sources say he didn't select his player for tonight until moments ago. You're going for 9 in a row. Combs is going for 5 in a row. And Combs has the worst record, and he's 10 out of 14. That's how great this segment has been. That's how much we know ball, if I do say so myself. So here we go. Let's go streaking.
We won a game yesterday. We win one today, that's 2 in a row. We win one tomorrow, that's called a winning streak. It has happened before.
We're good streaking! Yeah! All righty, the premise of this game, in case you're new, over the last 3 weeks, we go around the crew and everybody just picks one batter that they think will correctly get a hit. I'm 11 for 14. Brad is 8 for 9. Combs is 10 for 14. And our buddy Monty, the owner and operator of batters-box.com, with all of his analytical tools and his stats and his ISOs and his WOBAs and his hard hit contact and his elite ratings, the video producer of this program, Monty, is a perfect 14 for 14. Can we keep it rolling again tonight? As I mentioned, all 4 of us cashed last night in case you wanted to parlay those together on BetMGM. So let's kick it off. Brad, you're going for 9 in a row. Who's the guy tonight for you?
Let's go with a guy that's built like a baby elephant. Look at his body, folks, and you'll see the comp there, and it's entirely fair. The hefty lefty of my Chicago Cubs, playing at Petco there in San Diego, Moises Ballesteros. I'm going to go with him, a guy that has gotten a hit in 12 of his last 14 games. He's batting a robust, a 417 on the road this season. He's batting a robust, a 500 in his last 15 games. A guy that's batting 404 as well against right-handed pitchers. Going against Buehler, Walker Buehler, who's giving up a 340 batting average to left-handed hitters and a 5.75 ERA, along with a 38.7% hard hit rate this year. So Moises Ballesteros, give me a hit, and we're streaking a 9.
All right, there you go. All right, I got back on a streak yesterday with Benny Rice. He went back-to-back and a belly-to-belly with Aaron Judge to help out me and Combs. I'm 11 for 14. I know there's some rain in the forecast in Queens. I haven't seen anything about this game being delayed yet. I hope that's not the case. And so I guess I'd have to pivot if that does happen. Maybe this game gets rained out, but the Mets on one of the worst streaks in baseball right now. They had lost 12 in a row. Then they won 2 in a row. Then they get swept by the Rockies. So they've lost 15 of their last 17 at home against the Nationals. I'm going to take a Mets hitter. Give me Bo Bichette, who has climbed that average up to 233, and career against Zach Littell, or Little, however you say it, for the Nationals starter. The guy's got an ERA of 7.56. Career lifetime, Bo Bichette, 5 for 13. And he's hitting leadoff tonight, so he will have as many opportunities as you could hope for. Give me Bo Bichette of the New York Mets to get a hit. All right, Combs, you're on 4 in a row. Who are you going with tonight?
I'm staying in that same game there in Queens, so I really hope it does not rain, because this lineup against Zach Littell, especially my guy, Juan Soto, going up against Zach Littell, who has the highest ERA I've seen since Pat was in college, is unbelievable, and Juan Soto is going to go yard tonight, so give me Soto.
You know, that's just not even true. One time I had an ERA over 5, and they juiced the balls. Okay. Doesn't look like there's any delays coming for this Mets game, at least not to start. So here we go. Hopefully Soto and Bichette get a couple of knocks, but everybody's going to be looking to Monty. Can he make it 15 out of 15? The guy has been perfect. He cannot be jinxed. He cannot miss. He's getting arrogant now. He's getting arrogant. He didn't have a pick right before the commercial, right before this segment. Leave it literally to the last second. He goes, yeah, how about you guys go 14 for 14? Monty? All right, you left it to the 11th hour here to pick somebody. Everybody's waiting. The entire country is riding on your pick. Who gets a hit tonight?
Yeah, I only left it to the last possible second because Combs took my guy. Juan Soto was my guy. That's who I had my eye on all day, and then I found out couldn't have him. So that's why I had to pivot, but that's fine. That's why I always wait to the last second, and hopefully it doesn't bite me this week. I'm going back to the Dodgers. Last night I had Ohtani. Tonight I'm going to go Max Muncy. He's got an elite rating against Jansen Junk on my site, batters-box.com. Lefties are hitting 345 with an almost 900 OPS against Junk this season. Muncy's kind of turned back the clock a little bit. He's hitting nearly 300, which for him, he's never really been an average guy. So if you look at his stats for the last few years, he's hitting like 240. And so for him to be hitting 300 is pretty impressive. So I'm going to kind of ride that wave that he's on. I have his WOBA, ISO, and hard contact all increasing by at least 10% in this matchup against Junk. So I think that'll really help him out. And he's got a hit in 8 of his last 10 games with an elite rating. So let's continue to ride the wave and go 15 for 15.
Let's go,
Monty,
baby.
I wouldn't take your guy if you would, fill it out sooner. Then I wouldn't be able to take your guy. I'm just saying, throwing it out there.
It's true.
Ooh, all right.
True, but
You come at the king. You
so
best
far.
not miss. All right. We've got a listener submission here for a play for a wager tonight for baseball. Tap and Dat. I guess Tap and Dat. Like I'm Tappin' Dat. Tappin' Dat Media Productions. It's an interesting name. Is taking Christian Walker to get an RBI and Brent Rooker to get an RBI for the A's. So he says, bless and love at Pat Boyle at Noisy Huevos. We appreciate that, brother. Thanks for checking in. All right, we'll take a short break. When we come back, we'll talk some baseball. And we'll talk, is this the week that the Mets can Carlos Mendoza? Big series for the Metsies tonight. We'll talk about when we return here on BetMGM tonight.
Can you think back on in this year's preparation and putting together this year's beast was one of the most interesting little tidbits that you uncovered about someone in the process?
Yeah, and that's my favorite part about doing this is just learning about these journeys, because there's all these players getting to the doorstep of the NFL, but they all got here in different ways, whether they had a football in their crib growing up or they started playing as seniors in high school. Keith Abney, the corner from Arizona State who went to the Lions in the 5th round, him being an competitive inline skater growing up, winning the national championship in the 300 meters, setting a U.S. record in the 7th grade in Omaha, Nebraska. That's just something I've heard about former wrestlers becoming offensive linemen, and basketball players, obviously, but that was a first with inline skater. But I have to imagine some of that, the endurance, the balance, the lower body strength. I have to imagine some of that translated over to the football field. Haynes King, the Georgia Tech quarterback who went undrafted but signed with the Panthers, which is a good spot for him. He's one of the toughest players just in this draft, full stop. And I think the best way to sum that up, when he was a kid, he was a lefty quarterback and he got hurt. And most kids, they're just going to, sit on the bench for a few months, come back stronger than ever after the injury heals. No, he taught himself to throw right-handed, and he is now a right-handed quarterback. I have never heard of that before with a quarterback that got to the NFL, just learning to throw with his non-dominant hand because that's how much he wanted to be out there with his teammates.
It's he's not really being referred to anyway, because a lot of the people here don't really believe that he is going to ask to be traded or that he is going to demand a trade. There's, we heard the Schefter report, and that's a lot of people are kind of trying to conflict with that report and say that's not really the case. They expect him to play on the franchise tag this year. Look, as somebody who's been around this area long enough with David Mulligetta and the Cowboys to know he doesn't like his players to play on one-year deals on franchise tags. So I'll believe that when I see it, that George Pickens is going to play this year on the franchise tag. But that is the expectation, at least right now, is that he's going to sign the tender. He's just not going to sign it until he's ready to actually report to camp. And that will be whenever he pleases, because it's not going to be anytime soon, I don't think.
Who is Drew Mestamaker, and why do people need to know exactly who he is going into this year?
Former walk-on, went to North Texas and just lit it up. And I think scouts are intrigued because he can sling it all over the place. Not the biggest guy, but he transferred to Oklahoma State with his head coach, Eric Morris. And so it's going to be really interesting to see how he adapts to an uptick in competition. And can he take that next step? But I tell you, scouts are buzzing about him and his ability, where he could be a year from now, 2 years from now. He's one of the, feels like, dozen quarterbacks in this draft where it's more intrigue than anything right now. But based off of how the 2026 season goes, absolutely could be in that top 15 conversation in the first round.
The day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle on Westwood One Sports.
Hey, welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle, and we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Hour number 2 starts right now. You can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the show on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. You can join the show. You can call us and you can text us, 310-840-4910. Again, that's 310-840-4910. Fun first hour. We did our Let's Go Streaking segment. Everybody picked a player to get a hit. Monty, a perfect 14 for 14. He's rocking with Max Muncy of the Dodgers tonight against the Marlins. And we also broke down the NBA playoff games coming up tonight and discussed whether or not the Phillies can turn it around now that they have fired manager Rob Thompson and Donnie Baseball. Don Mattingly is the interim GM. Let's talk some baseball, though. But before we do that, this from our friends at BetMGM. Looking to take your MLB action to the next level this season? Boosted odds are here to crank up every pitch, swing, and home run. BetMGM is hooking you up with your very own MLB odds boost token all season long. Just add any MLB bet to your bet slip, activate your odds boost token, and lock it in. If your bet hits, you're cashing out with an even bigger payout. Okay, Brad, so we talked about the Phillies firing Rob Thompson. Yesterday, we talked about the Red Sox firing Alex Cora. Is Carlos Mendoza next to go? The Mets are 9-19. Them and the Phillies have the worst record in baseball. The Mets lost 12 games in a row just last week until they finally snapped it. And then they get swept at home by the Colorado Rockies, where they score 4 runs combined in 3 games. They start a 3-game series tonight with the Nationals, a very favorable stretch on paper coming up for the Mets to finally turn this around. You got Clay Holmes going tonight, who's been pretty good, against Zach Littell, who's got an ERA over 7. Zach Peterson tomorrow going up against Cade Cavalli, who's got an ERA over 4. And then the finale is supposed to be Freddie Peralta against Miles Michaelis, who's got an ERA over 8.
Ugh.
So
Yikes.
I'll ask you this, Brad. If the Mets lose this series, forget about being swept. If they lose this series, do you think Carlos Mendoza is still the manager come Friday?
I'm going to set the odds of him being manager come Friday at plus like 300 if they were to get swept in this series. Inexcusable. You can't. The pitching matchups are just too downright glorious. 7+ ERA with 3 straight consecutive starting pitchers. I know they have really struggled right now in run differential. I mentioned earlier in the show, the second worst in Major League Baseball, second worst only the Philadelphia Phillies. And I know the margin's pretty wide in that category between the two teams. But you look at the Mets, they just can't score. The number 29 WRC plus, and you look at some of the stats that are out there, like Bo Bichette's got a 570 OPS. Juan Soto's getting it done. He's got a decent OPS at 831. He's hitting over 300, but only has 1 bomb on the year and only a handful of RBI. Luis Robert has been a disappointment. Only 2 home runs, 656 OPS. I mean, they got the bats. They're just not being highly productive outside of Soto and his OPS overall and on-base percentage, because all he does is draw walks. So if they can't, plate a ton of guys in this series, there is no hope at all. Doesn't matter what kind of bobblehead they're going to be giving away at Citi Field. Nobody's going to show up for Mets games because they're going to be that downright pathetic.
I agree. And, again, we talked about how the Phillies, how does a team with a $300 million plus payroll, how are they 9-19? Your stars don't produce, you don't score runs, and your pitching stinks. The Mets have the highest payroll in baseball, right? When you factor in the luxury tax, and you're probably saying, well, the Dodgers will have the deferred contracts. Still, the Mets payroll this year, when you factor in the luxury tax, is nearly $400 million. And how are they underperforming? You mentioned it. Soto is playing well. He was hurt. He missed basically 2 weeks. Soto's only played in less than half their games. Now Lindor's hurt, and look, I know sometimes we get a little harsh. He was a bum. He was a bum before he got hurt. and averaged barely over 200. He finally started to get some extra base hits. I think we were like 15 games into the season. He didn't have a home run or an RBI. Luis Robert got off to a nice start. Now he's been terrible. But really, it's again, you look at the pitching staff here. Kodai Senga looks like a lost cause. He's got an ERA over 9. Yeah. Like I said, Clay Holmes has been good. Noah McLean's been good. Freddie Peralta has been okay. He's not definitely the ace that you got in the offseason in that big trade. And David Peterson looks absolutely cooked. So I just, the starting rotation has been up and down. The bullpen has been super up and down, especially, again, Devin Williams at the back of that bullpen. I mean, he's just broken, I think, at this point, Devin Williams. He'll never be the same. Since Pete Alonso hit that 3-run home run off him in the playoffs 2 years ago, I don't know if he'll ever be the same pitcher. So, yeah, I think even if they lose this series, that's it for Carlos Mendoza. You cannot continue to afford to wait that much longer here. You just simply cannot. The Phillies made the move today, and I know David Stearns, the president of the Mets, from following this team closely and locally in New York, all the bunch of the shows that I did over the last couple of years at WFAN, like, they really want stability here. And that's what I said to Combs, our producer, yesterday. He goes, yeah, they're stable, all right? Stable, stability, and losing. They keep losing. But they really don't want to fire him. And I think part of it, too, is, the Mets have they've openly admitted that they are an analytically driven team. And David Stearns, who used to run the Brewers, is now running the Mets. He shifted the entire core. So it's like, part of me thinks it's not Mendoza's fault. Like, David Stearns, honestly, he should be fired before Carlos Mendoza gets fired, because you shifted the core of this team drastically in the offseason. You traded Brandon Nimmo. You let Pete Alonso walk. You didn't even try to re-sign him. You lost Edwin Diaz to the Dodgers. You traded away Jeff McNeil, and now your team's terrible. And the guys you brought here aren't performing. So how can you blame the manager? How can you? That's honestly, we talk about, Carlos Mendoza, and he hasn't been great in the team. They lack the fundamentals. They've made base running mistakes. They've made defensive mistakes. So yes, that is technically on the manager. But I mean, again, the guy that built this team, he basically made a huge pivot this offseason, and it has failed miserably in the first 28 games. So that's probably why they wouldn't fire Carlos Mendoza, even though we all think he should be fired. It's because David Stearns is taking ownership that, hey, this is the team that I built. But sooner or later, Steve Cohen's got to be like, hey, okay, this is your team, then you're gone. We'll find somebody else to run this team and figure it out at the trade deadline.
Yeah, I think the pink slip will probably come out. The magic number is 50 games. And then you take a step back and really reassess where things are at. If they're moving in the right direction, maybe they started, maybe they won like a 4-game win streak, 5-game win streak, and at least played a above 500 ball from this point until that point. It's going to save some jobs. I mean, there are a couple of bright spots through all the muck and the mud right now in the Big Apple with this squad and the starting rotation. Noah McLean has been great. You look at his ERA at 2.55 in 35 and a third innings pitch. He has punched out 45 and a microscopic 0.85 whip with only a 161 batting average against. I mean, he has been sensational. And you mentioned Clay Holmes. He's exceeded expectations, going 2-2 with a 2.10 ERA and 30 innings pitched at a 1.03 whip with a 194 batting average against. So not all hope is lost in that rotation. They are number 21 in team ERA at 4.61 in games played here the last couple of weeks. It's somewhat of a saving grace. The onus really is just falling on the offensive bats that have cooled. Those guys have been out there swinging toothpicks for the most part. I mean, Francisco Alvarez leading your club right now in dongs with 4. It's not Lindor. It's not Soto. It's not Robert. It's Francisco freaking Alvarez. That has got to change. Those bats have got to wake up. And if they do, they're going to save some jobs.
Let me ask you this here, Brad. You had a lot of faith, at least way more than I have, because I think the Phillies are cooked. But you had a decent amount of faith in the Phillies. How much faith do you have in the Mets to turn this thing around? If you had to pick either of them, which team makes the playoffs between the 9-19 Phillies and the 9-19 Mets? Who do you think has a better chance of making the postseason?
I'm doubling down on Philadelphia. I love the Fanatic. Schwarber and company will be able to, turn things around. I still believe they're going to finish just above 500. They have a little bit easier of a rest of season schedule compared to the Mets, who have the 11th hardest in Major League Baseball. So with the same record, right now, you're going to give me any kind of odds. I'm stacking greenbacks on the Philadelphia Phillies to bounce back stronger than the New York Mets.
Yeah, I actually think it's the Mets. And look, I picked them before the season to win the division, and that looked like a stupid as all hell pick here, considering how they've started. But I don't know, maybe it's because I've seen them do this before. I've seen the Mets dig themselves a hole and then have to dig themselves out, right? How could we ever forget the summer of Grimace and all the characters? It was like a whole cartoon wonderland of creatures they brought out of the woodwork to save their season. But the Mets started out 2024 0-5. And they were woeful. At one point, they were 11 games under 500 in the month of May. They were 10 games under 500 now. And again, different core, but they dug themselves out then. They still have some of those players from that roster. Maybe they could do it again. And, because the NL East, they're both in the same division. The Braves are running away with it, but the Marlins aren't very good and the Nationals aren't very good. And I know you don't play as many teams as you used to in the division, right? It used to be 18 each. Now it's only like 13. But I actually trust the Mets more than I trust the Phillies. But I don't trust either of them a whole lot. That's not necessarily saying much. 310-840-4910 is the number to join the show. We'll take a short break. We'll talk about the NL Central. Because while the NL East, the Mets and the Phillies are at the basement battling to see who could be more pathetic, everybody in the NL Central is above 500. It's the best division in baseball. We'll talk about some breaking news that you got right before the show regarding the Chicago Cubs as the injuries mount for them. Are the Reds for real? And can the Pirates be a playoff team? We'll talk some more baseball when we return. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
It's a good chance we're going to spin the wheel of teams again, and Kevin Durant doesn't have much of a choice. He's got a contract extension kicking in. There's no trade clause involved. And again, it may not be easy to move him with $50 million. I think it's $51 million a year for the next 2 years, or 55, like something like it's a crazy number. So it's after this particular stop for Durant. This is made him look really, really toxic. And I say look because am I positive that he's completely toxic? No, but he definitely soiled this stop for himself. The whole burner account thing has had a massive, massive hangover on this team. And listen, I'll blame Ime Udoka for a whole bunch of stuff, which I'll get into with Houston in a minute. I'm not blaming him for that. Kevin Durant is a 37-year-old player getting caught sending those types of messages in a chat and those things go public about teammates. That's not something Ime Udoka can smooth over. Kevin Durant has to smooth that over with his teammates. And one thing is apparent, he has not. Like you heard Jabari Smith's comments after game 2 about how Durant has to deal with double teams better, and that's on Kevin Durant. That's a kid 15, maybe 13 years his junior who's appropriately calling him out. And some of the names he called Jabari Smith Jr. on that chat with that burner account were flat out disrespectful and even politically incorrect. Like it was awful how Durant spoke of him, but he didn't deal with it. He didn't deal with any of it. He just wanted to come and play ball. But when you take shots at teammates like that and you want to be bound with them and you want to be able to win with them, there's got to be trust. No one trusts Kevin Durant, Houston. And that's the big issue right now. And listen, are there going to be suitors for him? Listen, he's Kevin Durant. You will have suitors for him. Are they going to get a lot of value for him? Probably not. But for them at this point, even just getting rid of him and moving on, there's an addition by subtraction element for this group. The question becomes, how do you replace him $50 million wise and find the scoring and the shooting that you need, because they're a very offensively challenged team. You combine that with the fact that Udoka and Rafael Stone, their GM, are not on the same page. Stone didn't, I truly believe Stone didn't add a point guard to that roster at the trade deadline to try to force Udoka into playing Reed Shepherd. And Udoka doesn't want to play Reed Shepherd because I wouldn't let him guard my spot on line at the bank. The guy's a horrible defensive player. I don't blame him necessarily, but he doesn't have any choices now, and that's on the front office. But when you have a disconnect of that way, when the GM's not making an addition that the team needs to try to force another player on the coach, that's not a long-term sustainable situation. And assuming Houston goes down in this series, I would be shocked if Ime Udoka keeps his job.
Yeah, I thought they did a really nice job, really in each round. Trading Stukes, the defensive back from Arizona. People will kind of, look at his age. He'll be a 25-year-old rookie and kind of, look at that as purely a negative. But the glass half full with a player that age is he's coming in from day one, and you know what you're getting, and you're going to have someone who has at least the potential to make a pretty quick impact. And so I think it's not like you're drafting a 25-year-old where you're still talking about upside. This is a player who has experience at corner, safety, but he was at his best as a nickel. And so very interested to see how exactly they use him. But Stukes is someone that's going to make an impact early on. Kieran Crawford in the third round. You talk about just adding juice to your pass rush. That's what he does. Scouts, they watched that Auburn defensive line last year to watch Keldrick Falk, but it was number 24 that kept drawing their eye. And, you keep hearing more and more buzz about him. I thought he could have easily gone in the second round. Raiders get him in the third, come back with Trey Zune, a versatile offensive lineman in the later third. And then I love what they did on day three. Obviously the dart throw with Jermod McCoy. Hopefully, just for his sake, he's able to stay on the field with that injury with the knee. And obviously the Raiders are hoping the same thing. But Mike Washington, the running back, is a really good backup option. Dalton Johnson from another Arizona DB. So I think every step of the way, the Raiders had one of my favorite drafts this year.
Live scores, sharp options, no waiting till tomorrow. BetMGM Tonight is back.
Welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. Welcome back. Brad Evans and Pat Boyle here. This segment is sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Save on commercial auto insurance from Progressive. Get a fast quote at progressivecommercial.com. Quick programming note coming up in about 15 minutes from now. We've got Howard Balzer, who will be joining us here, NFL reporter for Cards Wire, but he's also a Hall of Fame selector and covers the NFL. So we're going to talk the NFL draft, the fallout, and especially what the Arizona Cardinals did, drafting Jeremiah Love, 3 overall, drafting Carson back in the third round. But we'll definitely hit on a bunch of the big NFL draft topics as well. The Rams taking Ty Simpson and just his thoughts in general. So that's coming up in just a bit here. But Brad, we were talking some baseball in the last segment, specifically the NL East, and how, pathetic the Mets and the Phillies have been. Well, the opposite can be said about the National League Central, where everybody is over 500, and the Brewers are in last at 14-13, and they've got a plus 19 run differential. The Reds can't stop winning. They're 18-10. They're at the top. Then you've got your Chicago Cubs at 17-12. And they've been awesome. The Pirates at 16-13, continuing to surprise. The Cardinals at 15-13. So everybody above 500 here. But just as your Cubs have been getting rolling and they've been battling some injuries to that pitching staff, Brad, you got some more bad news today. Justin Steele, one of the top starters in this rotation, who got injured early on with an elbow injury. Rick Sutcliffe reported today that Justin Steele suffered a setback in his rehab from the surgery to repair his UCL and flexor tendon in his pitching elbow. I don't know. Does Justin Steele even pitch at all the rest of this season? And can the Cubs find a way to keep winning games all throughout the rest of the season here with a pitching staff that has already been so banged up with injuries? Is injuries going to ruin this team's chances this year, Brad? Because just when this team's starting to win, you get another bad news on the injury front here with Justin Steele today.
Yeah, they lost Riley Martin, who's pitched really well in the bullpen yesterday, and he's going to be out for the next several weeks. So the latest on Justin Steele, to add on what Sutcliffe had reported, Crank Council was on at our friend 670 The Score in Chicago right before our show and revealed that Steele is going to be reevaluated in a month. He's got a flexor strain in that elbow. So, yeah, I mean, I think it's a long shot. We're going to see him back anytime before, say, July, if at all, this year. So the Cubs are going to have to be wheeling and dealing, to say the least, if they can stay afloat in this ultra-competitive division at the trade deadline. Maybe they try to go out and get a guy that Brandon Combs, our outstanding producer, has been yelling and screaming from the highest of mountaintops, which do not exist, the very flat state of Illinois, that they should go out and get Zach Gallen from the Arizona Diamondbacks. Maybe Gallen will be on a short list along with a number of other starters. Sandy Alcantara as another innings eater that's probably going to be available at the deadline from the Miami Marlins. They're going to have to get maybe one or two of those arms if they are in contention and sacrifice some top prospects to make a run in the postseason. To say about the Central, it is the strongest division in all of Major League Baseball. You mentioned everybody's above 500. And the other fun fact, which is just mind-blowing, Pat, only the St. Louis Cardinals, the poor St. Louis Cardinals. I love the St. Louis Cardinals. I say that facetiously. They're the only team in this division with a minus run differential of minus 13. The Reds are +1 and somehow leading. They're, squeaking by the skin of their teeth game in and game out. By the way, they were up 3-0 on the Colorado Rockies at home. Chase Burns, Mr. Burns, on the mound, punching guys out left to right. The Cubs run differential at +29 is the best in the division. The Pirates are +22, and the Brew Crew, they're dead last in division at 14-13 with a +19 run differential. So all these Cubs have really exceeded expectations. I think the Cardinals will, fall back in the pack. They were projected to be maybe a 65-70 win franchise. They've outkicked their coverage so far based on the run differential mark. So more than likely they're going to only win about 70, maybe a max of like 72, 73 games. But it's going to be rock'em, sock'em robots, going to be exchanging blows with the Reds, the Cubs, the Pirates, and the Brewers all summer long. And quite frankly, I wouldn't have it any other way. I'm totally down with competitive baseball from beginning to end, and we're going to have that in the Central.
310-840-4910, the phone number to join here. Our producer Brandon Combs put, in our rundown with all the injuries to this staff, does Lucas Giolito end up on the Cubs? The Padres just signed him 5 days ago. Yep. It's a guy that went unsigned in free agency, declined his $19 million option in the past season or in the offseason. And, I guess he thought he was going to get signed. He didn't. Padres just picked him up. And I think he made his first start in AAA because, he's going to ramp up here basically to start the season. I think he got drilled by a comebacker. Now, I think he's okay, but it's like, geez, what a nearly treacherous way to start your season. You're like, all right, let me get ramped up, go to AAA, make a start or two, and then be on the big league squad here for the Padres. And he gets drilled by a comebacker. So I don't know. The Cubs would have to trade for Lucas Giolito at this point, but it's been a rough start here. It's been a rough start on the injury front. The lineup has picked it up big time. But, Brad, you look at this division in total here, the NL Central. How many teams in this division you think finish over 500? All 5 are above 500 right now. How many at the end of the season do you think finish above 500?
The Cubs will finish above 500. I think the Pirates, man, they're going to be towing that line. I think the Brewers going to be towing that line. I think the Reds finish above 500. So I'm going to say max of 3 teams, but it's going to be awfully sweaty. with Milwaukee and the Cardinals just stock up on Budweiser's. You're going to be drowning in a vat by year's end because you're going to be the dregs of the keg. And again, I'm totally here for it.
Yeah, I think 3 as well. I think it'll be the Brewers. I think it'll be your Cubbies. And I think it'll be the Pirates. I think the Cardinals will eventually falter here and finish under 500. And, the Reds are 18-10, so that would be quite a disaster if they finished under 500. I'll say actually the Reds, and I'll say the Pirates end up finishing just under, a tick under at 80-82. So sorry to Pittsburgh, but I don't think the Reds are going to finish under 500 with the way they've started this season. Although, again, they've got a run differential of +1, and they're 18-10. So a lot of this baseball season just had made 0 sense whatsoever here. It's been crazy. By the way, Brad, let's go streaking. We've already got one of us on the board, and that is myself. Ooh. Bo Bichette, leadoff home run for the New York Mets. In the first inning, he's gone deep, so that's 2 in a row for me. I'm now 12 for 15 as we await for Juan Soto. And then you got Moises Ballesteros at the Padres, and Monty's got Max Muncy against the Marlins later tonight. All right, we'll take a short break. When we come back, we'll talk with our buddy Howard Balzer, who covers the Cardinals in the NFL. We'll ask him about the draft and what he thought of the Cardinals going Jeremiah Love and then Carson Beck. 310-840-4910, the number to join. He's Brett Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Can you think back on in this year's preparation and putting together this year's beast was one of the most interesting little tidbits that you uncovered about someone in the process?
Yeah, and that's my favorite part about doing this is just learning about these journeys because, there's all these players getting to the doorstep of the NFL, but they all got here in different ways, whether they had a football in their crib growing up or they started playing as seniors in high school. Keith Abney, the corner from Arizona State who went to the Lions in the 5th round, him being an competitive inline skater growing up, winning the national championship in the 300 meters, setting a U.S. record in the 7th grade in Omaha, Nebraska. That's just something I've heard about wrestlers, former wrestlers becoming offensive linemen, and basketball players obviously, but that was a first with inline skater. But I have to imagine some of that. The endurance, the balance, the lower body strength. I have to imagine some of that translated over to the football field. Haynes King, the Georgia Tech quarterback who went undrafted but signed with the Panthers, which is a good spot for him. He's one of the toughest players just in this draft, full stop. And I think the best way to sum that up, when he was a kid, he was a lefty quarterback and he got hurt. And most kids, they're just going to, sit on the bench for a few months, come back stronger than ever after the injury heals. No, he taught himself to throw right-handed, and he is now a right-handed quarterback. I have never heard of that before with a quarterback that got to the NFL, just learning to throw with his non-dominant hand because that's how much he wanted to be out there with his teammates.
It's he's not really being referred to anyway because a lot of the people here don't really believe that he is going to ask to be traded or that he is going to demand a trade. There's, we heard the Schefter report, and that's a lot of people are kind of trying to conflict with that report and say that's not really the case. They expect him to play on the franchise tag this year. Look, as somebody who's been around this area long enough with David Mulligetta and the Cowboys to know he doesn't like his players to play on one-year deals on franchise tags. So I'll believe that when I see it. that George Pickens is going to play this year on the franchise tag. But that is the expectation, at least right now, is that he's going to sign the tender. He's just not going to sign it until he's ready to actually report to camp. And that will be whenever he pleases, because it's not going to be anytime soon, I don't think.
Who is Drew Mestamaker, and why do people need to know exactly who he is going into this year?
Former walk-on, went to North Texas and just lit it up. And I think scouts are intrigued because he can sling it all over the place. Not the biggest guy, but he transferred to Oklahoma State with his head coach, Eric Morris. And so it's going to be really interesting to see how he adapts to an uptick in competition. And can he take that next step? But I tell you, scouts are buzzing about him and his ability, where he could be a year from now, 2 years from now. He's one of the, feels like, dozen quarterbacks in this draft where it's more intrigue than anything right now. But based off of how the 2026 season goes, absolutely could be in that top 15 conversation in the first round.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
Welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans, and if you're watching live on YouTube or on Twitter, he is stroking that air guitar right now. Beat it. Probably a poor choice of words by me there, the combination of that sentence there. But either way, he's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Let's talk some football, shall we? Let's talk some Arizona Cardinals, and let's definitely talk a whole lot of NFL draft. Joining us now is Howard Balzer, NFL reporter for CardsWire. Howard is also a Pro Football Hall of Fame selector. He's the senior editor of Lindy's Pro Football Magazine. You can follow him on Twitter at HBalzer721. Howard, it's Pat and Brad. Thanks for spending some time with us, man. How you been?
I've been good. Pleasure to be with you guys.
Absolutely. Howard, I know Brad is definitely itching to ask you about Jeremiah Love. So I want to start with a pick that made just about as many headlines for the Cardinals, and that was taking quarterback Carson Beck from Miami to start the third round. Mike LaFleur, new head coach and play caller, Nathaniel Hackett's the OC. I can't imagine there was a ton of optimism from the fan base going into this season if it was just Jacoby Brissett and Gardner Minshew. And that's no offense to Brissett. I thought he had a very decent season last year, all things considered. But is this the Cardinals' QB of the future here in Beck? I know we have to see what happens in training camp. If you don't mind giving a guess, what are the chances Carson Beck is QB1 to start the year? And if not, how long do you think until he gets his crack this season?
I would doubt that he would start the season unless, something crazy happens. But depending on how the season goes, if we presume that Jacoby Brissett will probably be the starter, and everyone points to one-loss record, which I always hate when people talk about a one-loss record for a quarterback, as if they're out there alone, and that nothing else that happens in a game it all has to do with the quarterback. Obviously, there's defense, there's other players on offense, and if you don't have a running game like the Cardinals did last year, then I think it was pretty amazing that Brissett did what he did when the other team knew they were going to pass almost any down. But having said all that, if things don't go well and you're halfway through the season, maybe a little more, and you're not winning games, not the quarterback's fault, but why not put Carson back out there if you believe he's ready and see what he can do, because they have to start the evaluation of him. And so, the fan base, I've been doing this for a long time, as you guys know, and the stuff that gets thrown out there and leading up to the draft is off the chain. Most of it's unreliable. Everyone looks at what consensus boards are and what what Mel Kiper says, and Daniel Jeremiah and Dane Brugler, and those guys all do a good job what they're doing. But it has no reality in terms of how the teams rate players. And that's what happens in the draft, but no one really knows what team boards look like. And there's a report out today, guys, that the Cardinals actually had Carson Beck on their board rated higher than Ty Simpson. And so I've always said this: if you take 5 players from a given position that are all kind of around each other, and they ask 32 teams to rank them in their order, you get so many different orders. It would make your head spin. And yet, people out there, the fans and even media to an extent, believe all this stuff that's out there. Oh, this guy's moving up, this guy's moving down. Oh, they're trying to do this, they're trying to do that. It's all guessing. And certainly sometimes stuff is put out there on purpose where teams have an agenda, and you just don't know. It's how the teams rate them that matters. And it doesn't mean they all make the right choice all the time. Not everybody works out for a variety of reasons, but bottom line is that's the way that everyone should view the draft, instead of thinking that anyone actually knows what every one of these teams are thinking. So in the Beck situation, they believe that they can build around this guy. There's people in Arizona, guys, saying, "Oh, they should just tank the season so they can get a top quarterback in next year's draft." Well, first of all, how do you even know who the top guys are going to be next year? Everyone always assumes that it's going to be. I could probably go back to the last 10 to 12 drafts and find at least 8 or 9 of them where everyone said, "Oh, next year's draft's going to be great at quarterback," and it turns out not to be, like this year was. And so you can't base what you do on what might be the case next year. So, like I said, the Cardinals like a lot of the stuff that Carson Beck did. He's got to prove he can do it at this level consistently, but he's going to get a shot at some point. And like I said, if it's this year, it probably points to a team that isn't winning very many games again, and they want to be able to get him into some action. Hey, let's look at the Saints last year. Tyler Shucks drafted in the second round and competed with Spencer Rattler, who was coming back. He'd been there, and they gave Rattler some starts. He wasn't great. He wasn't bad, but he wasn't really great either. So they finally said, okay, now it's time to play Shuck, and he did well in the second half of the season. They believe they got their quarterback, going forward, obviously. So that's what the Cardinals will hope be the case at whatever point it is with Carson Beck.
Yeah, no question about it, Howard. It's just a giant dart throw, to say the least. Let's stick with the Desert Birds. Maybe they hit a bullseye. I think they did with the drafting Jeremiah Love at number 3 overall. But how shocked were you that they went with the coveted running back out of Notre Dame instead of focusing on defense? What are your expectations of Love this season? And how good do you believe this offense is going to be? Think it's going to be top 15, top 10, higher or lower? And pouring out for Tyler Algier. This seems like deja vu all over again that he had in Atlanta with Bijan Robinson, right?
Well, that's the type of back Tyler Algier is. He's a nice back to have on your team. He'll get, but I don't know that any team is going to build around him. Everyone says, "Oh, the Cardinals gave him this money on a 2-year deal." Yeah, a 2-year deal. It wasn't huge money, and they know what he can bring to the table, and he will probably still be able to do that. No one running back is going to be on the field for every snap for a team. Maybe Derrick Henry is as close to as that gets, maybe Christian McCaffrey, but that's rare in the NFL these days. And so to have a guy like Love, who you can't view as only a running back, he's just a football player that can catch the ball. You can put him wide. You can do a lot of different things with him. And as I said, last year, and I know Kyler Murray was the quarterback the season before, but it was a balanced offense that was able to run the ball with James Conner and Trey Benson. And then last year, Benson and Conner got injured very early in the season, and they were just brutal. Believe it or not, guys, an amazing stat. Michael Carter was their leading rusher last season with 333 yards.
Oh,
and so you put Jeremiah Love back there, with Jacoby Brissett and a pretty solid offensive line. It's not great, but it's a pretty solid line if they settle the right tackle spot. And with Trey McBride and, hopefully an ascending Marvin Harrison Jr. and Michael Wilson, what he showed he could do last year, they've added some other guys, to the third and fourth receiver spots. And this is a team, I'm not saying they're going to be, top 15, but who knows? And here's another thing when everyone looks at those lists, and I've said this many times. I mean, you can look at, let's say, okay, this team's ranked 18th in passing yards, whatever it is. Well, then look at the team that's number 10 and how many yards did they have per game. And all of a sudden you see there's not a whole lot of difference between 10 and 18. And so that's often the case. So you're not that far away from being much more consistent. And when you have a guy like Love there, you're better in the red zone, you're better on third down, you're better at other points of the game where the Cardinals really, really struggled. And in the fourth quarter, where even as bad as last season was, they had opportunities at the end of a bunch of games to win them, and they couldn't make that big play when they really need it. Well, Jeremiah Love has big play written all over him. And so that's what he can bring to this offense to go with some, I believe, some pretty good talent that they already have there.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think they got a chance to be a top 10 overall offense this year. They got so many suitable weapons, to say the least. Howard, let's stay out west. Were you just as stunned as Pat and I were that the Rams selected Ty Simpson with the 13th overall pick? I mean, reports surfaced late last week. LA and management was in contract negotiations with Matthew Stafford on a potential extension, which could go beyond, in the next couple of years. What position should they have invested in round one? Or do you completely support that Simpson was the right choice at number 13? What are your thoughts on that?
I think it was the right choice. And I'll say this, you're planning for your future. And it's just as important when you're a team that wants to, does pretty much all it can to compete every year, and to know that you're in pretty good shape when Matthew Stafford decides not to play anymore. I mean, hey, now I know the picks weren't as high in the first round when the Packers drafted Aaron Rodgers and then drafted Jordan Love. No, it wasn't 13th overall, but they were planning for the day when Brett Favre wasn't going to be there anymore, and then Aaron Rodgers wasn't going to be there anymore for Jordan Love. I mean, they've had three quarterbacks in the last 3.5 decades. And so I think the Rams were smart. And let's be realistic about the Rams. They look at first-round picks as a luxury. And so this 13th pick came via trade. They'd already invested a first-round pick with the trade for McDuffie to put him in at cornerback. And so they looked at this as just planning for the future. And I think it makes all the sense. Everyone's now creating these stories. Oh, maybe Matthew Stafford is upset and all that. The Rams told him what they were going to do. What's Matthew Stafford going to do, right? I heard, someone wrote, oh, maybe he'll ask for a trade. Yeah, that's very realistic. He knows his best chance of winning and getting another Super Bowl and doing whatever is going to be as the Los Angeles Rams quarterback. And how long he plays, who knows at this time. But they believe they'll have the guy ready to take over for him when that day comes. And let's remember, too, now the Rams didn't have as many picks this year, but they're one of the best teams in the NFL at drafting players in other rounds. I mean, look at Kobe Turner. I think he's a third-round pick. Puka Nacua, a fifth-round pick. I mean, they've got a bunch of guys on that roster that contribute to winning that were picked in later rounds, and that's the great job that Les Snead and his personnel staff do on a year-to-year basis.
Great stuff. We're talking with Howard Balzer here on BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Howard is the NFL reporter for Cards Wire, covers the Arizona Cardinals. He's also a Hall of Fame selector. He's got a weekly Hall of Fame radio show on Sirius XM NFL Radio. Find him on Twitter at HBalzer721. Howard, just to get back to your Cardinals here, there seem to be a lot of folks, I think, that were upset that Arizona didn't address that defense until the fourth round. I'm sure you'll agree, it was a pretty brutal defense last year. Were you surprised by that at all, that they didn't select any defensive players until the fourth round?
Not that surprised. I mean, I could understand that, like people saying do this, do that. But what kind of gets, well, first of all, last year on that defense, I mean, they were right around, after 8 games, they were 3-5 after beating the Cowboys on Monday Night Football, and that was with Jacoby Brissett at quarterback. and they lost their excellent inside linebacker, Mac Wilson Sr., in that game, and they never won another game. And the defense just went to hell in a handbasket after that. But with the injuries they had with Garrett Williams, Walter Nolan, when he finally got on the field, he gets hurt. And, Will Johnson missed games. They had guys missing so many games on that defense, it was almost impossible to get any continuity. But the one thing I look at, too, a lot of people criticize the Cardinals for not having a lot of depth on defense. And I see these comments made of saying that, well, they didn't really do much on defense in free agency. Well, they signed 5 guys in free agency that in the last season played a possible 82 of 85 games. So they added to the depth. And a few of those guys started games. Andrew Billings, an inside guy, started 14. Andrew Wingard and the Jaguars started 16 at safety. And I'll say something. If the Cardinals, and then they picked an offensive lineman in the second round, which everyone was saying they needed, right? Well, if they picked the defensive guy there and then did what they did with the other 2 picks, everyone would say, well, how can you not draft anybody in the offensive line? What's going on? So, you can't draft anybody. And they did, they did add a defensive lineman in the 4th round. So I think they've helped their depth. And the thing they need the most of all, and Monty Ossenfort said this about 3 different times in the run-up to the draft. They don't say it during the season because it sounds like you're making excuses, but he said it about several times going up to the draft of how the biggest thing that this team has to do is be able to stay healthy. And Mike LaFleur referenced that right after he was hired. He says, this team's got pretty good players on defense. And he said Matthew Stafford said that to him last year, right when they were getting ready to play the Rams. And he said, but we got to find a way to keep those guys on the field. And that was the thing that just doomed the Cardinals last season. So I think they still got a pretty solid foundation there. And, we'll see. We'll see how it plays out. But like I said, fans want it all. And whatever you don't get, they say you should have taken. And they don't really look at, what they did get. And certainly maybe a flyer, maybe it's a little bit of a risk on Carson Beck, back to the beginning of this conversation. But if he turns out to be a darn good player in a few years, no one's going to be saying that they shouldn't have taken him with the first pick of the 3rd round.
Howard, you say fans want it all. So do fantasy football fans, my man. So let's talk about some of these rookies. Among this year's batch of first-year wide receivers drafted in round 1, who do you see making the biggest splash this fall? Carnell Tate at Tennessee, Jordan Tyson of New Orleans, Mekhi Lemon of Philadelphia, Casey Concepcion of Cleveland, or Omar Cooper of the Jets? Who do you see coming out of the gates storming with a vengeance?
I think the guy to keep an eye on, and I'm a little biased because I saw him play a lot here in the Arizona area, is Jordan Tyson going to the Saints, who should really help upgrade that receiver position with Chris Olave there and Shuck, being the presumptive quarterback. I think that he can really hit the ground running. This guy is a singular talent. The problem he had at Arizona State was injuries, and he had injuries before he transferred to Arizona State. So that'll be the key for him. But I really think that he can certainly step in and start helping that team right away. I'm intrigued with Omar Cooper, where the Jets got him in the draft. Obviously, it all depends on how everybody plays around him and what kind of quarterback play that they get. But you have Garrett Wilson, and now that's always a good thing when you draft a guy at that position, but he's not expected to be the guy coming right out of the gate, because they don't have anybody else. And so when you're on a team that already has some pretty good player there, then that can help them make that adjustment, because it's not an easy adjustment for wide receivers going against, NFL DBs. It's a whole different world than what they have faced in college. But, that really helps if they have other players there that makes the defense have to account for more guys.
Talking to Howard Balzer here on BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports, for another 2-3 minutes or so. Howard, I got one more for you here. And, again, feel free to go as long as you'd like with this last answer. But I guess just from a general sense here, the NFL draft this past weekend, any team that wowed you, with the picks they made in the draft, whether it was for better or for worse? What were your biggest takeaways, your biggest eye-openers from a couple of teams and how they did this past weekend?
Oh, I think it's always interesting when we see the grades after the draft, which they're about as useless as a screen door on a submarine. But because what does that mean when you're graded the day after? Come back in 3 to 5 years and let's see how that draft did. But usually the teams that get the best grades are the teams that have the most picks, especially in those early rounds, because the guys that really make teams. When I say make teams, make them better, that you're never sure how they're going to work out, or guys taken in the 4th, 5th, 6th round that all of a sudden turn into good players. But when you've got a whole bunch of picks early, a team like Miami, well, Miami better have done good, with all the players they got, because they don't have many on their roster except for the running back, going into this season. So I think the Dolphins, did well. I think the Cowboys made some good moves to help the defense, but I kind of scratch my head at what they're trying to accomplish with the George Pickens situation. On one level, I can understand it. Maybe you don't want to give him that big long-term contract because all of a sudden he could, go back to being the George Pickens that kind of was disruptive in a lot of ways before he came to the Cowboys. But the other side of it, though, is you don't want a guy being upset because he's playing only on the franchise tag. So we'll see how that one plays out. But like I said, I like what they did. I think that those are a couple teams that jump out at me, and so that's what I'll go with for now. I mean, you can always say after the draft that this team drafted well. I mean, it amazes me, guys, when you watch on TV. I don't remember anybody on ESPN or NFL Network saying anything negative at all. Every player is the greatest player ever drafted. I mean, even guys say, oh, I like that pick in the 5th round. This guy's this guy's that. Well, there's a reason he lasted to the 5th round. And so we know for a fact that a lot of these guys aren't going to end up doing what the teams are hoping they'll do. And that's what makes the NFL. That's what makes, teams. But I think one of you guys said something about a guessing game. I had a general manager say that to me a few years ago. He said, hey, put a lie detector on me, and this is a big guess. We're just guessing what these guys will do at the next level when now this is their livelihood instead of being just college kids.
Well, Howard, I think you'll be excited and intrigued to know that actually our next segment is we're going to continue to give out draft grades for how some of these teams did in the draft. So,
and I'll say this. Why don't you do this? I say this to a lot of places when I'm on. I say, okay, do grades, have fun with it, right? But then when things slow down a little bit, maybe, in June or whatever, you're thinking of a topic, go back to a draft 4 years ago and maybe find some grades from that draft, and then look what those guys are doing for the teams, then. And I think it would be eye-opening. But, no one does that. It takes a little time and a little effort to do it. But I think that would, I've done it a little bit with a team here or there. But if you do it for a lot more, then you realize that, because like I said, the real grade that helps the team is when some of those later round picks turn out to be darn good football players and really help your team get better. But have fun with it, and and so that's that. And everyone loves listening to it. And then they say, "Oh, well, come on, they don't know what this guy gave them." I mean, I saw some of the Cardinals grades. There are guys who gave him an A, and there's some guys who gave him a D. I mean, it's all over the place, which is pretty much the way it always goes.
Yeah, that's the beauty of it, Howard. Everybody's got an opinion. Everybody's a big football fan. I mean, it's April. We're dying. We're dying for September to roll around. As much as there's some great sports on right now, like the NFL is king, and you know that, brother. So, look, we appreciate the time, man. Thanks for being very generous with your time. We can't wait to catch up with you soon.
My pleasure, guys. Enjoyed it. Take care.
Thanks, Howard.
There you go. The great Howard Balzer covers the Arizona Cardinals for Cards Wire. He's also a Pro Football Hall of Fame selector. He's got a weekly Hall of Fame radio show on Sirius XM NFL Radio. And you can follow him on Twitter at HBalzer721. That was good stuff. Real good stuff, Brad.
Yeah.
Really, really good stuff. I know he's very excited to hear the grade that you're about to give out for your Chicago Bears coming up next segment.
Yeah, we're going to get down and dirty on the Bears and a number of other teams. Look, I think he's pretty positive about the Arizona Cardinals, as am I. I think that offense is going to be humming. I think they're going to pile up the points. Whether they get down in games, again, they have a lot of bearing that is close to Dallas Cowboys that we saw last year. That's a team that hung a lot of points on the scoreboard. It's going to be awesome down the desert this year.
We will hit on the Chicago Bears when we come back, the Bengals and the Browns. And we'll get you a scoreboard update on the NBA and Stanley Cup playoffs. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM Tonight.
It's a good chance we're going to spin the wheel of teams again, and Kevin Durant doesn't have much of a choice. He's got a contract extension kicking in. There's no trade clause involved. And again, it may not be easy to move him with $50 million. I think it's $51 million a year for the next 2 years, or 55, like something like it's a crazy number. So it's after this particular stop for Durant. This is made him look really, really toxic. And I say look because am I positive that he's completely toxic? No, but he definitely soiled this stop for himself. The whole burner account thing has had a massive, massive hangover on this team. And listen, I'll blame Ime Udoka for a whole bunch of stuff, which I'll get into with Houston in a minute. I'm not blaming him for that. Kevin Durant is a 37-year-old player getting caught sending those types of messages in a chat and those things go public about teammates. That's not something Ime Udoka can smooth over. Kevin Durant has to smooth that over with his teammates. And one thing is apparent, he has not. Like you heard Jabari Smith's comments after game 2 about how Durant has to deal with double teams better, and that's on Kevin Durant. That's a kid 15, maybe 13 years his junior who's appropriately calling him out. And some of the names he called Jabari Smith Jr. on that chat with that burner account were flat out disrespectful and even politically incorrect. Like it was awful how Durant spoke of him, but he didn't deal with it. He didn't deal with any of it. He just wanted to come and play ball. But when you take shots at teammates like that and you want to be bound with them and you want to be able to win with them, there's got to be trust. No one trusts Kevin Durant in Houston. And that's the big issue right now. And listen, are there going to be suitors for him? Listen, he's Kevin Durant. You will have suitors for him. Are they going to get a lot of value for him? Probably not. But for them at this point, even just getting rid of him and moving on, there's an addition by subtraction element for this group. The question becomes, how do you replace him $50 million wise and find the scoring and the shooting that you need, because they're a very offensively challenged team. You combine that with the fact that Udoka and Rafael Stone, their GM, are not on the same page. I truly believe Stone didn't add a point guard to that roster at the trade deadline to try to force Udoka into playing Reed Shepherd. And Udoka doesn't want to play Reed Shepherd because I wouldn't let him guard my spot online at the bank. The guy's a horrible defensive player. I don't blame him necessarily, but he doesn't have any choices now, and that's on the front office. But when you have a disconnect of that way, when the GM's not making an addition that the team needs to try to force another player on the coach, that's not a long-term sustainable situation. And assuming Houston goes down in this series, I would be shocked if Ime Udoka keeps his job.
Yeah, I thought they did a really nice job, really in each round. Traden Stukes, the defensive back from Arizona. People will kind of, look at his age. He'll be a 25-year-old rookie and kind of, look at that as purely a negative. But the glass half full with a player that age is he's coming in from day one, and you know what you're getting, and you're going to have someone who has at least the potential to make a pretty quick impact. And so I think it's not like you're drafting a 25-year-old where you're still talking about upside. This is a player who has experience at corner, safety, but he was at his best as a nickel. And so very interested to see how exactly they use him. But Stukes is someone that's going to make an impact early on. Kieran Crawford in the third round. You talk about just adding juice to your pass rush. That's what he does. Scouts, they watched that Auburn defensive line last year to watch Keldrick Falk, but it was number 24 that kept drawing their eye, and you keep hearing more and more buzz about him. I thought he could have easily gone in the second round. Raiders get him in the third, come back with Trey Zune, a versatile offensive lineman in the later third. And then I love what they did on day 3. Obviously, the dart throw with Jermod McCoy. Hopefully, just for his sake, he's able to stay on the field with that injury with the knee. And obviously the Raiders are hoping the same thing. But Mike Washington, the running back, is a really good backup option. Dalton Johnson from another Arizona DB. So I think every step of the way, the Raiders had one of my favorite drafts this year.
The day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle on Westwood One Sports.
Hey-o! Welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. Hour number 3 starts right now. He's Brad Evans. And I'm Pat Boyle, and we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. You can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight, and you can listen to the show on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Our talk and text line is 310-840-4910. You can call or simply just text your thoughts on the show or any of the topics we dive into. Again, that's 310-840-4910. Huge shout out to Howard Balzer, who was with us for the last 25 minutes. NFL reporter for the Arizona Cardinals on Cards Wire. He's also a Pro Football Hall of Fame selector, does a weekly radio show on SiriusXM NFL Radio. So great stuff, great thoughts from Howard. And Brad, why don't we roll this right into some more NFL draft grades, right? We had some fun chuckling with Howard about it. But look, I mean, that's the beauty. Like we're big football fans. We're big fantasy football fans. And so, yeah, we could be dead wrong on this. We could be spot on. The GMs could be dead wrong about some of these guys. And they are on half of them that they draft on average every year. So why don't we step into the classroom? Let's continue to give out some letter grades to the teams below. And why don't we start with a team very near and dear to your heart, our producer Brandon Combs' heart, our video producer Monty's heart. Let's start with the Chicago Bears because I thought they had a very interesting draft. And I'll let you lead the way here talking about the team that you know very, very well inside and out. And then I'll give you my grade for the Bears. So, Brad, bear down. What'd you think of Ryan Poles in Chicago's draft this past week?
Well, look, let me give you a rundown real quick of some of the key draft picks. Dylan Thiedemann, obviously in round 1, pick number 25 overall, safety out of Oregon. It was an area of need. Love that selection. Could not believe he was there at that point in the draft. I thought for sure he was going to go somewhere in the top 20. I thought a possibility was the Dallas Cowboys or at least the Minnesota Vikings. And the Vikings went with Banks, defensive tackle, edge guy actually out of Florida instead, and then Thiedemann then fold to the Bears, so they got a steal of a deal at that point. So that's a major win. Logan Jones, a center out of Iowa, that filled an area of need based on the roster term they had, number 157 overall, like that pick. After that, it got a little questionable. Sam Roush, tight end Stanford. Maybe they're going to use him in a multitude of ways. We'll have to wait and see. Xavier Thomas, wide receiver at LSU. Malil Muhammad, quarterback out of Texas. They got another linebacker out of Arizona State and a defensive tackle out of Georgia Tech to wind things out. So, I'm looking at the Bears. I'd probably give them like a C plus, nearly a B minus, a good draft, slightly above average draft, not a great draft. But ultimately determine, come how they play during the season. You got to remember the Bears, the offense was humming last year, number 8 EPA per play offense. They were top 10 in drop back EPA offense, top 6 in rush EPA offense with that 1-2 punch of DeAndre Swift and Kyle Manungai. Defensively, they had issues. Number 20 in EPA per play defense, number 20 in drop back EPA defense, and they were number 21 in rush EPA defense. So, now, the defensive line, a lot of people, Brandon Combs, screaming and yelling with a clenched fist, they should have gone with somebody to help out in that area instead of waiting until their very last pick. But they addressed center. They had to do that, and they had to address the defensive backfield, which only help the front line on defense. And Thiedemann is a freak athletically. So C plus, nearly a B minus. It's like a 79% in my mind for my Chicago Bears.
Yeah, and I want to hear from producer Brandon Combs here in just a bit, but I'll assign my letter grade for the Bears. I'll go a flat C. You give him a C plus, I'll give him a flat C. Again, I like Thiedemann. And you like Thiedemann. We both gushed over him. He crushed it at the combine coming out of Oregon, was a successful, very hugely productive player for them. He's got great speed, great athleticism, and somebody that can come down the line of scrimmage and help stop the run, which is a big problem for the Bears last year. He's going to play all over. He's versatile. He's going to be a nickel. He can play in the slot, play as a nickel corner, kind of safety hybrid. And also, does a pretty good job in coverage as well. But, we said it last week during the draft. The Bears needed an edge rusher. They needed an edge rusher big time. And then they don't end up taking one. They don't end up taking one at all. Not in the first round, not in the later rounds when they end up picking because they made some trades. Not in the second round when they go tight end. Like, that's a head scratcher to me. And I know that we talked about this, the game is kind of shifting more and more towards 13 personnel, running back, 3 tight ends. We've seen the Rams use it a ton. We saw the Seahawks use it a ton. And surprise, surprise, those teams are in the NFC title game. So you got to be able to run the ball. And we know the Bears, they were probably at their best when they had a 50-50 split and they were committing to the run. But it's like you had Colston Loveland, who you just drafted last year. He is a stud. You have Cole Kmet. You had other tight ends on your roster. I get it if you wanted to take a tight end at some point, not with the 69th overall pick, in my opinion. So I just thought that was a bad pick. I'm sorry. I like the center that they had, Logan Jones from Iowa, but they did just add Garrett Bradbury to this team as well. So you just traded for a center. Are you going to just basically, did you just draft this guy with a mid-round pick to be a backup here? I'm head scratched at some of those picks they made in the middle rounds. We'll see what they did at the end. Malil Muhammad from Texas, a corner, linebacker from Arizona State, Keyshawn Elliott. But I like the Thiedemann pick, especially because he was still there at 25, which I didn't think he would be. After that, I thought the next 2-3 picks they made were kind of head scratching and kind of unnecessary. So I give him a flat C for the Chicago Bears. Monty, by the way, our video producer, says Logan Jones is already better than Garrett Bradbury. Yeah, that's not a surprise coming from an Iowa homer. So how about that, Monty? But let's get producer Brandon Combs in here because you gave the Bears a C plus. I gave him a C. I got a feeling Combs is not going to be as kind to the Bears. Combs, What do you think about Ryan Poles' draft?
I mean, look, after Dylan Thiedemann, look, I give it a WTF minus, okay? Because I don't know what the heck they were doing in this draft. And it's not because I don't think Dylan Thiedemann's going to be good, because I do think Dylan Thiedemann's going to be a good ball player. I just didn't think that it was the need that the Bears had the most use for. And there were a couple of edge rushers that were still high up on the available, players available at that point in the draft that they could have went out and got. And look, Dylan Thiedemann to me is a guy who, look, he's going to be good. He's going to help them a little bit everywhere. He's a guy that you can play everywhere as a safety. You can bring him down towards the line of scrimmage. He can help with the run game. I get all that. Logan Jones, I like to pick out at center in second round because you did have to replenish the center after losing 1-2, retirement at the age of 27. But then you went out and got a tight end. Whether you're doing 13 personnel or not, but you already had 4 tight ends on the roster. And now you have 5. And then Xavier Thomas, another pick. You didn't address the front 7 until you got to the 7th round when you picked the linebacker out of Arizona State and the defensive tackle out of Georgia Tech. I didn't understand what the Bears were doing. Now, look, there are some moves they can make that would, change things for me a little bit, right? There are some edge rushers that are out there in free agency. I know Hassan Reddick is out there, available as a free agent. I know Joey Bosa is available as a free agent right now. Cam Jordan available as a free agent right now. There are something. Kyle Van Noy's out there. You can go out and you can improve your roster by going out and getting some of these guys. Hell, trade. I know, you could tell me all about Kayvon Thibodeau and how he's underperformed in New York, but maybe a change of scenery helps him out, and it's better than anything that you've got right now in that Bears front seven. So they could do something that changes his grade for me. Right, my actual grade for this draft is a C-, and you could actually change that into a B if you go out and make the right moves, if you go out and add the right pieces after the draft. But if they do nothing, if they don't add any edge help, if they don't add any pass rush help between now and the start of the season, then this becomes an F draft to me.
Wow.
Brad, your thoughts? Combs giving them a WTF minus. I've never heard that grade.
I think he's got to relax. There's going to be everybody in Chicago. They're all negative Nancy's, quite frankly, and they're always looking at the glass not being half full, but it's half empty. Time's going to tell whether or not this was an A or an F or somewhere in between kind of draft. Let's just take a step back, relax, and we're going to see everything unfold when the real bullets start flying, and we're going to see ultimately where the grade truly is. So I could be right. Combs could be right. We both could be terribly wrong in our assessments, and it's somewhere else as a result. But let's not break out the Office Space jump to conclusions, Matt, quite yet, because everybody loves to do that. And yet we've never really seen these guys play a single down in a professional uniform. Got to keep that in mind.
That is true. That is true. But look, that's the whole point of the exercise, is to give out these grades based on what we think.
I get it. Yeah.
Okay, let's move on to the Cincinnati Bengals. Again, important to note, they didn't have a first-round draft pick because a couple of days before the draft, they traded their 10th overall pick to the New York Giants to get Dexter Lawrence, then sign him to a contract extension. So their first pick came in round 2. They took another defensive lineman, edge rusher Cassius Howell from Texas A&M. Then they went corner to Cario Davis from Washington. Then they addressed the offensive line, went center Connor Lew from Auburn. Then receiver Colby Young from Georgia. Then they added another center, Brian Parker from Duke. Tight end Jack Endries from Texas. And finally, D-tackle Landon Robinson from Navy, the midshipman. I've got another player in the NFL. So again, you got to factor in the Dexter Lawrence trade. And overall, Brad, I give the Bengals a B+. I kind of like their draft, and I hate their front office, if I'm being honest. Again, their de facto GM, Duke Tobin, I think has made a mess of this roster. The defense was utterly atrocious, historically bad over the last 2 years. They fired Lou Anarumo and somehow got worse. Their secondary outside of DJ Turner was disastrous, so they addressed that with their second pick, Cario Davis, corner from Washington. Again, like I said, they're one of their very few, if only, shining spots on that defense last year was DJ Turner at corner. So now you got Cario Davis to play opposite of him. You needed some offensive line help. You took 2 centers. A bit surprising to go 2 centers, but I guess maybe one of them could easily play guard here. The first pick, Cassius Howell, edge rusher from Texas A&M. Good. You had to. You absolutely had to. There was one pick there for me. For the Bengals, it had to be edge rusher because not only did you lost Trey Hendrickson in free agency. So, yes, you got Dexter Lawrence. You need somebody off the edge. Cassius Howell is going to have a lot of pressure on him, but that was the right pick for me there with their first pick in that draft. And then, they addressed, like I said, some offensive line, the 2 centers. I'm not going to make a mountain out of a molehill with that. Again, 128 and 189 in the draft. One could probably easily play guard. But again, the top 2 picks for me had to be defense. One of them had to be in the secondary. One of them had to be a pass rusher. I like Cassius Howell at A&M. Thought he's very explosive. And so Bengals defense couldn't have been really worse than it was last year. They address it with their first 2 picks in the draft. And, again, to me, I would have been blasting them if they didn't do it. I'll give them a B+, though. And I got to be honest. Cincinnati, I thought that and the addition of Dexter Lawrence, I think they had a pretty good week.
Oh, yeah, I got to give it a solid B. I mean, again, they did not have the draft capital to really spend with that first pick being a number 41 overall, but they addressed areas of need, primarily on defense, which they checked a number of those boxes. The first couple of picks, edge and DB. Again, last season, number 29 EP per play defense. They were god awful. They were pushovers. With the defensive side of the field, number 28 and drop back EPA defense at number 30 in rush EPA defense. They have made so many investments. They mentioned Dexter Lawrence and a number of other guys. I think that defense is going to be a top half unit this year with a couple of additional additions that they got in the NFL draft to add depth. That defense could be the most improved in the entire National Football League. And then the offensive line has been, slowly a work in progress. They were a laughing stock 2 to 3 years ago. Gained a little bit of respectability last year. But still, quite average to say the least. So adding a couple of centers can help solidify that unit. They're going to have one of the best offenses in the pros with Joe Burrow under center, presuming he can stay healthy. You got Jamar Chase, who may be the best wide receiver in the NFL. You got T. Higgins, a phenomenal WR2 to get my guy Chase Brown getting down with him. Legitimate 3-down back. So, yeah, look, man, I like what Cincinnati did. Renee Bugner, based on his aggregate, checking all the grades of all the NFL analysts that's out there, a 2.92 GPA. That was the 15th highest among the conglomerate. I think they're underselling it. I think the Bengals, based on what they had, did the best they possibly could. So a solid B, and frankly, I may be underselling it. Probably should give them an A.
Yeah, surprising. For Cincinnati that has not been able to draft players on the defensive side. Again, Cassius Howell might be a bust. Tacario Davis, the corner, might never be able to see the field because he can't play at the NFL level. And then we'll be looking back at this laughing. But again, on paper, what they needed and what these guys did in college, thought it was a pretty decent draft for the Cincinnati Bengals. I thought, Brad, to move on to the next team, I thought it was an amazing draft for the Cleveland Browns. And again, for another team that has just been a disaster the last couple of years, I got to give a round of applause to Andrew Berry. I give the Browns an A. I think them and the Cowboys and the Jets might have had a better overall first round, but I think the Cleveland Browns might have had the best draft out of any freaking team the entire 7 rounds here. Here's what the Browns did. Remember, traded down so that the Jacksonville Jaguars could take Travis Hunter last year. So they came into this draft with 2 first-round picks. They needed tackle, an offensive tackle, and they needed a wide receiver. Not only did they get both of them in the first round, then they got some extra picks as well and got a receiver and an offensive tackle on day 2. Spencer Fauno, the offensive tackle from Utah, he was the first one off the board. A lot of people thought it was going to be Maui Noah. So they went Fauno, who played right tackle at Utah, but he did play left tackle at one point in 2023. Probably going to play left tackle for them. They go Casey Concepcion from Texas A&M with a receiver at 24. Denzel Boston, who was still somehow there at 39. They take him, another receiver. Then they get the safety, Emmanuel McNeil-Warren from Toledo, who was maybe supposed to be a night 1 pick and falls all the way to 58 overall. Then they added some more linemen, Austin Barber from Florida, center Parker Brailsford from Alabama, and then some picks at the end. They did draft a quarterback, by the way, Taylor Green from Arkansas with 182, pick number 182. But, Brad, this team needed offensive line and receiver, and they've got 2 of each in their first 5 picks. And I think they got McNeil-Warren, a safety that fell way further than we thought he was going to. So, and they traded down on day 1 as well, right? The Chiefs jumped up, so that's how the Browns got some extra picks as well. We'll see what Fauno does at the NFL level, but after the exodus they had from their offensive line this offseason, and they did sign a bunch of guys in free agency, you get the big Utah tackle, Fauno. You get 2 receivers that probably both could have easily been drafted in round 1. You and I thought Denzel Boston for sure was going to go night 1. He ends up dropping to them, so you get a big body receiver in Denzel Boston. You get the speedy Casey Concepcion who can play in the slot. It could be a special teams guy for you. Again, I love what the Browns did in the draft, man. And you wonder why so many teams can be so bad for so long. I don't know how much longer the Browns are going to be bad. They got to figure out the quarterback position. That'll probably keep them maybe under 500 for another 3-4 years in a row until they figure that out. But the rest of this team looks pretty damn good. And we know that they got a great defense coming back to begin with.
Oh, man, cherry on top of the sundae. They got such a steal, too, at pick number 149 with Justin Jefferson. Who knew he was still in college? No, the other Justin Jefferson, post linebacker out of Alabama. But, yeah, man, I think they knocked it out of the park. I'm with you. According to Renee Bugner, again, with Renee's chart, the Cleveland Browns consensus grade, the GPA 3.88. Numero uno among all of the NFL experts involved in that polling. And I agree. I think it was an A-plus draft. It's like a 98% for me. Addressing the offensive line, I think Manil Warren was an absolute steal. Pick number 58 overall. I agree. I thought he was going to be a guy that was maybe going to go in the top 30 overall picks there on night one. And I love them going with Casey Concepcion. A guy could beat you inside and outside with that speed and a savvy route runner. And then Denzel Boston, bigger body receiver, works outside the numbers, tough after the catch. And that was an area need because you look at Cleveland, they were number 31 in overall EPA per play offense, 32 dead last in drop back EPA offense, and number 26 in rush EPA offense. You hope that Quinshon Judkins can come back and be healthy and be a dynamic running back that he showed at times last season. But yeah, whether it's Deshaun Watson, whether it's Shedeur Sanders, Dylan Gabriel, it doesn't matter who the quarterback is day one. They actually got weapons, and I think these guys can be productive. So the arrow, believe it or not, along the shores of Lake Erie, finally pointing north, which means all these guys are probably cursed.
Exactly. Well, on paper, I think you and I both think the Browns crushed it. So we'll see what that gets them in September. 310-840-4910 is the phone number to join the show. We'll take any of your thoughts on how those teams did. The Browns, the Bengals, and the Bears. You want to assign a grade? You want to let us know what you thought of the picks? 310-840-4910. You can also hit us up on Twitter. Brad is at Noisy Huevos. I'm at PatBoyle44. We'll hit the Cowboys and the Broncos when we return, and we'll get you a scoreboard update. Halftime of the Celtics and the Sixers game. The Knicks are underway. And on the ice, the Sabres trying to knock out the Bruins, and a pivotal Game 5 between the Wild and the Stars. All those are underway. We'll get you caught up when we return. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Can you think back on in this year's preparation and putting together this year's beast was one of the most interesting little tidbits that you uncovered about someone in the process?
Yeah, and that's my favorite part about doing this is just learning about these journeys, because there's all these players getting to the doorstep of the NFL, but they all got here in different ways, whether they had a football in their crib growing up or they started playing as seniors in high school. Keith Abney, the corner from Arizona State who went to the Lions in the 5th round, him being an competitive inline skater growing up, winning the national championship in the 300 meters, setting a U.S. record in the 7th grade in Omaha, Nebraska. That's just something I've heard about former wrestlers becoming offensive linemen, and basketball players, obviously. But that was a first with inline skater. But I have to imagine some of that, the endurance, the balance, the lower body strength. I have to imagine some of that translated over to the football field. Haynes King, the Georgia Tech quarterback who went undrafted but signed with the Panthers, which is a good spot for him. He's one of the toughest players just in this draft, full stop. And I think the best way to sum that up, when he was a kid, he was a lefty quarterback and he got hurt. And most kids, they're just going to, sit on the bench for a few months, come back stronger than ever after the injury heals. No, he taught himself to throw right-handed, and he is now a right-handed quarterback. I have never heard of that before with a quarterback that got to the NFL, just learning to throw with his non-dominant hand because that's how much he wanted to be out there with his teammates.
It's he's not really being referred to anyway, because a a lot of the people here don't really believe that he is going to ask to be traded or that he is going to demand a trade. There's, we heard the Schefter report, and that's a lot of people are kind of trying to conflict with that report and say that's not really the case. They expect him to play on the franchise tag this year. Look, as somebody who's been around this area long enough with David Mulligetta and the Cowboys to know he doesn't like his players to play on one-year deals on franchise tag. So I'll believe that when I see it, that George Pickens is going to play this year on the franchise tag. But that is the expectation, at least right now, is that he's going to sign the tender. He's just not going to sign it until he's ready to actually report to camp. And that will be whenever he pleases, because it's not going to be anytime soon, I don't think.
Who is Drew Mestamaker, and why do people need to know exactly who he is going into this year?
Former walk-on, went to North Texas and just lit it up. And I think scouts are intrigued because he can sling it all over the place. Not the biggest guy, but he transferred to Oklahoma State with his head coach, Eric Morris. And so it's going to be really interesting to see how he adapts to an uptick in competition. And can he take that next step? But I tell you, scouts are buzzing about him and his ability, where he could be a year from now, 2 years from now. He's one of the, feels like, dozen quarterbacks in this draft where it's more intrigue than anything right now. But based off of how the 2026 season goes, absolutely could be in that top 15 conversation in the first round.
Live scores, sharp options, no waiting till tomorrow. BetMGM Tonight is back.
Welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brett Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. Before we get to a scoreboard update and then get you some more grades for the NFL draft here on the Broncos and the Cowboys, Brad, I don't know what to make of this. Maybe there is nothing to make of this other than they just, he said he'd stick around for the draft and that was it. But the Titans president of football, Chad Brinker, just stepped down. That's surprising, to say the least. Here is part of his statement, and I'm just going to paraphrase some of it. It's been an honor to serve as president of football for the Tennessee Titans. I have a renewed conviction that it is time to return to what I love and move towards my next chapter. I'm grateful for Amy, and Amy Adams Strunk, the owner. I'm grateful for Amy's understanding of my decision and for allowing me to pursue other opportunities. I don't know what he's pursuing. I don't know what that is. They just completed the draft. We didn't talk about them or give out a grade for them, but as a team that's rebuilding, they just hired a new coach after they fired Brian Callahan last season. They bring in Robert Saleh. They bring in Brian Dable. They make some nice moves in free agency, or at least I thought. So Yeah, definitely surprising here to say the least. And unless his statement really is true, hell, stay through the draft and whatever his passion really is, whatever Chad Brinker wants to return to doing. Yeah. I mean, so Tennessee's going to be Titans looking for a new president of football here.
I blame Diana Rossini.
Oh, jeez. This guy's been that is funny. That's hilarious. Chad Brinker was a scout for a long time. He was a scout with the Packers from 2009 until 2020, and he became their assistant director of pro scouting. He was actually with the Packers for like 14 years. Then he was the Titans assistant GM, and then he became their president. So maybe he's going to return to scouting. I have no idea, but yeah, that's funny. Diana Rossini. Taking down every organization one by one. Phone number to join, 310-840-4910. Let's get you a scoreboard update here because we've been a very busy show so far. So let's start the NBA playoffs. They just started the third quarter. The Boston Celtics are trying to close out the Philadelphia 76ers, and they lead it 62-50 early third quarter. Jason Tatum already has a double-double, 14 points, 10 rebounds, and 4 assists. So he's on triple-double watch. Jaylen Brown's got 13 points. And the Celtics, by the way, they haven't shot the three ball well, 6 of 22, and they still lead by 13. For Philly, Joel Embiid's got 15 points and 5 assists. Tyrese Maxey has 13 points, but Sixers defense is going to have to step up if otherwise they're going to kiss their season goodnight in about an hour from now. And then my New York Knicks, Brad, I've got an eye on it. Off to a pretty good start. Knicks up 19-14 here midway through the first quarter against the Atlanta Hawks. I said Karl Anthony Towns needed to dominate in this game. He just finally took his first shot of the first quarter here, 8 minutes in, but he did hit it. He's got 3 points. Jalen Brunson's up to 8 points for the game. And for Atlanta, Jalen Johnson has 6 points, and the MSG villain CJ McCollum only has 2 so far. So good start for the Knicks. And then on the ice, Sabres trying to end the Bruins season. Buffalo leading Boston 1-0 at the end of the first period. They're up 3-1 at home, trying to close it out. Rasmus Dahlin with a power play goal to get the Sabres started. And then a pivotal Game 5 between the Wild and the Stars. That series tied at 2-2. They're midway through the first. We've already got a goal for each side. Matt Zuccarello for the Wild, and then Miro Heiskanen on the power play for the Stars. That series has been freaking awesome. So there you go. This is a scoreboard update for you. 310-840-4910. Let's continue giving out some draft grades here. Dallas Cowboys.
Pat!
Go ahead. Sorry.
You need to update the masses on the streaking game because we've already got a couple of hits on the board. Please do.
All right. Yeah. So, Bo Bichette, first at bat. I've got Bo Bichette. He went deep for a home run. And who's got Mr. Juan Soto other than Brandon Combs? And Juan Soto has gone deep for the New York Mets. Yeah. So not only are we 2 for 2 so far in games that have started, both guys have not only gotten a hit, they've gone freaking yard. So Bichette's gone deep, Soto's gone deep. You got Moises Ballesteros for the Cubbies coming up in about an hour from now, or even less than that.
Yep.
And then our boy Monty, a perfect 14 for 14. We got to wait until the last hour of the show. But he's got Max Muncy for the Dodgers going up against the Marlins. So, 2 for 2 already to start with 2 dongs. Not too shabby, right?
Oh, fantastic, man. We're riding a heater. Let's continue to burn bright. Ballesteros, get a knock. Max Muncy, get a knock. And we could cash yet again. We love streaking, baby. Who needs clothes?
All right, let's give out some more draft grades here. Let's go to the Dallas Cowboys, who, at the expense of my New York Giants, they land who, other than my gut and what I watched them do for college football for the last couple of years at The Ohio State University, I think he's the next Ed Reed. I think he's the next Troy Polamalu. I think he's going to be one of the greatest safeties of all time, Caleb Downs. So you have an idea of where I'm leaning with how the Dallas Cowboys did. But, Brad, what do you think of how Jerry and Stephen Jones acquitted themselves here in the draft this past week?
Yeah, look, I kind of agree with their point of view. Again, Renee Bugner, the chart as tracking all the NFL analysts and giving out their grades. The GPA consensus 3.55, which is the 5th highest of any team in this year's NFL draft. Yeah, definitely a top 5 draft just because the Caleb Downs pick. Just a superb, sensational, absurd value. Nobody expected Downs to be available at number 11 overall. Dallas traded up to get him, got their guy. I didn't think he was going to fall outside the top 10, yet he did. For that reason alone, and he had Malachi Lawrence, a pretty talented edge rusher out of UCF at number 23 overall. I got other edge rusher and Barham out of Michigan at number 28 overall. I mean, they loaded up on defense. They got another edge rusher at 137 in Overton out of Alabama a little bit later on. They had to address the defense because it's been dreadful. There's no way to really spin it. It's not Big D. It's been Little D, to say the least. They were number 32 last season. Dead last, folks. In EPA per play defense, number 30 in dropback defense, number 29 in rush EPA defense. So Dallas, pretty much a home run just because of the Caleb Downs pick, and they got some additional players to really help out, at least add depth, and maybe add some respectability back in Dallas. So I'm going to give them an A- overall, largely because of the down selection, which I know still really sticks in your craw, doesn't it?
Yeah, that got some good play on social media. I basically lost my mind. Maybe it might have popped a blood vessel or two in my eyes.
It did.
Going nuts.
You did.
I mean, the Giants had two chances to get him, Brad. They passed on him both times, and then the Cowboys immediately trade up to 11 and they take him. I give the Cowboys an A. I love Caleb Downs, and then again, look, I'm not going to hold Jerry Jones and Stephen Jones hostage with my grade here because of the all-time stupid decision they made last year to trade Micah Parsons. So, they needed an edge rusher, and they got one with their second first-round pick in Malachi Lawrence, the edge rusher from UCF. I like that pick for them, and then they end up going with another edge rusher from Michigan, Ja'Shawn Barham. So they go safety, pass rusher, pass rusher. I thought it was a solid draft for the Cowboys just off of that alone. And then with their later round picks, they go offensive tackle, for an offensive line that, once was their staple, has had some weaknesses, but, they add some depth there. They go corner because the secondary is also can't stop anybody. Their defense was so damn bad these last couple of years. If only they just had a respectable defense. Now I think they got one of the great players already in Caleb Downs. You had a couple of pass rushers. They added another one, LT Overton from Alabama. And look, you tell me they got a pass rusher from Alabama that late in the draft? I feel like he's already going to be a stud just because he went to Roll Tide. So, yeah, I love what the Cowboys did for sure. And, it's funny. We've really complimented Jerry Jones and the Cowboys, the Cleveland Browns, and the Cincinnati Bengals for how they've drafted so far just on this show alone tonight. That seems like bizarro world. I feel like we're probably going to be wrong on one of them, if not two, based on how these franchises have gone here over the last couple of years. But on paper, I think they crushed it. So let's finish off here with the Denver Broncos, a team that didn't have a first-round pick because they traded away for Jalen Waddle. They didn't make their first pick, Brad, until number 66. But for George Payton, no relation to head coach Sean Payton, how do you think the reigning AFC West champions did in the draft? How did the Broncos do?
Yeah, Renee Bugner gave let's see, based on the chart, he wasn't the one that actually graded him, but the consensus had him as the 7th lowest GPA among the teams in the NFL, with just 2.51. I'm going to give him a solid C. The one pick that really stood out to me, and naturally, one I really liked, was Miles Scott, the safety out of the ILL way there in the 7th round, in which they had, I think, 3 or 4 picks in that last round. But I like the Jonah Coleman selection, running back out of Washington, a guy that got appreciable yards after initial contact last season for UW. And in fact, 71% of his yards gained on the ground came after initial contact. They're already singing his praises right now in Denver. Sean Payton loves him. RJ Harvey was a bit of a letdown last year. J.K. Dobbins, coming back from major injury. Coleman could be your classic goal line vulture and a guy that, may be able to see the show if he can really ride the hot hand over the second half of the season because of that break tackle ability between the tackles. So don't sleep on Jonah Coleman too heavily in your fantasy football drafts. You're there in the beer fuzzy hours of your draft at a 12-teamer. Take a flyer on him and sit and wait because he could really roll out some decent numbers as the bye weeks really start kicking in. So I like that selection overall, but I mean, for the most part, it was largely ho-hum just due to the lack of draft capital. So solid C, can't go any higher, not going to go any lower because I really like that Coleman pick.
Yeah, I'm right with you there. I'm going to give him a C. And it's tough, when you don't have a first-round pick. But look, they thought that Jalen Waddle, you take out the contract implications and what they're going to have to do to pay him and continue to pay him versus somebody like Denzel Boston, who they could have had at number 30 overall. If they kept that first-round pick, in retrospect, I probably honestly would rather have had a rookie to add to this offense and to add to this passing attack, which was very inconsistent. All the first-half struggles they went through, getting off to slow starts last year. You mentioned they get Jonah Coleman, running back from Washington. I'm surprised they didn't take any receiver. Again, I know that a lot of their guys were banged up last year, especially at the end of the season. Troy Franklin, your guy, Pat Bryant, Marvin Mims, Lil Jordan Humphrey. I would have liked to see them add at least one receiver. They do go tight end, Justin Jolly from North Carolina State, but they don't do it until pick number 152. That was probably the biggest need. And I thought maybe with their second-round pick, that's where they were going to go. They go D-tackle, Tyler Onyedem from Texas A&M. Kind of a head-scratcher to me. But, again, Sean Payton and George Payton, they like their guys when they like to get them. And so again, that the absence of a first-round pick and the fact that they only had 6 picks in general, with the last 3 coming in like the last round of the draft, it's really kind of hard to gauge what the Broncos did. But I got to be honest, I don't love the first pick that they made with Onyedem. I don't know if they need a running back. I probably would have rather gone tight end there early on and then get running back later. So I give him a C as well, but for different reasons than you did. All right, phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. When we come back, it's official. The NCAA tournament is going to 76 teams. How the hell are they going to do it? Brad and I will make sense of it when we come back. We'll get you another scoreboard update as well. 310-840-4910 is the number to join. This is BetMGM Tonight right here on Westwood One Sports.
It's a good chance we're going to spin the wheel of teams again, and Kevin Durant doesn't have much of a choice. He's got a contract extension kicking in. There's no trade clause involved. And again, it may not be easy to move him with $50 million. I think it's $51 million a year for the next 2 years, or 55, like something like it's a crazy number. So it's after this particular stop for Durant. This is made him look really, really toxic. And I say look because am I positive that he's completely toxic? No, but he definitely soiled this stop for himself. The whole burner account thing has had a massive, massive hangover on this team. And listen, I'll blame Ime Udoka for a whole bunch of stuff, which I'll get into with Houston in a minute. I'm not blaming him for that. Kevin Durant is a 37-year-old player getting caught sending those types of messages in a chat and those things go public about teammates. That's not something Ime Udoka can smooth over. Kevin Durant has to smooth that over with his teammates. And one thing is apparent, he has not. Like you heard Jabari Smith's comments after game 2 about how Durant has to deal with double teams better, and that's on Kevin Durant. That's a kid 15, maybe 13 years his junior who's appropriately calling him out. And some of the names he called Jabari Smith Jr. on that chat with that burner account were flat out disrespectful disrespectful and even politically incorrect. Like, it was awful how Durant spoke of him, but he didn't deal with it. He didn't deal with any of it. He just wanted to come and play ball. But when you take shots at teammates like that and you want to be bound with them and you want to be able to win with them, there's got to be trust. No one trusts Kevin Durant, Houston. And that's the big issue right now. And listen, are there going to be suitors for him? Listen, he's Kevin Durant. You will have suitors for him. Are they going to get a lot of value for him? Probably not. But for them at this point, even just getting rid of him and moving on, there's an addition by subtraction element for this group. The question becomes, how do you replace him $50 million wise and find the scoring and the shooting that you need, because they're a very offensively challenged team. You combine that with the fact that Udoka and Rafael Stone, their GM, are not on the same page. Stone didn't, I truly believe Stone didn't add a point guard to that roster at the trade deadline to try to force Udoka into playing Reed Shepherd. And Udoka doesn't want to play Reed Shepherd because I wouldn't let him guard my spot online at the bank. The guy's a horrible defensive player. I don't blame him necessarily, but he doesn't have any choices now, and that's on the front office. But when you have a disconnect of that way, when the GM's not making an addition that the team needs to try to force another player on the coach, that's not a long-term sustainable situation. And assuming Houston goes down in the series, I would be shocked if Ime Udoka keeps his job.
Yeah, I thought they did a really nice job, really in each round. Trading Stooks, the defensive back from Arizona. People will kind of, look at his age. He'll be a 25-year-old rookie and kind of, look at that as purely a negative. But the glass half full with a player that age is he's coming in from day one, and you know what you're getting, and you're going to have someone who has at least the potential to make a pretty quick impact. And so I think it's not like you're drafting a 25-year-old where you're still talking about upside. This is a player who has experience at corner, safety, but he was at his best as a nickel. And so very interested to see how exactly they use him. But Stooks is someone that's going to make an impact early on. Kieran Crawford in the third round. You talk about just adding juice to your pass rush. That's what he does. Scouts, they watched that Auburn defensive line last year to watch Keldrick Falk, but it was number 24 that kept drawing their eye. And, you keep hearing more and more buzz about him. I thought he could have easily gone in the second round. Raiders get him in the third, come back with Trey Zune, a versatile offensive lineman in the later third. And then I love what they did on day three. Obviously the dart throw with Jermod McCoy. Hopefully, just for his sake, he's able to stay on the field with that injury with the knee. And obviously the Raiders are hoping the same thing. But Mike Washington, the running back, is a really good backup option. Dalton Johnson from another Arizona DB. So I think every step of the way, the Raiders had one of my favorite drafts this year.
When the game goes live, the conversation turns up. BetMGM Tonight continues now.
Welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. The Philadelphia 76ers have gotten themselves back into this game. It is now a 1-point game. They went on a hell of a run here midway through the third quarter. Boston leads at 68-67. Maybe Philly's not going down just yet here. Big quarter for Joel Embiid. He is stepping up in a big way. 23 points, 4 rebounds, and 6 assists. Meanwhile, for Boston, Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum, the usual suspects, leading the way. 16 for Jaylen Brown, 15 for Jason Tatum. Brad, my Knicks up 13 after the first quarter, 35-22. Knickerbockers leading the way. Balanced scoring attack. Brunson's got 8. Towns has 7. Josh Hart has 7. For Atlanta, CJ McCollum has 4 points. Jalen Johnson has 8. Brad, you had some baseball scoreboard updates. You want to give them to us here, and then we can get to how the NCAA tournament went to freaking 76 teams?
Yeah, we absolutely can. So put it up right now. Let me give you a full rundown. Philadelphia Phillies, hey, getting that manager fire bump right now. 5-0 in the bottom of the 8th inning over the San Francisco Giants. The Warriors up 5-1, bottom of the 7th on the Astros. Reds clinging to a 4-2 lead, hanging to the bottom of the 8th there in Cincinnati. Cardinals up 9-3. On the Pirates in the top of the 8th. The Blue Jays up 3-0 on the still struggling Boston Red Sox in the bottom of the 6th. The Mets, they're rolling. They're back. 8-0 over the Washington Nationals at the top of the 6th. Braves up 2-0, bottom of the 5th. On the Detroit Tigers, White Sox and Angels all knotted up at 1 in the bottom of the 4th. Brewers up 1-0 on the D-backs in the bottom of the 4th. Mariners Twins still scoreless in the bottom of the 4th, though looks like the bases are juiced for Minnesota with 1 out. And your New York Yankees, thanks to a Cody Bellinger RBI double scoring Aaron Judge, who singled in the first inning, up 1-0, heading to the bottom of the 3rd. On the road in Arlington, taking on the Texas Rangers. Scoreboard update. There you have it on the diamond.
Very good. All right, Brad, let's get to the NCAA tournament. That is probably your favorite thing in the world, and it is for many of us just an absolute godly experience, euphoria every year. They took a perfect thing and they ruined it, the NCAA tournament. Both the men's and the women's tournaments are going to expand to 76 teams. Brad, your initial thoughts before we get into how the hell they're going to make this happen? Again, they ruined something that was perfect.
Money, 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 money. That's what it comes down to, folks. It's just a cash grab, period, end of story. I think it's almost inexplicable going from 64 to now the 76. 64 I thought was perfect. Adding the first 4 in, okay, fine, that's dandy. It's nice, it's neat, it's tidy, it's cute. Playing it in Dayton is awesome. It's a great venue there at the University of Dayton Arena. A lot of people always show out. It was awesome seeing the Miami, Ohio fans filling the rafters. It was loud, it was vocal, it was just eardrum rattling. And, of course, the Red Hawks got the win. Those are great stories. But you expanded to 76. The greatest thing, Pat, about the NCAA tournament is that you could print out a bracket on a single sheet of paper. And you had Monday, you had Tuesday, you had Wednesday to fill it out. Now with this restructured field, and I wasn't really sure how they're going to do it, but based on the information that we've gathered here in the last couple hours, it's going to be a completely rebuilt first round. It's going to be like a prelude tournament to the main tournament. So there's going to be 24 teams in the prelude tournament, which there are rumors circulating it could be held in Vegas. So it's not concrete as of yet, but that would be a likely venue because, they got multiple venues there to host a lot of the teams. And there's kind of a perfect locale for it. I'm kind of in for that. But then you would have 52 auto people that then slide in to the traditional Thursday and Friday. So you have to see who comes out of that 2014 tournament and exactly how many of those teams are going to come out of it, where they're going to be slotted. Is it one team? Is it multiple teams? That I don't really know yet. Those are questions going to be answered, but we do know the bulk of the tournament is going to be 52 teams. So when you get that sheet, is it going to be 64? Is it going to be fewer? Is it going to be more? We don't know all the details yet, but it's just perplexing why they had to ruin, as you said, a perfect postseason event.
Yeah, and by the way, according to the NCAA, the primary driver, and this is what Pete Thamel was reporting, the primary driver hasn't been money, but rather access for at-large bids for power conferences. The expansion has been pushed by power conferences, which have grown throughout the course of the current deal. That's like saying, I didn't have that extra sleeve of Oreos because I was hungry. I had that extra sleeve of Oreos because my tummy started rumbling. It's like, how are you telling me it's not the primary driver isn't money? It's just so that power conferences can get more teams into the tournament. What do you think that does? That is money in these conferences' pockets. I mean, come on. Not to mention, we don't need mediocre 500 Auburn Tigers into the tournament, which is now
Right.
you're absolutely going to get, along with a bunch of other teams that have no business playing in March. Like, it's just, oh man, expansion, it just doesn't stop, Brad. It never freaking stops. And with the NCAA tournament, I thought we had something that didn't need to be, it didn't need to be, I wouldn't say purged. What's the right word I'm looking for? It didn't need to have its purity taken away. And that is what has happened
Bingo.
here with this expansion.
Yeah, and it waters down Cinderella as well, right? We're not going to get some of those memorable stories like Fairleigh Dickinson, UNBC, and some of the other ones as well, because they're going to have 8 automatic qualifiers playing in that prelude tournament. They're largely going to be 15 and 16 seeds, and they're going to have then 12 additional teams. So 12 of those automatic qualifiers, and then 12 at-large play-ins. So a bunch of 11s and 12 seeds, and maybe a couple of 13s. Based on the seeding system for this year, the power ranking, Arizona State would have been the very last at-large team in at 17 and 16. Get the hell out of here.
Jeez. All right, Brad, we'll bid you adieu, brother. We got another loaded show coming up tomorrow, so we'll talk to you then.
We need more hits. Adios, amigos.
All right, coming up next, we'll talk to our Odyssey NBA Sports Insider, Nick Friedel, here on BetMGM tonight.
Can you think back on in this year's preparation and putting together this year's beast was one of the most interesting little tidbits that you uncovered about someone in the process?
Yeah, and that's my favorite part about doing this is just learning about these journeys, because there's all these players getting to the doorstep of the NFL, but they all got here in different ways, whether they had a football in their crib growing up or they started playing as seniors in high school. Keith Abney, the corner from Arizona State who went to the Lions in the 5th round, him being an competitive inline skater growing up, winning the national championship in the 300 meters, setting a U.S. record in the 7th grade in Omaha, Nebraska. That's just something I've heard about wrestlers, former wrestlers becoming offensive linemen, and basketball players, obviously, but that was a first with inline skater. But I have to imagine some of that. The endurance, the balance, the lower body strength. I have to imagine some of that translated over to the football field. Haynes King, the Georgia Tech quarterback who went undrafted but signed with the Panthers, which is a good spot for him. He's one of the toughest players just in this draft, full stop. And I think the best way to sum that up, when he was a kid, he was a lefty quarterback and he got hurt. And most kids, they're just going to, sit on the bench for a few months, come back stronger than ever after the injury heals. No, he taught himself to throw right-handed, and he is now a right-handed quarterback. I have never heard of that before with a quarterback that got to the NFL, just learning to throw with his non-dominant hand because that's how much he wanted to be out there with his teammates.
It's he's not really being referred to anyway, because a lot of the people here don't really believe that he is going to ask to be traded or that he is going to demand a trade. We heard the Schefter report, and that's a lot of people are kind of trying to conflict with that report and say that's not really the case. They expect him to play on the franchise tag this year. Look, as somebody who's been around this area long enough with David Mulligetta and the Cowboys to know he doesn't like his players to play on one-year deals on franchise tag. So I'll believe that when I see it, that George Pickens is going to play this year on the franchise tag. But that is the expectation, at least right now, is that he's going to sign the tender. He's just not going to sign it until he's ready to actually report to camp. And that will be whenever he pleases, because it's not going to be anytime soon, I don't think.
Who is Drew Mestamaker, and why do people need to know exactly who he is going into this year?
Former walk-on, went to North Texas and just lit it up. And I think scouts are intrigued because he can sling it all over the place. Not the biggest guy, but he transferred to Oklahoma State with his head coach, Eric Morris. And so it's going to be really interesting to see how he adapts to an uptick in competition. And can he take that next step? But I tell you, scouts are buzzing about him and his ability, where he could be a year from now, 2 years from now. He's one of the, feels like, dozen quarterbacks in this draft where it's more intrigue than anything right now. But based off of how the 2026 season goes, absolutely could be in that top 15 conversation in the first round.
The day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle on Westwood One Sports.
Hey-o! Welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. We bid adieu to Brad Evans, and that means we've got 2 solo hours as we take you to 11 p.m. Eastern, which is what we do every Monday through Friday. I'm Pat Boyle, and we're brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. You can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight, and you can listen to the show on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. We've got our Odyssey NBA insider, Nick Friedel, joining us in just a second. But as Nick was, we were chatting for a bit in the break, I want to make sure Nick knows all the latest happenings here in the NBA playoffs. So quick scoreboard update before we get this interview rocking and rolling. They're about to start the fourth quarter in Beantown. Game 5, Celtics-Sixers. Boston trying to close out Philadelphia. We got a nail-biter on our hands. Boston leads at 86-85. Joel Embiid, after he put up big numbers in the loss on Sunday, but was largely ineffective in my opinion, he's putting up some big numbers again tonight. He's played much better. 25 points for Philly. He briefly went to the locker room after he landed awkwardly on his right leg. It looked like another Embiid injury, but he then returned. So they got 1 quarter to try to save their season. Jason Tatum already with a double-double for Boston, 24 points and 12 rebounds. And then I said, for the Knicks to win this series, it's got to be on Karl Anthony Towns. Well, I'm glad somebody listened. The Knicks are up 47-30 midway through the second quarter, and Big Cat has already 12 points and 5 rebounds to go with 2 blocks. He is playing out of his mind. So there you go. There's your 2 games going on right now. And now let's get to our Odyssey NBA insider, Nick Friedel. And Nick is brought to you by the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. Visit HyundaiUSA.com today. Nick, what's going on, brother? We are knee-deep now in this postseason. We already got the Thunder on to the second round, but the playoffs, how do you think they've lived up to the hype so far?
Anything would be better than most of the regular season, Pat, but true to form with the postseason, the games are just compelling. Guys are pouring everything they have into it. And when you watch these games, it's a reminder of just how good the product can be when everybody's kind of locked in. So there's a lot of different directions that we can go, but just as a fan of the game, I've really enjoyed it, and the level of play compared to what we've watched the last few months is definitely much higher.
Oh yeah, big time for sure. Let's start here, Nick, with the T-Wolves Nuggets series. This thing has been a roller coaster. Not only has this become probably the best rivalry in the NBA, like just in these last couple of, 3-4 years here, it's been physical. We've had some near skirmishes. We've had some gigantic leads that have been blown. And now we've got two big injuries here that have thrown a wrench into this series. Anthony Edwards, hyperextended left knee, is going to be out multiple weeks. And Dante DiVincenzo, brutal, torn Achilles in the very first minute of that game 4. A game that the T-Wolves then outscored the Nuggets by 20 in the second half. Denver down 3-1. They were able to, give you a backs against the wall performance last night. They're down 3-2 now. But without Anthony Edwards and without Dante DiVincenzo, Nick, what chances do you give the Nuggets in coming back from 3-1 down to win the series? They got one down. They still need 2 more, including Game 6 on the road in Minnesota.
Pat, I was telling my friends when Ant Edwards went down and you realized, it didn't look good. Nobody knew exactly what it was until a couple hours later. If it had been me and I touch any of the NBA stuff, I would have bet heavy on Denver coming back in the series. And you know exactly how I feel about Jokic. We've talked about it throughout the season. I still think he's the game's best player, although certainly in this series, Rudy Gobert has given him some trouble, more so than I thought. Having said that, in my mind, if you're Denver, it really comes down to Game 6. If you go back in to Minnesota and you find a way to win that game, I think the rest takes care of itself, simply because I don't believe Minnesota has enough power to overcome Jokic and a team that still has a full complement for the most part of their players. So more power to the Timberwolves if they can pull it off. If Ayo Dosunmu can throw together another huge performance, then sure. I just don't believe that Minnesota without Ant and DiVincenzo has enough talent to get another one against a Denver team that knows already they let a couple slip away.
Yeah, that's a good point. Look, this is the debate we had on the show last night, Nick. Let's say that the Nuggets don't come back. Let's say they lose this series. I mean, the most likely would be Game 6 in Minnesota. I can't imagine how painful it would be if they go on the road and win on Thursday in Minnesota and then come back home for a Game 7 and lose. Remember, they were up by 20 in Game 7 against the T-Wolves 2 years ago in the second round and blew that game and lost and got knocked out when they were the reigning champs. But let's say they don't win this series. And Jokic, who played great last night, he's been far from his best for most of this series. Rudy Gobert has done an excellent job defending him. Jokic has looked very subpar. He can't hit threes to save his life in this series. If Jokic and the Nuggets get knocked out here, and SGA and the Thunder, who already swept the Suns, they go on, win another title, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander wins another Finals MVP. I think you've said it. Jokic is the best player in the world. I've said Jokic is the best player in the world. I think that's pretty unanimous for NBA fans. You think we should consider crowning SGA as the best player on the planet if the Nuggets get knocked out here and SGA leads the Thunder to another title and wins another Finals MVP in the process? Does that change the dynamic of who's top dog in the NBA?
Pat, it doesn't for me yet, but the gap between those two would be right here. Because if you keep winning the title and you keep winning MVPs, and you mentioned the Finals MVPs, that's how you earn respect in the league. I think Jokic, because of all the different things he's able to do, is still just a little bit better. But if SGA does what you and I both think he's going to end up doing a couple months from now, then hell yeah, that conversation changes. And you start to look around and go, all right, not only is SGA right about there, it's his era in the league. And I think that's the conversation that will start to turn. Because if the Thunder go and win another title and he leads them there, Pat, the scariest part for the rest of the league is the Thunder have so much talent. They have so much flexibility because of all the good trades that Sam Presti made and all the different draft picks that they still have. They're not going anywhere. So to your question, the difference is going to end up being at the end of this year, especially if Jokic can't bring the Nuggets back in this series, what happens now is you start to go, all right, well, Denver's time in winning another title with this group is probably over. They're going to have to readjust on the fly, and the Thunder are going to have all kinds of time to continue piling up championships. When that happens, usually the best player mantle follows pretty quickly.
I think we should, at least in my opinion. I'll be saying the best player on the planet, the best player in the NBA is Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. If he wins, he's going to win the MVP again. And if the Thunder win another title and he wins Finals MVP, how do you not? Just off of the last 2 years, what he's done. I don't care all the regular season stats that Jokic can put up. He could break the triple double record next year. For most triple doubles in an NBA career. I still think that what matters most is the playoffs. And SGA has been scintillating, brilliant. While Jokic and the Nuggets are looking at getting knocked out within the first 2 rounds for the 3rd straight year. We're talking to our Odyssey Sports NBA insider Nick Friedel here on BetMGM tonight. Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. Insider calls are brought to you by Hyundai and by the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. Learn how it makes every day epic at HyundaiUSA.com. Nick, Lakers-Rockets tomorrow night, Game 5, L.A. with a chance to knock Houston out. Austin Reeves almost certainly coming back for Game 5 tomorrow. We don't know about Luka Doncic just yet. Probably unlikely for Game 5, but Nick, do you think the Rockets have any chance of pulling off a miracle and being the first team to ever go 0-3 to then win a series? They've got 1. They need 3 more.
Pat, I think they do have a chance. I don't think it's a big one, but first and foremost, I have to acknowledge that I was just flat wrong about this series. I remember us talking about this about a week ago. I thought that Houston, for as flawed as they are, they just had a little bit more talent than the Lakers. And what we've seen, I mean, the KD conversation is almost separate at this point because he's still great, but there's a lot of different issues flying around there. And what exactly is going on in his future there, we're going to find out over the next few weeks whenever their season does end. What his absence has shown is the rest of that group just isn't good enough. I mean, Sengun is a really nice player, and I think he'll get better. And after that, you look at what happened and you go, well, where's everybody else? Where's Jabari Smith and Thompson? And you're just kind of like, this wasn't how it was supposed to be for Houston, even though they lost Van Vliet. And I know there's a lot of hope you get him back. I say all that because I don't even look at what the Lakers have done, and I don't even think they should be the focus of what's happened in this series. To me, the focus is Houston was felt to be the team that could come out of this series because it was LeBron and a bunch of spare pieces, and now they're 1 win away from knocking Houston out of not just the playoffs, but having really tough conversations over the summer with that organization. So I look at the Rockets as just a massive disappointment in these playoffs. I think they do have a chance because I still don't buy that this Lakers version that we've seen is that dominant against anybody. But to your point, I don't think they can win 3 more in a row. I think the Lakers will get one of these. They'll get through, and everybody will start asking a lot of questions about the Rockets.
Yeah, well, question number 1 is going to be about Kevin Durant. I mean, Nick, what the hell was he doing during Game 3 last Friday night? Wasn't on the bench with the team, nursing the sprained ankle that has now caused him, along with that knee injury that he suffered in practice a couple days before this series started. He's missed 3 of the 4 games. He wasn't on the bench with the team on Friday night. Ime Udoka said it was part of his treatment plan. How could they not get that done before the game started? You have all freaking day. I mean, what the hell? What are we doing? How does that happen? How do you have a guy when a game is at, 8 p.m. Eastern, 9 p.m. Eastern? It was late. How do you have him getting treatment for a sprained ankle while the game is going on? Isn't that something that you get done before the game starts, especially if you know he's not going to play? Like, what is that the first time you've ever seen something like that?
Pat, there are two pieces of this because first off, I heard that Ime quote that you mentioned, and I went, all right, well, that sounds like a coach covering for a player, first and foremost. Secondly, though, yes, I have seen players get treatment during games. I don't think that is completely out of the realm. What I would tell anybody is what I've seen is players get treatments during the games, and then they go up in the third quarter and go sit with the rest of their team. They're not sitting there for 3 hours going, oh, all right, well, this treatment is so important that I can at least go sit out there and try to support the rest of the group. Optics on that specifically were terrible. I mean, Kevin has been in the league almost 20 years at this point. He's one of the best players we've ever seen. I'm surprised just on a baseline level that he wasn't like, all right, I need to go sit out there and I need to go show the support outwardly of what's going on. But, Pat, this is why you and I are going to be talking about the Rockets for a while, because the fact that he wasn't out there and then everybody was like, well, where the hell was he? What's going on? Those questions are all legitimate. And when you don't show up, everything gets louder. And what I'd add to that is you don't show up and your team doesn't win. So I think this is a situation that was bad for Houston going into the end of the regular season, into the playoffs. It's gotten way worse. And now if they don't turn this thing around and do what nobody's done, then we're all going to be sitting here going, all right, what has to switch up for that team to get on track?
Yeah, and I mean, again, we haven't even gotten a true gauge of what Durant can do in this series because he's only played one freaking game. And he was miserable in that second half in game 2, the one game he's played so far.
Yeah.
He had 3 points in that second half, 5 turnovers for the game. He had 9. It was a career playoff worst. And then he's missed the other 3. So, I mean, this looks like another Durant team is about to get bounced in the first round. He just signed going into this season when he went over to them. 2-year, $90 million extension. Is there any chance with just 1 year left now on that contract that they trade Kevin Durant this offseason, assuming they get bounced here in the first round?
Yes, I think there is. But the question then becomes, to the other pile of questions they have to answer, what are you legitimately getting back at this point for Kevin? As great as he is, one, what would the return look like? And two, Pat, what team has that kind of cap space to give Houston back what they would want to begin with? I mean, given what's happened, going back to when Kevin left the Warriors, the Brooklyn thing imploded. Phoenix imploded. Houston looks like they're on the verge of imploding. Kevin is an unbelievable player still, but there are all these issues that continue to pop up in all these places. So I always thought that he should have gone to the Warriors. I thought that was set up for him in an organization that he was at least comfortable with for most of his 3 years there. I wonder if that conversation appears back into whatever may happen over the summer. But if you're Houston and you don't win and it ended the way that it did, everything should be on the table.
Talking with Nick Friedel, our Odyssey Sports NBA insider here on BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. All right, Blazers Spurs coming up tonight here, Nick. Game 5, Spurs trying to put this thing away. Look, the Blazers had their chances. They had their chance. They win Game 2 when Wemby goes down with a concussion. They steal it in San Antonio. Game 3, he doesn't play. Blazers were up by 15 points at one point, and they lose by double digits. Sunday was even worse. Wembanyama comes back, and the Blazers are up by 19, and they lose by 20 points. First team in NBA playoff history to be up by 15-plus at the half and lose by 15-plus. But more so, I think this series is done at this point. It's probably going to end tonight. But more so, Nick, I thought the whole concussion protocol thing was fishy to me. Victor Wembanyama reportedly got cleared by the San Antonio Spurs team doctors for Game 3 on Friday night. The NBA steps in and they said, no, he's not cleared by the NBA concussion protocol. Now, again, I said, if you want to be a conspiracy theorist, is that the NBA trying to give Portland a chance to win this game, extend this series, more TV ratings, more money? Or is it the NBA trying to cover their ass and make sure that Wemby, even though he did get cleared by the team doctors, crazier things have happened. We see it in the NFL with Tua Tagovailoa. He suffers another concussion. That ain't going to look great for the league. What did you make of the NBA basically ruling out Victor Wembanyama in that Game 3 on Friday night, not clearing him from the concussion protocol while the team doctors did?
Pat, I'd love to think there was nothing fishy and the league just has a player's best interest at heart and was looking out and saying, all right, well, we know the team is going to be fast to get him back out there on the floor. Let's send in our person and have him checked out. I want to believe that because I feel like we're in an era where, because of the NFL, head injuries have never been more at the forefront. I mean, that is something that everybody can agree on, that with all the CTE concerns and everything we've learned about the brain and just as fans, when you saw somebody get knocked out the way Wemby did, you went, uh-oh.
Yeah.
But I've been around pro sports long enough to think, all right, well, maybe the league came in and was like, that injury looked awful. Let's be cautious and safe and give him another day or two. I mean, he clearly wanted to say a little bit more at the podium. He didn't. I think it's all under the bridge now because they're on the verge and should close this thing out and be done. But when you watch that whole thing play out, you went, what exactly is going on here? I want to believe that the league sat there and said, all right, let's just check and be sure that our doctor signs off. But I can't argue with you or anybody else that looked at that specific situation and went, I don't know what's happening here, but it doesn't feel like it's all on the up and up.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, I'm glad that you agree. Nick, I got two more for you really quickly here. Let's get into the other series we haven't touched on. Magic Pistons. I mean, my goodness, Detroit down 3-1. They've got to win 3 in a row. Otherwise, we will get just, I believe it's the 6th 1 seed to get knocked out by an 8 seed since the NBA playoffs expanded to 16 teams. Most recently, the Miami Heat did it against the Bucks. Giannis, though, was compromised in that series, and the Heat went all the way to the finals. I don't know what you think about this Orlando Magic team, but I think Detroit is cooked here, especially Cade Cunningham. He's had to do everything for them, and I think that has weighed on him late in these games because overall, you look at his numbers, he's been good, but man, in the fourth quarter of the last night's game and in the fourth quarter of the other loss on Sunday or over the weekend, turning it over, not being able to make shots in the fourth quarter. So it's like they need Cade to do everything. And then I feel like at the end of the game, that has been taxing on him, and he's actually been hurting them in the fourth quarter. What do you make of this conundrum here for Detroit? Because they look like a broken team right now after winning 60 games in the regular season.
Pat, I want to give us credit because this was what you and I and Brad and anybody who was worried about the Pistons for the last 6 weeks walking into the playoffs continued to say. If you slow down Cade Cunningham, where is the help coming from on this team? Is it Duran? Is it Dennis Jenkins? I mean, where was it going to appear from? And as you've watched this series, we've seen the same theme. When Cade has it rolling, they got a shot. The Magic are long. They're athletic as hell. They did not have the season they wanted, but they came to play when they needed it most. And I'm with you. I don't think this is a redo of 03 with T-Mac holding up 3-1 against the Pistons. I think the Magic can get one of these next couple. And if they do, and if Wagner's all right, I know there was a calf issue that popped up today that we heard about. I think you would start talking about the Rockets and the questions they'll have. What about a 1 seed Detroit getting knocked out this kind of way with not a lot of other options? So all the hype around Detroit and could they be the Kings of the East this year, that has faded quickly. And the problems that we diagnosed early on, they are the biggest ones that are facing this team right now.
All right, finally, Nick Friedel, Raptors, Cavs, Both teams have not lost at home here. Give me your prediction. Game 5 tomorrow. Raptors look heavily outmatched in the first 2 games. They look like the better team in the last 2. How do you think this series ends? Who wins it?
This has one of those classic playoff series, Pat, that every team wins at home. It's like, oh man, Toronto looked so bad in those first 2, and oh, did they look ugly in game 4 at times? But hey, they came back and won at home. I think Cleveland sneaks one out tomorrow. I think Toronto goes back and they find a way in game 6, and then Donovan Mitchell does just enough in game 7 to get them across. But with the way things are lining up, I mean, we're sitting here talking about the Magic and what can happen. I wouldn't hesitate to take the Magic if they can close Detroit in that next series, whoever they see. I just think they've got momentum. They're not the average 8 seed because they have been hurt, but they're looking like they actually enjoy playing together. And if you're getting that kind of production from Banchero and Bane, and I know Suggs didn't shoot it the other night, but he is doing a lot of different things to help that group. That's a team playing with a hell of a lot of confidence. So as we move forward, I think they're the team to keep an eye on out of that group that would come out of whatever that next series may be.
All right, Nick. Hey, appreciate the time as always, brother. Cannot wait to catch up with you next week. We got some doozies of some games going on right now. The Sixers are up double digits with 3 minutes left. It looks like that series going back to Philly. Knicks are crushing. Appreciate the time, man. Can't wait to chat with you soon.
You got it, buddy. Good luck to your Knicks.
Thanks, brother. That was Odyssey Sports NBA insider Nick Friedel. Insider calls are brought to you by Hyundai and the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. All right, phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. When we come back, I'll give you all my NBA takes from yesterday's games, and also we'll get you an update here because, as I just told Nick, the Sixers looks like they're not dead yet, and the Knicks are up big at half. So we'll get you some updates when we come back. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight right here on Westwood One Sports.
It's a good chance we're going to spin the wheel of teams again, and Kevin Durant doesn't have much of a choice. He's got a contract extension kicking in. There's no trade clause involved. And again, it may not be easy to move him with $50 million. I think it's $51 million a year for the next 2 years, or 55, like something like it's a crazy number. So it's after this particular stop for Durant. This is made him look really, really toxic. And I say look because am I positive that he's completely toxic? No, but he definitely soiled this stop for himself. The whole burner account thing has had a massive, massive hangover on this team. And listen, I'll blame Ime Udoka for a whole bunch of stuff, which I'll get into with Houston in a minute. I'm not blaming him for that. Kevin Durant is a 37-year-old player getting caught sending those types of messages in a chat and those things go public about teammates. That's not something Ime Udoka can smooth over. Kevin Durant has to smooth that over with his teammates. And one thing is apparent, he has not. Like you heard Jabari Smith's comments after game 2 about how Durant has to deal with double teams better, and that's on Kevin Durant. That's a kid 15, maybe 13 years his junior who's appropriately calling him out. And some of the names he called Jabari Smith Jr. on that chat with that burner account were flat out disrespectful and even politically incorrect. Like it was awful how Durant spoke of him, but he didn't deal with it. He didn't deal with any of it. He just wanted to come and play ball. But when you take shots at teammates like that and you want to be bound with them and you want to be able to win with them, there's got to be trust. No one trusts Kevin Durant, Houston. And that's the big issue right now. And listen, are there going to be suitors for him? Listen, he's Kevin Durant. You will have suitors for him. Are they going to get a lot of value for him? Probably not. But for them at this point, even just getting rid of him and moving on, there's an addition by subtraction subtraction element for this group. The question becomes, how do you replace him $50 million wise and find the scoring and the shooting that you need, because they're a very offensively challenged team. You combine that with the fact that Udoka and Rafael Stone, their GM, are not on the same page. Stone didn't, I truly believe Stone didn't add a point guard to that roster at the trade deadline to try to force Udoka into playing Reed Shepherd. And Udoka doesn't want to play Reed Shepherd because I wouldn't let him guard my spot online at the bank. The guy's a horrible defensive player. I don't blame him necessarily, but he doesn't have any choices now, and that's on the front office. But when you have a disconnect of that way, when the GM's not making an addition that the team needs to try to force another player on the coach, that's not a long-term sustainable situation. And assuming Houston goes down in this series, I would be shocked if Ime Udoka keeps his job.
Yeah, I thought they did a really nice job, really in each round. Trading Stukes, the defensive back from Arizona. People will kind of, look at his age. He'll be a 25-year-old rookie and kind of, look at that as purely a negative. But the glass half full with a player that age is he's coming in from day one, and you know what you're getting, and you're going to have someone has at least the potential to make a pretty quick impact. And so I think it's not like you're drafting a 25-year-old where you're still talking about upside. This is a player who has experience at corner, safety, but he was at his best as a nickel. And so very interested to see how exactly they use him. But Stukes is someone that's going to make an impact early on. Kieran Crawford in the third round. You talk about just adding juice to your pass rush. That's what he does. Scouts, they watched that Auburn defensive line last year to watch Keldrick Falk, but it was number 24 that kept drawing their eye. And, you keep hearing more and more buzz about him. I thought he could have easily gone in the second round. Raiders get him in the third, come back with Trey Zune, a versatile offensive lineman in the later third. And then I love what they did on day three. Obviously the dart throw with Jermod McCoy. Hopefully, just for his sake, he's able to stay on the field with that injury with the knee. And obviously the Raiders are hoping the same thing. But Mike Washington, the running back, is a really good backup option. Dalton Johnson from another Arizona DB. So I think at every step of the way, the Raiders had one of my favorite drafts this year.
When the game goes live, the conversation turns up. BetMGM Tonight continues now.
Welcome back, BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. The phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. Huge shout out to our guy, Nick Friedel, our Odyssey Sports NBA insider, for joining us here last segment, talking every single series, all the big storylines in the NBA playoffs. We'll get you a scoreboard update. Actually, let's just do it right here because this thing is a formality here, and I'll give you my instant reaction right away with the Sixers beating the Boston Celtics tonight. There is under a minute to go. It's 111-96 Philadelphia. Get this. The fourth quarter. We started the fourth quarter with the Celtics leading 86-85. The Philadelphia 76ers have just outscored Boston here in the fourth quarter, 26-10 with under a minute to go in the fourth quarter. The Celtics have 10 points in the fourth. And look, you know the story with the Boston Celtics. They live by the three. They die by the three. Tonight, they died by it. They died by it, and their defense wasn't there to back them up. Joel Embiid, after kind of withering away early on in game 4 on Sunday. The Sixers, you thought maybe that was the knockout blow. They weren't going to put up much of a fight tonight. And Boston got out to, I think, what was a double-digit lead early in this game. They led by as many as 13 in the first half. And Philly just never went away. Joel Embiid didn't go away. He's got 33 points and 8 assists. Tyrese Maxey's got 25 points and 10 rebounds. And the Philadelphia 76ers are sending this thing back to Philadelphia for a Game 6 coming up later this week. Shocking. That is a shocker of a result here. And again, the Celtics live by the 3 and they die by the 3. Tonight as a team, 11 for 39 from deep. 11 for 39. And I think I've been watching the game in my multi-view here next to my New York Knicks, who are up big at the half. We'll get to that game in just a second. I feel like Boston has missed like 10 straight shots. I think I saw at one point the Sixers went on a 13-0 run that lasted like 4 minutes. Again, Boston had the lead going into this quarter, and they didn't score for essentially 4 or 5 minutes in this quarter. I mean, Jason Tatum couldn't hit shots. They clamped down Jaylen Brown. None of the other role players hit their threes. And so it's very easy, and it looks easy, and it looks beautiful when the Boston Celtics are rolling. But man, when they can't hit their threes, they look like a team that is not going to the NBA Finals. They don't look like a team that's going to make it out of the second round. I'll tell you what, performances like tonight as a Knicks fan give me a lot of hope that if the Knicks win their series against Atlanta, and that is 2-2, and there is a lot that can change about the Knicks game right now. But if it's Knicks Celtics in the second round, I feel great about the New York Knicks. Because Boston is so hit or miss. They are so inconsistent. And when they don't hit their threes, again, they don't have that plan B. They don't. And you thought when it happened in game 2 and they lost and they only scored 97 points, which is the exact number of points they put up tonight, 97. They lose 113-97. It's now final. And I said it, look, they're good for one of these clunkers every series. I don't think it's going to impact how this series goes. I still think they're going to win it probably comfortably. And then they go and they win both in Philly. And they're up 3-1. And here they are back at home with a chance to close it out. And they couldn't hit water if they fell out of a boat in the fourth quarter. They had 86 points through 3. They score 11 in the fourth. That can't happen. And so now that's 2 clunkers in the first round. They won both games in Philly. They go take care of business in game 6. They're moving on to the second round. But this is not a winning formula for the Boston Celtics. This is not a championship formula. And I know going into the season, they weren't even supposed to have Jason Tatum playing this year. Right? Tore his Achilles in May against the Knicks in the second round. What was the likelihood that he was supposed to come back when the season started? I know there was fans that were optimistic. There were Celtics fans, Celtics team were saying, oh, well, don't count it out. We'll see if we can get him back for a long playoff run. It was like, yeah, okay, whatever. I doubt it. And also, we thought maybe the Celtics would take a step back. They were the second seed in the Eastern Conference before Tatum even came back. And then they ended up getting the second seed. Tatum comes back. He looks awesome. Basically ramps up to his full minutes almost immediately. And he's been phenomenal. And now all of a sudden, what looked like a season that was like, okay, we don't really have high expectations. Maybe we'll see what happens. We'll roll the dice. Quickly became, no, this is like the Celtics conference to win this Eastern Conference. Detroit, the 1 seed, a Pistons team with very little playoff experience. The New York Knicks looking as inconsistent as they have here throughout the regular season. This is the Celtics conference to win. And now you're going back to Philadelphia for a game 6, and all of a sudden, and I gave him a lot of flack, and rightfully so, because he hurt them way more than he helped them in his return from the appendix surgery. But all of a sudden, Joel Embiid, he looked good tonight, man. He looked good tonight. Is that sustainable? Can he come back home and do it again? Will the Celtics shoot as miserably as they did again tonight? Well, 2 out of 5 times, that's 40%. Where Boston has been downright putrid from 3. And again, when they don't hit their threes, they do not win. I'd like to know, and off the top of my head, I don't have it. I don't have the stats available. But I'd like to know the last time the Boston Celtics shot less than 30% from deep and won a playoff game. I want to know how often that happens for this team. They took 89 shots tonight. 39 of them were from deep. And I said it to Brad earlier in the show, going into this game tonight for the series, the Celtics had taken 56% of their shots from deep. Well, they were just under 50% tonight, and they only made 11 out of 39. So 40% of this series now, they have been terrible from deep, and they've lost both of those games. That's it right there. And if Boston, they had a 1-point lead going into the fourth quarter. And so sure, how do you tell a team, hey, don't do what you've done all year. Don't do what you've done for the last several years here. But when that drought, when Philly takes the lead midway through the fourth quarter, and then it's a minute and a half without a point. It's 2 minutes without a point. 2.5 minutes without a point. Now the Sixers are up by 4. Now the Sixers are up by 6. You got to change your strategy. You got to have that plan B. And I was watching, and they did try to attack the rim a couple of times. And Philadelphia, got to give them credit. Their defense was awesome in the paint in that fourth quarter. It wasn't just like the Celtics had open threes, and they just kept missing them. They were missing threes, and then they tried to get inside, and it was probably too little too late, and Philadelphia played lockdown defense. But Boston's not comfortable doing that. Boston wants to get their looks. They want to swing the ball around the perimeter. They want to play 5 out, and they want to just shoot a million threes, and that's how they want to beat you. And and if you're not hitting those, and you're able to take away any semblance of scoring inside, this team's broken. Their offense looks broken. I mean, you had a closeout game against the Sixers team that is inferior to you. And you scored 11 points in the fourth quarter at home in a closeout game. You can't just chalk that up to variance. I'm sorry. You can't. It's not acceptable. Can't just chalk that up to variance. Well, look, are the Celtics going to not take 45 threes in the next game? Oh, they probably will. Do they have a decent chance of hitting 15 to 20 of them? Yeah, they do. Because they've done it over and over and over again. But next round against the Knicks, they went down 0-2 last year, lost both of those games at home. That did them in. They don't have that margin for error. They don't have that margin for error to toss in a clunker. And who the hell knows who's getting to the Eastern Conference Finals out of the top half of this bracket? Orlando, Detroit, Cleveland, Toronto. Honestly, you tell me one of any of those 4 teams, I'd say, sure, why not? So if the Celtics are able to get past whoever they play in the second round, whether it is my Knicks or it is the Hawks, and they get to the conference finals, that might be the only avoiding the Pistons and maybe getting a James Harden-led Cavaliers team or a Magic team that they beat soundly last year in the postseason. That might be the ultimate gift this team can get. But I'll tell you, with how inconsistent they are shooting the 3 ball, they will not get past the second round if they play my New York Knicks. That's why I feel really damn good, because it's another performance tonight where they just don't have a plan B on offense. 310-840-4910. So that series is now 3-2. Game 6 is going to be in Philadelphia coming up on Thursday night. And the Sixers and Joel Embiid, who was awesome, and I got to give him credit because I'm the first one to talk smack about him when he plays terrible or when he hurts his team. They don't win this game tonight without Joel Embiid. 33 points, 8 assists. He was a plus 13 in the box score after being miserable in the second half of that game on Sunday. Can they force a game 7? And then all the pressure will be on Boston. 310-840-4910 is the phone number to join the show. We'll get to some of the other games, the late games in the NBA from last night. We'll get you a scoreboard update on the Knicks and the Hawks. We'll talk a little puck as well. Join the show. Give us a call, 310-840-4910. You can also hit me up on Twitter at PatBoyle44. This is BetMGM Tonight, right here on Westwood One Sports.
Can you think back on in this year's preparation and putting together this year's beast was one of the most interesting little tidbits that you uncovered about someone in the process?
Yeah, and that's my favorite part about doing this is just learning about these journeys because there's all these players getting to the doorstep of the NFL, but they all got here in different ways, whether they had a football in their crib growing up or they started playing as seniors in high school. Keith Abney, the corner from Arizona State who went to the Lions in the 5th round, him being an competitive inline skater growing up, winning the national championship in the 300 meters, setting a U.S. record in the 7th grade in Omaha, Nebraska. That's just something I've heard about wrestlers, former wrestlers becoming offensive linemen, and basketball players, obviously. But that was a first with inline skater. But I have to imagine some of that, the endurance, the balance, the lower body strength. I have to imagine some of that translated over to the football field. Haynes King, the Georgia Tech quarterback who went undrafted but signed with the Panthers, which is a good spot for him. He's one of the toughest players just in this draft, full stop. And I think the best way to sum that up, when he was a kid, he was a lefty quarterback and he got hurt. And most kids, they're just going to, sit on the bench for a few months, come back stronger than ever after the injury heals. No, he taught himself to throw right-handed, and he is now a right-handed quarterback. I have never heard of that before with a quarterback that got to the NFL, just learning to throw with his non-dominant hand because that's how much he wanted to be out there with his teammates.
It's he's not really being referred to anyway because a lot of the people here don't really believe that he is going to ask to be traded or that he is going to demand a trade. We heard the Schefter report, and that's a lot of people are kind of trying to conflict with that report and say that's not really the case. They expect him to play on the franchise tag this year. Look, as somebody who's been around this area long enough with David Mulligetta and the Cowboys to know he doesn't like his players to play on one-year deals on franchise tag. So I'll believe that when I see it, that George Pickens is going to play this year on the franchise tag. But that is the expectation, at least right now, is that he's going to sign the tender. He's just not going to sign it until he's ready to actually report to camp. And that will be whenever he pleases, because it's not going to be anytime soon, I don't think.
Who is Drew Mestamaker, and why do people need to know exactly who he is going into this year?
Former walk-on, went to North Texas and just lit it up. And I think scouts are intrigued because he can sling it all over the place. Not the biggest guy, but he transferred to Oklahoma State with his head coach, Eric Morris. And so it's going to be really interesting to see how he adapts to an uptick in competition. And can he take that next step? But I tell you, scouts are buzzing about him and his ability, where he could be a year from now, 2 years from now. He's one of the, feels like, dozen quarterbacks in this draft where it's more intrigue than anything right now. But based off of how the 2026 season goes, absolutely could be in that top 15 conversation in the first round.
When the game goes live, the conversation turns up. BetMGM Tonight continues now.
Welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. We're going to talk some hockey in just a bit, but let's get you a scoreboard update here midway through the third quarter, and the Knicks holding on to a double-digit lead over the Hawks, 73-57. Game 5 in this first-round playoff series. The series tied at 2 apiece. Karl-Anthony Towns already with a double-double, 14 points and 12 rebounds. He's also got 2 steals and 2 blocks. I said going into this game, I said it on last night's show, the Knicks can win this series. I'm confident that they do, but it's on Karl-Anthony Towns to dominate because the Atlanta Hawks cannot stop him. He's got to be aggressive, and I still would like to see him take way more shots. He's only taken 7 shots in this game. He's 5 for 7. They can't defend him. He should have 30. But the Knicks up by 16. Jalen Brunson has 20 points, and this is the best game Jalen Brunson has played in this series because he's been very inefficient. He hurt the Knicks those final possessions of the 2 games that they smoked on the last possession. And in those fourth quarters, Jalen Brunson much, much better tonight. 20 points, 9 for 15 from the field. He's getting to his spots. And then look, the Knicks, they let 2 games slip through their hands. They just as easily could have swept this series. But they're in great position right now to go up 3 games to 2. I am still waiting. I'm counting on it in the fourth quarter. This will probably get back to single digits. Maybe it gets back to a 5-point game. But the Knicks are playing great basketball right now. Meanwhile, for Atlanta, CJ McCollum, who had been the villain, he's only got 4 points. They have effectively finally neutralized CJ McCollum. Meanwhile, Jalen Johnson's got 14 points and 9 rebounds. But Atlanta is just 7 for 24 from deep. So the Knicks are playing great ball on both sides of the floor. And then they've just started in San Antonio. The Spurs lead the Blazers 2-0. Spurs looking to close that series out tonight in Game 5. They lead 3-1. But let's talk some puck, shall we? And let's get this first from our friends at BetMGM. BetMGM's Hat Trick Jackpot. You have the chance to win your share of $10,000 in bonus bets during each playoff game. Just place an anytime goal scorer wager, and if your guy scores 3 or more goals during that game, you will win a share of $10,000 in bonus bets. So, quick scoreboard update here. Bruins and the Sabres tied at 1 apiece midway through the third. Buffalo up 3-1. If the Sabres win, the Bruins are gone. And then Game 5 between the Wild and the Stars, they're going into the third period. This series tied at 2 games all. In Dallas, the Wild lead it 2-1. But I want to give you some thoughts here on the games from last night. The Philadelphia Flyers were up 3-0 on the Penguins going into Saturday night, looking for the sweep at home. It looked like Sidney Crosby and Evgeny Malkin they looked old, they looked washed up. Penguins basically trying to fight the Flyers after every puck stoppage, and the Flyers just saying, all right, fine, you could try to punch us in the face all you want, but we are faster than you, and we're going to keep out skating you. And they did. And then Pittsburgh was able to win Game 4 and avoid this sweep. And then last night, they were able to win again, this time in Pittsburgh, with some brilliant goaltending in the third period, some great defense, some timely goals, excellent goaltending again from Artur Silovs. And all of a sudden now, from 3-0, looking like a sweep, it's 3-2. Game 6 tomorrow night in Philadelphia. Can this very inexperienced young Flyers team, can they avoid the meltdown? Or will they become the 5th team ever in Stanley Cup playoff history to blow a 3-0 lead and lose? There's actually been a handful of other teams that from 3-0 up have then gone to Game 7 and won, but there's 4 teams that have blown a 3-0 lead and lost the series. And now look, Game 6 tomorrow night in Philadelphia. You would think the Flyers can finish it off there, but remember, this team had a 4% chance of getting to the playoffs at the All-Star break, out of the Olympics break. They went on a hell of a run, but this team is young. This team is inexperienced. And now they're feeling the pressure. And at some point, you're down 3-0. You get it back to 3-2, doesn't it? I always hate, you're playing with house money. I hate that term. But certainly all the pressure's on the Flyers at home tomorrow night. You lose that game, it goes back to Pittsburgh for Game 7. I don't care how well you played in Games 1 and 2, winning them both on the road. If Pittsburgh wins this game tomorrow, I think the Flyers will melt down and lose the series. I really do. And then in the other game last night, the Mammoth and the Golden Knights, the Utah Mammoth, another scrappy young team on paper that were underdogs in this series. They were up 2-1 in the series last night, looking to take a 3-1 lead at home, and Vegas jumped out to a 3-0 lead. And then Utah scored 1, 2, 3, 4 goals in a row to take a 4-3 lead. They were 10 minutes away from winning and going up 3-1 in the series. And Brett Howden scored for the Golden Knights. And then Shea Theodore wins it with less than a minute to go in the first overtime. And just like that, the momentum swings. That series is tied 2-2. And I think the Mammoth, they blew a massive opportunity. And I think they will regret it. I think the Vegas Golden Knights are going to go on to win this series. I picked them before the series began. But Utah, they looked awesome. And I know they were down 3-0, but then you score 4 goals in a row. You're at home. You got to finish that game out. And I think they're going to regret that. Series tied 2-2 going back to Vegas for Game 5 tomorrow night. All right, we'll take a short break. You want to join the fun? 310-840-4910. We'll kick off the final hour coming up next with a little hot or cold. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM Tonight right here on Westwood One Sports.
It's a good chance we're going to spin the wheel of teams again, and Kevin Durant doesn't have much of a choice. He's got a contract extension kicking in. There's no trade clause involved. And again, it may not be easy to move him with $50 million. I think it's $51 million a year for the next 2 years, or 55, like something like it's a crazy number. So it's after this particular stop for Durant. This is made him look really, really toxic. And I say look because am I positive that he's completely toxic? No, but he definitely soiled this stop for himself. The whole burner account thing has had a massive, massive hangover on this team. And listen, I'll blame Ime Udoka for a whole bunch of stuff, which I'll get into with Houston in a minute. I'm not blaming him for that. Kevin Durant is a 37-year-old player getting caught sending those types of messages in a chat and those things go public about teammates. That's not something Ime Udoka can smooth over. Kevin Durant has to smooth that over with his teammates. And one thing is apparent, he has not. Like you heard Jabari Smith's comments after Game 2 about how Durant has to deal with double teams better, and that's on Kevin Durant. That's a kid 15, maybe 13 years his junior who's appropriately calling him out. And some of the names he called Jabari Smith Jr. on that chat with that burner account were flat out disrespectful and even politically incorrect. Like it was awful how Durant spoke of him, but he didn't deal with it. He didn't deal with any of it. He just wanted to come and play ball. But when you take shots at teammates like that and you want to be bound with them and you want to be able to win with them, there's got to be trust. No one trusts Kevin Durant, Houston. And that's the big issue right now. And listen, are there going to be suitors for him? Listen, he's Kevin Durant. You will have suitors for him. Are they going to get a lot of value for him? Probably not. But for them at this point, even just getting rid of him and moving on, there's an addition by subtraction element for this group. The question becomes, how do you replace him $50 million wise and find the scoring and the shooting that you need, because they're a very offensively challenged team. You combine that with the fact that Udoka and Rafael Stone, their GM, are not on the same page. Stone didn't, I truly believe Stone didn't add a point guard to that that roster at the trade deadline to try to force Udoka into playing Reed Shepard. And Udoka doesn't want to play Reed Shepard because I wouldn't let him guard my spot on line at the bank. The guy's a horrible defensive player. I don't blame him necessarily, but he doesn't have any choices now, and that's on the front office. But when you have a disconnect of that way, when the GM's not making an addition that the team needs to try to force another player on the coach, that's not a long-term sustainable situation. And assuming Houston goes down in the series, I would be shocked if Ime Udoka keeps his job.
Yeah, I thought they did a really nice job, really in each round. Trading Stukes, the defensive back from Arizona. People will kind of, look at his age. He'll be a 25-year-old rookie and kind of, look at that as purely a negative. But the glass half full with a player that age is he's coming in from day one, and you know what you're getting, and you're going to have someone who has at least the potential to make a pretty quick impact. And so I think it's not like you're drafting a 25-year-old where you're still talking about upside. This is a player who has experience at corner, safety, but who was at his best as a nickel. And so very interested to see how exactly they use him. But Stukes is someone that's going to make an impact early on. Kieran Crawford in the third round. You talk about just adding juice to your pass rush. That's what he does. Scouts, they watched that Auburn defensive line last year to watch Keldrick Falk, but it was number 24 that kept drawing their eye. And, you keep hearing more and more buzz about him. I thought he could have easily gone in the second round. Raiders get him in the third, come back with Trey Zune, a versatile offensive lineman in the later third. And then I love what they did on day three. Obviously the dart throw with Jermod McCoy. Hopefully, just for his sake, he's able to stay on the field with that injury with the knee. And obviously the Raiders are hoping the same thing. But Mike Washington, the running back, is a really good backup option. Dalton Johnson from another Arizona DB. So I think every step of the way, the Raiders had one of my favorite drafts this year.
Down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Hey-o! Welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle, and we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. You could watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You could watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the show on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Hour number 5 starts right now. Open phone lines to talk NBA playoffs. Sixers with a massive fourth quarter, beating the Celtics, who shot miserably. We're going back to Game 6 for Philadelphia. That series now 3-2. You want to talk any of the other series in the NBA playoffs? You want to talk Stanley Cup playoffs? We got some great games going on right now. Seasons are on the line tonight. You want to talk any still, a couple of days belated reaction to the NFL draft, any football news? You can join our talk and text line, 310-840-4910. Open phone lines here, the final hour of the show. You can call or you can just text your thoughts. And if you do text us, just let us know what your name is and where you're from so we can get you featured on the show. Again, 310-840-4910. Let's get you a quick scoreboard update here before we get to hot or cold. Mention Sixers beat the Celtics 113-97. New York Knicks lead the Atlanta Hawks 83-65 in Game 5 from the Garden. That series tied at 2 apiece. Jalen Brunson, 22 points. Karl Anthony Towns, 14 points and 12 rebounds. Knicks looking like they're primed to go up 3-2. And then the Spurs up 3-1, trying to close out the Blazers tonight. Midway through the first quarter, San Antonio leads at 26-17. Julian Champagnie with a hot start for the Spurs. He's got 11 points. Victor Wembanyama already does have a block. He's only taken one shot, though. He's got 2 points. And Portland, Denny Avdia, as expected, trying to keep their season alive. He's got 8 points. Okay. And then on the ice, Boston Bruins season on the line. Under 3 minutes to go in regulation. Down 3-1 against the Sabres in Buffalo. That game tied at 1 apiece. And they're about to start the third period in Dallas. Game 5 between the Wild and the Stars. That series 2 games apiece. Wild lead it 2-1. So there's your scoreboard update. We'll get you some baseball scores in a bit, but let's get to a little hot or cold here with producer Brandon Combs, who's watching his Cubbies. Combs, what's going on, brother?
Another night, another, Cubs offense looking all right. I'll take it. You just need the pitching staff to hold up, which might be a problem here for a couple of months, but hopefully tonight it is not.
Yeah, 2-0 already for the Cubbies. Dansby Swanson with a 2-run double as they got to Walker Buehler early. But yeah, Combs, just when you thought things were maybe starting to look up, you get Justin Steele setback for the pitching rotation. The Cubs might need to call me up. I might need to go give the Cubbies some innings this year.
Yeah, look, at this point, you, Monty, Brad, myself, we could form a rotation. The Cubs need bodies. They absolutely need bodies. They need to make a trade. They need to pick somebody off the scrap heap. They need to do something because their only prospect that was ready to come up was Jackson Wiggins. He is also on the IL with a throwing arm injury and some inflammation in his throwing arm. So not good, not good at all. But it's a good way to start hot or cold, Pat, because hot or cold, Jed Hoyer's extension looks worse and worse with every injury to this pitching staff.
Yeah, look, I know you're going to go off here. I'll just go cold. You can't predict how many guys they've had land on the injured list here already to start this season. You only get a certain amount of guys you could put on the roster. You're not expecting Justin Steele to go down with an injury. Cade Horton, his injury happened one of the first games he pitched this year, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, he pitched in 2 games, and now he's shut down on the 60-day IL. Palencia, the closer's hurt. You have 5 other relievers who are on the injured list right now, if I'm seeing this correctly. So I know you're not a fan of how Jed Hoyer, the moves he's made these last couple of years here to try to build this roster, but I can't crush him for having basically half the pitching staff hurt.
Look, I don't blame him for the injuries. So I'm not going to go there at all because the injuries are the injuries. There's nothing you can do. But I was screaming before the season started, and I said this on my podcast, Combs and Fitz Windy City Sports Talk, Sundays 11 a.m. You catch it there on YouTube, all your other platforms that you can find them on. Shameless plug.
Shameless plug.
I was screaming from the mountaintops that the Cubs need to build depth and Jed needs to go and get somebody. I didn't care if it was Zach Gallen. I didn't care if it was even an Aaron Savali. But he did nothing. And the reason that we were told that he did nothing was because, and I quote, people don't look at it as we are going to make an addition here because we're going to get Justin Steele back, and that's our addition without having to add anybody to the roster. And look at where you're at now, Jed, because you rested on something that was not a given. You rested on something that you weren't 100% certain was going to happen. And not only that, but injuries happen in this game, especially with hard-throwing guys like Cade Horton, for God's sakes. Like, you have to have something ready, and the only thing that you had ready in the minor leagues was Javier Assad, who from time to time looks like he can be a stud, and then from time to time looks like he's throwing batting practice when he's on the mound. You had a 1-year deal for Nick Martinez, who signed a 1-year deal for $13 million. A 1-year deal for $21 million for Zach Gallen. 1-year deal, $6 million for Aaron Savali. 1-year deal, $7.5 million for Michael Soroka. All of those guys have ERAs that are under 4, and 3 of those 4 guys have ERAs that are 3 or under. And you couldn't go out and get one of them to build depth in this rotation? You're relying on guys like Ben Brown now to come out of your bullpen? The 2-pitch wonder himself, Ben Brown, is going to be a guy that you have to rely on. Jamison Taillon, Shota Imanaga, when they're not at Wrigley Field and the wind's not blowing in, they can't keep the ball inside the ballpark. So what do you have now in a rotation? Because now you're not getting. I'm telling Justin Steele. I'm waiting for the announcement. It's probably going to happen in the next day or two. Is going to have to go back and have Tommy John surgery. Can almost guarantee you that. And now, so you're going to be without him. You're going to be without Cade Horton. And now your top 3, even if you do somehow find your way into the playoffs through all these injuries, you're going into the playoffs right now as it stands, which they could make a trade at the deadline. I understand that, and they need to. But right now, you'd be going with Edward Cabrera, Matthew Boyd, and Shota Imanaga as your 1, 2, 3. You might. I mean, at this point, just don't even make the playoffs. Don't even make the playoffs because I don't want to deal like you're just going to get into the playoffs and you're just going to get smoked by the Milwaukee Brewers or somebody again. Cincinnati Reds, the Pirates, like they're all better than you right now because you failed to do your job and build depth in this rotation.
Combs,
Stupid.
It is April 28th. It's April 28th. And if I asked you, and you probably know the answer, if I asked you where the Chicago Cubs ranked in all of Major League Baseball in run differential, where would you say they are?
I know where they're at. They're 4th.
Exactly.
I know where they're at.
So they have the 4th best run differential in baseball. They're 17-12 despite a litany of injuries. And you are saying don't make the playoffs because they're just going to get crushed anyway because of injuries to the pitching rotation here in April. And I realize some of them are going to last probably the whole year. But still, it is April 28th, and they're one of the best teams in baseball.
They're 17-12 in part because of a 10-game winning streak in which they won 7 of those games off of the Mets and the Phillies.
And going into the season, you would have said that that's an excellent stretch of baseball.
I understand, but we're in the season now. And now you're at April 28th, and everything that I was worried about before the season has already come to fruition. And now you're sitting there, and yes, this lineup is capable of keeping them in games. This lineup is capable of scoring runs in bunches and rallying off 3 or 4 wins in a row just based off of the lineup alone because they're scoring 9 or 10 runs. But you have no depth in your bullpen. You have no depth in your starting rotation. Your biggest addition to your bullpen were Phil Maton, Hunter Harvey. Hunter Harvey's on the IL. Phil Maton's got an ERA of 1 billion. Like
can you give him a chance?
Frustrating, Pat.
Can you give him a chance to at least get to the trade deadline and address the needs that they'll have at the trade deadline?
Sure. Tell me something in the last, I don't know, since Theo left. Tell me one good even trade deadline move that he has pulled off. This is the reason why I say he has the tiniest pair of all the GMs in baseball, because he doesn't make these big moves. He doesn't make these big signings. And I wasn't even asking for a big signings. You missed out on guys. You missed out on Aaron Savali and Michael Soroka, who together didn't even sign for $14 million this year.
You're telling me Willie Castro last year wasn't a big move?
I'm going to punch you in the throat.
All right, let's move on. The Cubs are having a great season despite all the injuries, and Combs is just, enjoy it, man. Enjoy that they're winning despite some injuries and realize that it's a long freaking season. It's a long season.
Go enjoy your Knicks.
I am. I'm very much enjoying it. They're up by 18 right now. Up by 18 late in the third quarter. I am very much enjoying it. Hopefully they don't blow it. Speaking of the NBA playoffs here, it's a long season for baseball. It ain't too long of a season right now for the Detroit Pistons. They've got 0 losses left that they can suffer here in this first round against the Orlando Magic. Down 3-1. Detroit's offense looks broken. They are the 1 seed. They have won 60 games. Combs, hot or cold, Pistons will come back from 3-1 down and win the series versus the Magic.
I've never been colder on anything in my life. This Pistons team is dead. The Magic are winning the series in 5, at the very least 6. But this series is over. This Pistons team is dead. They have no fight left in them. They have one player. They have Cade Cunningham. They don't have the Magic have something that they don't, because the Magic only have one superstar too, but the Magic also have a really good role player in Bane, and that's something that right now the Detroit Pistons do not have. They don't have anybody playing at that level. They don't have a Batman to the Robin, and the Magic just look like they want it more, and they look like the better team out there. They look like they're the 1 seed in this series. So cold, Pistons are dead.
I think you mean they don't have a Robin to the Batman. You said they don't have a Batman to the Robin.
Whatever. I'm still pissed off about the Cubs.
I mean, geez, they're winning the game tonight too. Like, enjoy that before that disappears. Oh, it's 2-1 now.
Yeah.
All right. Well, at least you still got the lead. Enjoy that. I'm gonna go cold as well. I think they're cooked. Now, I think they will probably, give you the backs against the wall performance tomorrow and win game 5 and make it 3-2. I don't think they're going to lose at home again. Crazier things have happened. They don't look like a team that has let games slip away from them. They've just been outplayed in the fourth quarter. So I agree with you. I do think this is 3-2. Orlando's going to feel the pressure if it does get to a game 6 back in Florida. And if they lose that, then I don't think they're going to come back and win a game 7. So I think this just comes down to, can the Orlando Magic win game 6 at home? But I agree. They probably do, because Cade Cunningham has been having to do it all for Detroit. Jalen, you mentioned they don't have that, Robin. Jalen Duren was supposed to be that. It was an all-star this year. The guy averaged 21 points and 11 rebounds per game. He's averaging 9 and 8 in this series. Half of his points, less than half of his points that he averaged in the regular season. He's been a disaster. Hasn't been aggressive. Hasn't been able to make shots. This Pistons offense is so one-dimensional. It's basically just ISO, little, like, it looks like college basketball where the only move they have is to, set a screen and then, dribble handoff and hopefully that the guy can turn the corner and get to the bucket. Like, that's the only Pistons offense they got going right now. They can't hit threes. Duncan Robinson hits a couple in the first half and then he disappears in the second half. Duren doesn't do anything. These guys off the bench that were supposed to be giving them depth and that were great when Cade Cunningham went down with that injury, Dennis Jenkins and others, they just have not. They've been invisible. Their bench stinks. They got nothing from their bench. Absolutely nothing. And then Cade Cunningham has to do it all. And by the end of the game, I feel like he feels the emotional tax and then he starts committing turnovers. He can't make shots in the fourth quarter. I mean, he had 9 turnovers in that game last night. So I agree. I'm cold. Yeah. I don't think the Pistons will come back and win this series versus the Magic, but I do think they win tomorrow. And then it'll come down to game 6, whether or not Orlando can win it in Florida.
Kind of ironic that the Robin to the Batman is Bane, isn't it? If you know, you know.
Wow. Hey, look at you, Combs. Look at you, the wordsmith. By the way, Bane, right. Tom Hardy's Bane in Dark Knight Rises, one of my favorite villains of all time. I love Tom Hardy. I love the phenomenal accent. Yeah. I love the new age Bane with the mask and the big fur coat. Mm-hmm. He's just ripped, and all his great sayings and his great quotes. One of the best villains, I think, in comic, Batman's DC comics versus Marvel, DC, whatever it is.
Yeah.
Any of the comics, the Bane Batman from Dark Knight Rises is one of the best ever.
A second only to Heath
Ledger's Joker. I agree.
Oh my God, the best by far. I'm a huge Batman guy. I love all the Batman movies. Batman's always been my favorite out of all the superheroes. So those Batman movies were awesome. But I agree with you. Bane was phenomenal. All right. Let's go to another one. I'm looking up and down the list that we have here because we've got so many. Let's go to another baseball one. The shuttle reading coaches for hire that picked up the fired Red Sox staff is hilarious, but also indicative of the front office mess.
Yeah, hot. I mean, that's just unfortunate that Alex Cora and the 5 assistant coaches from the Red Sox that got fired, they get picked up at the hotel shuttle in Baltimore, a game that they win 17-1. And yes, it literally reads coaches for hire, which I think that's probably like Coach Bus.
Yes.
I don't know. Give me the
That's
background on this, Combs, because that's what I thought so. And you got 5-6 coaches that get fired on that day taking that shuttle. That is the irony in that is profound. But I mean, the Red Sox front office, this is an absolute panic move from Craig Breslow. I think it's going to be one that they regret for sure. So I'm hot.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. Look, when you're talking about firing a coaching staff on a team where not only did they lose Alex Bregman and decide to replace him with, Caleb Durbin. Yeah, I know you know who that is, right? Caleb Durbin. That's the replacement for Alex Bregman. When you've got a relief core where you couldn't even name half of the players, when you've got a starting rotation where, Sonny Gray, who's been okay, but then you've got the corpse of Ranger Suarez, you got some guy named Connolly Early in your rotation, it's going to be tough to come back and repeat what you did the year before. And I don't know what they wanted them to do with this roster that the Red Sox put together, but this team was never going to be a playoff team. This team was never going to be a team that competed in the American League East as it presently is constituted. I don't know if they're as good as the Tampa Bay Rays, this Red Sox roster. I really don't. I look at what you have with the Red Sox, and I look at the American League East, and to me, the American League East is all about the Yankees, and it's all about the Baltimore Orioles. And I mean, after that, the Red Sox were never going to compete. So when you fire a World Series winning manager to get him out of town, there's something more there. And you're trying to hide something, whether it's your own job you're trying to protect and you're trying to throw somebody else under the bus, whatever it is, it was bad. But the coaches for hire thing was a very happy accident because I laughed my butt off at that.
Yeah, by the way, our video producer, Monty, telling you get your facts straight. The corpse of Ranger Suarez guy had 8 innings pitched with 1 hit allowed yesterday. And Connolly Early is a bright young player for them. That's actually one of the players that I think has a great shot to develop into an all-star. Because he was great in his limited time in the big leagues last year, and he pitched pretty well against the Yankees in that playoff game, and he's got an ERA under 3 so far. This comes down to the offense. This comes down to their offense and not being able to re-sign Alex Bregman and basically not having any backup option. Like you said, Caleb Durbin is basically their backup option. They traded away Rafael Devers because they didn't want to pay him, and they made the excuses of, he's not a team player, doesn't work hard, doesn't want to play first base, doesn't want to do the things we asked. That's because you signed his replacement and you basically told him, kick rocks, you're not playing third base. That was the face of your franchise. Like, what other team does that? And again, it's an unfortunate situation, but that's what you got when you decided to add Alex Bregman. Like, you made your own bed. Now you got to sleep in it. But again, this is a team that didn't want to pay Mookie Betts, one of the great players of this century. And you traded him away, and look at what he's done with the Los Angeles Dodgers. So I know they've had some changes in the front office. Used to be Dombrowski, like you said. A long time ago, it was Theo. Then it was Chaim Bloom, and now it's Craig Breslow, former Red Sox relief pitcher. I think he is digging himself a massive hole here, and firing a World Series winning manager, I agree with you, was not the move this early in the season. You could say it's not too early for the Phillies firing Rob Thompson. You could say it wouldn't be too early for the Mets firing Carlos Mendoza. I think it was too early to fire Alex Cora, and I think this was because, some reports are starting to come out now in the last couple of days here that they really didn't see eye to eye on anything. Alex Cora wanted way more freedom over the lineup and the day-to-day stuff, and we know how baseball is trending with these front offices wanting to take more and more control. And obviously Craig Breslow got to the point where he was like, screw it, man. You're going to battle with me. You're going to argue with me. You're gone. You're gone. I got my excuse as to why I needed to fire you. A slow start like this. I don't care that we won 17-1. Before this team maybe gets on a heater, I'm going to fire you before that happens so I can take credit for it.
And that's how you know it was a bad move too, because right after it happens, the Phillies try. If another team tries hiring your manager 2 days after you fire him, it's a bad move. And you're not going to find anybody out there giving Rob Thompson an opportunity right now. And if Carlos Mendoza makes it through this national series, and if he doesn't make it through this national series, you're not going to see anybody trying to line up to hire him either. So terrible move by the Red Sox. And Connolly early, I'm sorry, just sounds like a guy that MLB The Show makes up for somebody who doesn't give him the license to use their name.
It does. It does. I mean, it sounds like a kid from South Boston who's like an Irishman that may or may not be in the IRA, like in the mob. That's what it also sounds like. That is the best point you made, though. That's the best. Yeah, that's the best point you made, though. The Sox fire him, and the Phillies literally fired Rob Thompson 48 hours later so that they could try to hire Alex Cora. 310-840-4910. We'll continue on with some more hot or cold. We'll get to some of your tweets and some of your phone calls. We'll get you a scoreboard update here with the final score. The Bruins and the Sabres headed to overtime with Boston's season on the line. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports.
Can you think back on in this year's preparation and putting together this year's Beast was one of the most interesting little tidbits that you uncovered about someone in the process?
Yeah, and that's my favorite part about doing this is just learning about these journeys, because there's all these players getting to the doorstep of the NFL, but they all got here in different ways, whether they had a football in their crib growing up or they started playing as seniors in high school. Keith Abney, the corner from Arizona State who went to the Lions in the 5th round, him being an competitive inline skater growing up, winning the national championship in the 300 meters, setting a U.S. record in the 7th grade in Omaha, Nebraska. That's just something I've heard about former wrestlers becoming offensive linemen, and basketball players obviously, but that was a first with inline skater. But I have to imagine some of that. The endurance, the balance, the lower body strength. I have to imagine some of that translated over to the football field. Haynes King, the Georgia Tech quarterback who went undrafted but signed with the Panthers, which is a good spot for him. He's one of the toughest players just in this draft, full stop. And I think the best way to sum that up, when he was a kid, he was a lefty quarterback and he got hurt. And most kids, they're just going to, sit on the bench for a few months, come back stronger than ever after the injury heals. No, he taught himself to throw right-handed, and he is now a right-handed quarterback. I have never heard of that before with a quarterback that got to the NFL, just learning to throw with his non-dominant hand because that's how much he wanted to be out there with his teammates.
It's he's not really being referred to anyway, because a lot of the people here don't really believe that he is going to ask to be traded or that he is going to demand a trade. We heard the Schefter report, and that's a lot of people are kind of trying to conflict with that report and say that's not really the case. They expect him to play on the franchise tag this year. Look, as somebody who's been around this area long enough with David Mulligetta and the Cowboys to know he doesn't like his players to play on one-year deals on franchise tag. So I'll believe that when I see it, that George Pickens is going to play this year on the franchise tag. But that is the expectation, at least right now, is that he's going to sign the tender. He's just not going to sign it until he's ready to actually report to camp. And that will be whenever he pleases, because it's not going to be anytime soon, I don't think.
Who is Drew Mestamaker, and why do people need to know exactly who he is going into this year?
Former walk-on, went to North Texas and just lit it up. And I think scouts are intrigued because he can sling it all over the place. Not the biggest guy, but he transferred to Oklahoma State with his head coach, Eric Morris. And so it's going to be really interesting to see how he adapts to an uptick in competition. And can he take that next step? But I tell you, scouts are buzzing about him and his ability, where he could be a year from now, 2 years from now. He's one of the, feels like, dozen quarterbacks in this draft where it's more intrigue than anything right now. But based off of how the 2026 season goes, absolutely could be in that top 15 conversation in the first round.
Live scores, sharp options, no waiting till tomorrow. BetMGM Tonight is back.
Welcome back, BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. Before we get you a scoreboard update here, we've got 2 or 3 playoff hockey games going on. All 3 of them in action right now, including the Bruins season on the line in overtime. You've got 2 playoff basketball games going on right now, including the Knicks and the Hawks in the fourth quarter. So we'll get you a scoreboard update in just a second. But every day on the show, we do Let's Go Streaking, our segment where everybody on the crew picks one batter in Major League Baseball just to correctly get a hit. And myself and Brandon Combs, we have already extended our streaks. Bo Bichette with a home run for the Mets in the first inning. Juan Soto went deep for the Mets. And that means, Combs, your streak is now up to 5 in a row. And you're 11 for 15 since we started this. My streak's up to 2 in a row. I'm up to 12 out of 15. We're just waiting on Brad and Monty. Brad has Moises Ballesteros for your Cubbies. He's 0 for 2 so far, but Brad has gotten 8 correct picks in a row. And then Monty, our video producer, Michael Montgomery, is a perfect 14 for 14. The man has not missed, chasing perfection. He's got Max Muncy tonight. The Dodgers just started against the Marlins. Max Muncy's first at bat, infield pop out. So, top of the second. Scoreless. Max Muncy hitting 5th in the lineup tonight. You'd think he's got at least 3 more cracks to get Monty to a perfect 15 in a row. And Monty's going to San Diego the rest of this week. He's taking a little vacation. So, got to head to the West Coast. Still perfect. Otherwise, I don't know how he's going to sleep on that vacay. In San Diego, just thinking, man, if only I didn't take Max Muncy. If only I took Juan Soto like I wanted to before Combs stole him from me. But he just said in our group chat, chasing perfection is wild with the length of this season. Yeah, I mean, look, the fact, though, that we started this segment just to have some fun and, just see who knows ball. And Monty's got his website, batters-box.com, with all of his statistical analysis tools. And he's literally started off with 14 correct straight. I didn't think we would all collectively be doing this well. But like between the 4 of us, Brad was off last week or 2 weeks ago. So he's only got 9 picks, but between the 4 of us, we've already made 53 picks and we've only gotten 8 incorrect. Like 45 and 8, 45 out of 53 so far, doing this for the last 2.5, 3 weeks here. It's been amazing. So, we'll see if Max Muncy can keep it going for Monty. We'll see how long this freaking streak can last here. All right. Scoreboard update. By the way, number to join the show, 49-10. We are your nightly Central Sports Hub, so we keep you posted. In-game analysis, in-game updates all the time, every night, especially when you got 3 or 4 playoff basketball and playoff hockey games every night here for the last couple of weeks. And you'll have playoff basketball and playoff hockey every night basically for the next 2 months. Knicks lead the Hawks 106-82, under 6.5 to go. The Knicks are cruising to a win that will put them up 3-2 and put the Atlanta Hawks on the brink of defeat. Jalen Brunson with a monster performance, 34 points for the Knicks. And Karl-Anthony Towns, who I was screaming, he better dominate. This series is on Cat. Look, I'm never going to fault Jalen Brunson when he scores 34. Karl-Anthony Towns has only taken 7 shots. He's 5 for 7. He's got 16 points and 13 rebounds. I mean, he's been amazing. Amazing. Just needs to shoot the ball more. So, I don't know. Maybe Cat is saving some of those buckets for Game 6. But Brunson, absolutely out of his mind. 34 points. The Knicks are just a couple of minutes away from going up 3-2. Earlier, we told you the Sixers used a massive fourth quarter where the Celtics couldn't hit a shot and scored just 11 points to stay alive and keep their season going. Sixers win 113-97. So you'll have Game 6 in Philly on Thursday. And then right now, the Spurs are blowing out the Blazers. I don't think this series is lasting longer than tonight. Spurs up 3-1. They win this game. The series is over. They lead the Blazers 54-31 midway through the second quarter. Portland's just having a brutal night shooting the basketball, 34% from the field as a team. They've got just 2 players that have more than 3 points. Denny Avdia's got 10. Robert Williams, Big Bob Williams, has 7 points off the bench. Yikes. Portland cannot score on the San Antonio defense. And the Spurs, look, that's about as balanced of a scoring attack as you will see. They got 54 points. Only one guy's in double figures. Julian Champagne's got 11. And he had that all in the first quarter. So there's your update on the hardwood. On the ice, Bruins season hanging by a thread in overtime. And we're already 8 minutes into overtime. It's still 1-1. The Buffalo Sabres up 3-1. This is in Buffalo. The Sabres win this. Bruins season is over. And this magical ride for the Buffalo Sabres, who had not been to the playoffs in, 14 seasons? It was the second longest active drought in North American sports, and now it's only the New York Jets by themselves. The Buffalo Sabres had not made the postseason since 2011. And here they are, 1 goal, just the next goal away from getting to the second round. In Dallas, the Wild lead the Stars 3-1, under 5 minutes to go. That series has been a roller coaster. That series has been back and forth. Minnesota, if they hold on, they'll be up 3-2 with a chance to close that series out back home in Minneapolis on Thursday. And then finally, this series has been a surprise. The Oilers, backs against the wall, down 3-1 against the Ducks, needing to win 3 in a row in Edmonton. Oilers are up 1-0, and they've just scored a second goal. Looks like it's Zach Hyman. Just saw it as it happened, putting the Oils up 2-0 here in the first period. So it's a great start for Edmonton. But again, they'll have to win. They'll have to go to Anaheim, win again, and then they'll have to win a Game 7 at home. But if there's anybody that can do it, a team with as much postseason experience as the Edmonton Oilers have and as little postseason experience as the guys on the Ducks have, Oilers can pull this off. But it's still early, but they're already up 2-0. Great redirection goal, following it up in front of the net from Zach Hyman. So Oilers up 2-0 over the Ducks. 310-840-4910. Combs, let's get back to a little hot or cold here. I got one for you. How about this? Sources are saying that the New York Jets, on an idea from Geno Smith himself, New York Jets are considering signing Russell Wilson to be their backup quarterback. I mean, you got to be kidding me. This is like the Jets and the Giants are basically just taking each other's scraps. Now, I know Geno started his career with the Jets. He did play the one season with the Giants in 2017, and obviously coming over from the Raiders. But Russell Wilson, did you not just watch what he did last year with the Giants? He was terrible. Absolutely terrible. and they should have went to Jackson Dart probably a little bit sooner. But Russell Wilson fooling everybody when he threw for 450 yards against the Dallas Cowboys defense, which turned out to be not that great of a feat. You should have known after that he didn't have much, because then he was absolutely you-know-what against the Kansas City Chiefs. And then Jackson Dart took over in week 4 against the Chargers. And now the Jets are considering having a quarterback room with Geno Smith and Russell Wilson. I mean, I know I said don't draft a quarterback, and I meant it. But this is what we're doing here. Combs, hot or cold, the Jets should sign Russell Wilson.
Yeah, I might answer that here in just a second. David Pasternak just scored an OT winner on a breakaway against the Buffalo Sabres, so the Bruins do extend that series with an overtime winner. As far as the Jets should sign Russell Wilson, look, I'm an agent of chaos, and Zach Kroll, if you're still listening, just cover your ears, buddy. I want the Jets to do this because this would be the most Jets thing of all time. To go and get 2 quarterbacks that suck and that are well past their ability to be relevant quarterbacks in this league would be the most Jets thing ever. And I would love to watch it, because could you imagine? First of all, I told you how bad I thought the Jets were going to be when they signed Geno Smith. I thought it was the dumbest move ever. I didn't see any reason why they should, any reason why they would, and they did it anyway. And now you're going to sign Russell Wilson to be the backup. If I didn't think that the Jets could get worse, that's how the Jets get worse. So cold on the Jets should sign Russell Wilson. I guess technically hot, because I want to see it happen just because it'd be fun.
Well, also, how about Geno Smith being like according to reports that it's like his idea? Like, yeah, bring Russell Wilson here. Like, Geno Smith is a guy that obviously is not intimidated, does not fear Russell Wilson taking his job whatsoever. The Jets just went through a draft where they didn't draft a quarterback. Like, on their roster, it's Geno Smith, Brady Cook, Bailey Zappi, and actually, excuse me, I was wrong. Check that. They drafted Cade Klubnik. I completely forgot about that. They drafted Cade Klubnik in the 4th round. But that's the quarterback room for the New York Jets. Geno Smith, Brady Cook, Cade Klubnik, and Bailey Zappi. Geno Smith's got to be looking around like I'm the luckiest guy in the world. I just had the season I had with the Raiders, and now I'm going to be able to just going to get gifted the Jets starting job. They're not starting Cade Klubnik. Like, things are going to have to get bad, and they could, because they're the Jets. Things are going to have to get bad, and if Geno Smith's bad and they're not winning games anyway, then you got nothing to cry about. Like, Geno Smith basically has this whole season in front of him here, and he's like, yeah, go ahead and sign Russell Wilson, like the one guy that could actually maybe take the job from you in training camp. What is he thinking?
I mean, look, if you lose the job to Russell Wilson anyway, you shouldn't be the starting quarterback anyway.
Well, hold on. Who's a better quarterback at this point?
I agree, though. Yeah, no, I agree with you. Like, you don't bring in another quarter. You don't want them to bring in another quarterback and take away your starting position, unless you're Geno and you look at this offensive line and you're like, you know what? I'm not so sure I want to play that much this season. Why don't you bring in Russell Wilson? And so that way, the 3 games in after I'm getting crushed week after week after week, I can fake an injury. We'll let Russ get crushed for 3 or 4 games, and then I'll come back in, and that's how we'll do this thing. So, yeah, look, I don't know what Geno's doing, but hey, it's Geno Smith. It's not exactly all there.
Yeah, I mean, you got to ask yourself, and I they both had miserable seasons last year. Russell Wilson only played a couple of games, though, because then the Giants had Jackson Dart in the waiting, and it made perfect sense to go to him. Aiden O'Connell basically had a broken wrist. That's the only reason why Geno was so terrible and essentially still played the entire year. They didn't have anybody else to put there in for him.
Yeah.
And now you look at the Jets quarterback room, and they kind of once again don't have anybody that can that you even feel remotely good about replacing Geno Smith. And I'm not saying you feel good about Russell Wilson, but That's a veteran with as much experience and more success in his career than Geno does. Russell Wilson's 37. Geno Smith is 35. Why would Geno Smith ever ask for Russell Wilson to come here? Like, if Geno Smith plays bad for the first 3 games, then it's like, who are the Jets going to? They're going to Russell Wilson. Why would you invite that? I just don't know.
Hot or cold, Kate Klubnik beats them both out.
Cold. Absolutely no shot the Jets are giving Cade Klubnik the starting job. I mean, my goodness. I can't believe he got drafted in the 4th round, by the way. Anyway, Take a short break. 310-840-4910. Last chance to get in on the phones or by texting. And yes, as you heard producer Brandon Combs say it, the Boston Bruins are still alive. They win it in OT. Oh boy, did the Sabres just squander a massive opportunity. We'll get you one final scoreboard update, got some final thoughts, and then we'll get out of here when we return. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight here at Westwood One Sports.
Late games, loud opinions, and money time moments. BetMGM Tonight rolls on.
Welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. Last chance to get in on the phones. 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. At SportsGod1 tweets in the March for Arch at Pat Boyle 44. And I'm assuming he means the New York Jets tanking for Arch Manning in next year's draft. We were talking about how the reports are that the Jets are considering signing Russell Wilson as their backup quarterback to Geno Smith. I mean, and I gotta be honest, is Russell Wilson worse than Geno Smith at this stage? Like, they're both pretty bad. They're both, it's like a mid-off, right? That's what Jets training camp should be renamed. I can see it now. Jets training camp. Sorry, I think I muted my mic. Jets training camp. Florham Park, New Jersey. Behold, the mid-off between Russell Wilson and Geno Smith, competing to see who can lead the Jets to a 3-14 record. Find out this summer. An HBO presentation. The mid-off. Like, oh my God. Hey, I did say I didn't want him to draft a quarterback at all, though, in this draft. And look, they took Cade Klubnik in the 4th round. To me, waste of a pick. Waste of a pick. You tell me Cade Klubnik's going to be the quarterback of the future for the Jets? And, like, especially if you sign Russell Wilson. Remember, you got a head coach that's probably on the hot seat going into year 2 in Aaron Glenn. So you're going to start the year with Geno Smith as your QB. He's terrible and you're 0-4, you go to Russell Wilson. If Russell Wilson is terrible and you're like 1-7, then what? Aaron Glenn, you're telling me he still has his job? And you're going to go to Cade Klubnik at that point? You're going to ride the Scudder ball, the Klubnik ball to a 1-16 record? Okay. I mean, look, I guess Aaron Glenn wasn't the head coach anyway then. And maybe you'll be drafting Arch Manning number 1 overall. If he's even that good this year. I had high expectations for Arch Manning last season. He didn't necessarily live up to them. But yeah, sports_God1 says the March for Arch. And that is probably what you can call this season for the New York Jets. 310-840-4910. All right, final thoughts here on the night as you still have a handful of playoff games still going on, and Linnell Willingham is going to take you till 3 a.m. Eastern on Westwood One Sports, with Westwood One Sports tonight coming up next at the top of the hour. But you still have one playoff hockey game going and one playoff basketball game going. Oilers crushing the Ducks 3-0 in the first period. So Edmonton off to a dream start. They got to win 3 games in a row. They're down 3-1 in the series, but that's exactly what a backs against the wall performance looks like from a team that's been to back-to-back Stanley Cup finals. So you got that. And then in the NBA, the Spurs, they're up by 20 at half, crushing the Blazers 65-45. So it looks like that series is going to be done. And we'll have 2 teams into the second round of the NBA playoffs. The Oklahoma City Thunder, the 1 seed in the West, awaiting the Rockets and the Lakers. And then you'll have the 2 seed in the West, the San Antonio Spurs, awaiting the winner of the Nuggets and the T-Wolves. All 4 series in the Eastern Conference are still going. Cavs Raptors 2-2. That's coming up tomorrow. Big swing game tomorrow in Cleveland. You got the Magic trying to close out the Pistons, although that game is in Detroit. I fully expect the Pistons to take care of business and force a Game 6. You got the Sixers, who extended that series tonight against Boston. Now they get a Game 6 at home in Philly to try to force a Game 7. And then you'll have Game 6 in Atlanta on Thursday because it just went final. My New York Knicks with a beatdown of the Atlanta Hawks tonight, 126-97. The Knicks take a 3-2 series lead. Game 6 in Atlanta on Thursday to try to close out the series. Jalen Brunson, 39 points. That is how you bounce back. That is how you answer the bell when you have been pretty mediocre so far in this postseason series. Jalen Brunson did not play well in the win in game 4, and the rest of the team picked up the slack. Jalen Brunson scored 26 points in game 3, but was brutal in the final minutes. Jalen Brunson scored 29 points in game 2, but was brutal in the final minutes. And basically just ball hogged and took over the entire offense. Ironically enough, Jalen Brunson has taken fewer shots here in both of the last 2 games. And tonight he scores 39 points on just 23 shots to go with 8 assists. I mean, that is what Jalen Brunson is all about, and that is what the Knicks needed. I still want to see more Karl-Anthony Towns, but that's a massive win for the New York Knicks. Fun show. Thanks to everybody. Thanks to everybody that joined in. Thanks to our guest, Nick Friedel. Thanks to producer Brandon Combs. Thanks to our video producer, Monty. Thanks to Chloe Pratt, Max Sheedy, Zach Kroll, and of course my co-host, Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. We'll see you tomorrow right here on BetMGM Tonight.
It's a good chance we're going to spin the wheel of teams again, and Kevin Durant doesn't have much of a choice. He's got a contract extension kicking in. There's no trade clause involved. And again, it may not be easy to move him with $50 million. I think it's $51 million a year for the next 2 years, or 55, like something like it's a crazy number. So it's after this particular stop for Durant. This is made him look really, really toxic. And I say look because am I positive that he's completely toxic? No, but he definitely soiled this stop for himself. The whole burner account thing has had a massive, massive hangover on this team. And listen, I'll blame Ime Udoka for a whole bunch of stuff, which I'll get into with Houston in a minute. I'm not blaming him for that. Kevin Durant is a 37-year-old player getting caught sending those types of messages in a chat and those things go public about teammates. That's not something Ime Udoka can smooth over. Kevin Durant has to smooth that over with his teammates. And one thing is apparent, he has not. Like you heard Jabari Smith's comments after game 2 about how Durant has to deal with double teams better, and that's on Kevin Durant. That's a kid 15, maybe 13 years his junior who's appropriately calling him out. And some of the names he called Jabari Smith Jr. on that chat with that burner account were flat out disrespectful and even politically incorrect. Like it was awful how Durant spoke of him, but he didn't deal with it. He didn't deal with any of it. He just wanted to come and play ball. But when you take shots at teammates like that and you want to be bound with them and you want to be able to win with them, there's got to be trust. No one trusts Kevin Durant, Houston. And that's the big issue right now. And listen, are there going to be suitors for him? Listen, he's Kevin Durant. You will have suitors for him. Are they going to get a lot of value for him? Probably not. But for them at this point, even just getting rid of him and moving on, there's an addition by subtraction element for this group. The question becomes, how do you replace him $50 million wise and find the scoring and the shooting that you need, because they're a very offensively challenged team. You combine that with the fact that Udoka and Rafael Stone, their GM, are not on the same page. Stone didn't, I truly believe Stone didn't add a point guard to that roster at the trade deadline to try to force Udoka into playing Reed Shepherd. And Udoka doesn't want to play Reed Shepherd because I wouldn't let him guard my spot online at the bank. The guy's a horrible defensive player. I don't blame him necessarily, but he doesn't have any choices now, and that's on the front office. But when you have a disconnect of that way, when the GM's not making an addition that the team needs to try to force another player on the coach, that's not a long-term sustainable situation. And assuming Houston goes down in this series, I would be shocked if Ime Udoka keeps his job.
Yeah, I thought they did a really nice job, really in each round. Trading Stooks, the defensive back from Arizona. People will kind of, look at his age. He'll be a 25-year-old rookie and kind of, look at that as purely a negative. But the glass half full with a player that age is he's coming in from day one, and you know what you're getting, and you're going to have someone who has at least the potential to make a pretty quick impact. And so I think it's not like you're drafting a 25-year-old where you're still talking about upside. This is a player who has experience at corner, safety, but he was at his best as a nickel. And so very interested to see how exactly they use him. But Stooks is someone that's going to make an impact early on. Kieran Crawford in the 3rd round. You talk about just adding juice to your pass rush. That's what he does. Scouts, they watched that Auburn defensive line last year to watch Keldrick Falk. But it was number 24 that kept drawing their eye. And, you keep hearing more and more buzz about him. I thought he could have easily gone in the 2nd round. Raiders get him in the 3rd, come back with Trey Zune, a versatile offensive lineman in the later 3rd. And then I love what they did on day 3. Obviously, the dart throw with Jermod McCoy. Hopefully, just for his sake, he's able to stay on the field with that injury with the knee. And obviously, the Raiders are hoping the same thing. But Mike Washington, the running back, is a really good backup option. Dalton Johnson from another Arizona DB. So I think at every step of the way, the Raiders had one of my favorite drafts this year.